Chapter 51 The Willing Ones Take the Bait. When Sakura returned to the river, Naruto had already dealt with several fish, and the blood flowed down the river without any hesitation. Really caught? So fast? Sakura was a little stunned. After putting the dead branch in her arms on the ground, she walked towards Naruto. Well, I just caught a few fish. Naruto didn't even raise his head. We can't store meat without enough salt, so. Naruto, you are amazing. Sakura said hesitantly. It's not amazing, practice makes perfect. Naruto stood up, don't sleep too deep tonight, there are still fish to bite. At night? Fish. Even though Sakura didn't quite understand what Naruto meant, she instinctively got goosebumps when she saw the blood floating in the river. Blood will attract more predators, and no one knows what will happen after dark. With a whoosh, Naruto reached out and released a small amount of molten escape in the dry velvet pile, using the instant high temperature to ignite the velvet with a whoosh. The fire dispelled Sakura's fear. She stood up and went to the river to get water. After wetting the towel, she put it on Sasuke's forehead. The rest was just waiting. She looked at Naruto, who was stringing the fish with clean branches and then made a grill. Let me help. Sakura stood up and took the branch with the fish, and roasted it carefully over the fire like Naruto did. The firelight flickered on Sakura's dusty face, and her eyes were slightly absent-minded. She seemed to be thinking about what happened during the day, and her eyes showed fear and confusion. After a long time, she lowered her head and asked. Naruto, why would Orochimaru attack Sasuke? Who knows? Naruto answered casually, maybe Orochimaru has a crush on Sasuke. He must have told you something about power, right? Yeah. Sakura nodded, he did. He told Sasuke that if Sasuke needed power, he would go to him. Then there's nothing we can do. Naruto and Sakura grilled fish next to each other, and said casually, Sasuke cares so much about power, and all he thinks about is revenge. Maybe Orochimaru will come up with what he said. Ah? What should we do then? Sakura panicked, will Sasuke really do that? Not sure, I have to ask him. Naruto turned the fish over to prevent it from being burnt, didn't he say revenge before? Hatred, once it grows, is unsolvable and will only drag people into the abyss step by step. Unless... Unless what? Sakura asked. Nothing. Naruto smiled, unless he dies, the hatred will end. What he actually wanted to say was that unless Sasuke's soul was also possessed by someone, he would be like him. What does the past have to do with him? Whoever bullies him now will be given a knife. But Naruto didn't intend to interfere with Sasuke's revenge journey, so he decided to stay out of other people's business and live a long life. As for what will happen to the world in the future, let's talk about it later. It was getting darker, and the light in the forest was almost non-existent. Beside the campfire, Naruto handed a roasted and salted fish to Sakura and said, "Try it." "Thank you." Sakura was also hungry for a day, so she took it from Naruto and took a bite. Delicious. Sasuke was still unconscious, but he looked much better, at least his breathing was even. Naruto glanced at the two pillars lying beside him, thinking that this kid shouldn't be defeated by the curse seal, right? Naruto and Sakura each ate two, and the remaining two were left for the unconscious Sasuke. After eating and drinking, the two began to discuss the next plan. The scroll of heaven was taken away by Orochimaru. Sakura said with some annoyance, now we have to defeat two teams to have a chance to advance, but Sasuke is unconscious now. Don't worry about that. Naruto took out two scrolls of heaven and earth from his arms and handed them to Sakura. Here, I got them. Ah. Sakura was stunned. Naruto, how did you get two scrolls by yourself? On the way to trouble the sound ninja, I happened to meet a team of grass ninjas, and they happened to have the scroll of heaven in their hands. Naruto scratched his head and said, I didn't want to carry it with me at first, but I hesitated and took it. Now it's useful. Great. Naruto. Sakura was so excited that she hugged Naruto directly. In the distance, the Inoshikajo trio was leaning against a tree and looking at the bonfire. Shikamaru shrank his hands into the shape of a telescope and stared at that place and complained. What are Naruto and his gang doing? They dare to light a fire in the forest in the middle of the night. They will be spotted. That direction is the river. Maybe they lost their food pills, so they plan to roast the prey they got from hunting. Ino crossed her arms in front of her chest and said nonchalantly. Sasuke seems to be asleep. Shikamaru said lazily, Why is Naruto being hugged by Sakura? That guy is so popular with girls, right? What? Hugging? Ino suddenly lost her composure. Looking towards the fire, there was nothing. Naruto and Sakura were talking next to the fire. Ino, what's wrong with you? Shikamaru asked. No, nothing, I'm just curious. Ino said with a forced smile, I remember that Sakura only likes Sasuke, how could she hug Naruto? You must be seeing things. That seems to make sense. Shikamaru scratched his head, maybe I saw it wrong. But they will have problems if they keep lighting the bonfire, which will attract other teams. Koji squinted and interrupted, should we go and remind them? It's too late. Shikamaru suddenly lowered his voice and said, hide quickly, someone is approaching. The trio's faces suddenly froze, and they hid tacitly. By the river, the bonfire was almost extinguished. Sakura sat on the side, looking extremely nervous. But she didn't make a sound, and closed her eyes and pretended to sleep as Naruto said. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the river. Almost silently, the 3 people from Kyuzagakure slowly approached the bonfire by the river. Naruto was still using a stick to poke the fire, looking like he was completely unaware of the surroundings. This reassured the Kyuzagakure trio, who waved their hands and suddenly attacked together. At the critical moment, Naruto's figure beside the fire disappeared in an instant. How could it be? The Kyuzagakure ninja thought to himself that it was not good, and suddenly realized that this was a trap. But it was too late to escape. Naruto's figure suddenly appeared behind one of them, with a dazzling blue light flashing. A large ball of lightning was forced into the body of a Kyuzagakure ninja by Naruto, and a scream suddenly sounded, startling the birds in the night forest. Chapter 52 Sasuke, are you cheating when fishing? With a rumble, a scream sounded. The 3 siblings of Sand Village not far away stopped, and Temari turned her head and looked in one direction, asking nervously. What's that sound? You'll know if you go over and take a look. Kankuro said confidently. That's the 9 tails. Gaara said coldly, if you want to die, go ahead. If the mission fails, you will bear the consequences yourself. The moonlight entered the forest, and Kanjuro's face was filled with embarrassment. No, didn't Mr. Maki say that the 9 tails kid lied to us? Gaara didn't say anything, but just stared at Kanjuro coldly, turned around and walked away without looking back. Temari and Kanjuro looked at each other, and they could only see the helplessness in each other's eyes, so they had to follow him quickly. Riverside. Naruto's elusive speed made the 3 people in Kyuzagakure completely unable to resist, and their faces and bodies were covered with bruises. Soon, all the Kyuzagakure ninjas were electrocuted to death. Naruto didn't want to kill people at will in the Chunin exam, so he electrocuted them back and forth 4 or 5 times. In fact, the second time, the Kyuzagakure ninjas had taken out the scroll to beg for mercy. But Naruto was afraid that they would cheat, so he electrocuted them back and forth twice until the 3 of them foamed at the mouth. The battle was over. Naruto looked a little embarrassed when he bent down to pick up the kunao. But it was no big deal, Flying Thunder God could raise the upper limit of ninja strength. In short, if Obito came, he would have to take 2 hits. Many teams had come from all directions, but no one dared to take action. They had seen the fate of the Kyuzagakure ninja, wouldn't that be sending food? Naruto is going to clear the field. Among the 3 little pigs, deer, and butterflies hiding in the distance, Shikamaru suddenly realized and said. What clear the field? Ino asked in confusion. According to the test rules, if a team has someone who dies or is too seriously injured to fight, it is considered a failure of the entire team. Shikamaru explained, if Sasuke can't wake up tomorrow, then the 7th team's test must be suspended. Hearing this, Ino understood. Although the test lasts for 5 days, the first lesson that the ninjas of Konoha village learn when becoming a genin is to cherish their companions. Sakura and Naruto will definitely not drag Sasuke to the 5th day. If he is still unconscious tomorrow morning, he will probably have to withdraw from the test so that Sasuke can receive treatment from the medical team. So, Naruto and the others only have 1 night? Ino asked. Yet. Shikamaru nodded and said, Naruto is going to take a risk, so he deliberately lit a bonfire to roast fish and attract all the nearby teams. Wouldn't that make their situation more dangerous? Koji asked with narrowed eyes. Maybe for others, but Naruto Shikamaru also frowned. After guarding all night, no one attacked Team 7 again. The next morning, yawning, Naruto came back from the river and found that Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, had opened his eyes, and Sakura was sleeping lightly on the other side of the fire. Awake! Naruto picked up the fishing rod beside him. Wait, I'll get you something to eat. I ate your fish last night as a midnight snack. Sasuke didn't react at all, his face was indifferent, as if he had entered a state of indifference to life and death. Sakura, who was standing next to him, was awakened by the movement of the two people. Seeing Sasuke wake up, she couldn't help but feel happy and asked hurriedly. Sasuke-kun, are you awake? What's wrong? Sasuke still didn't speak, his head tilted slightly to stare at Naruto standing by the river preparing to fish. Until he saw Naruto catch a fish in an instant after throwing the rod, Sasuke's eyes suddenly became unsettled, and he coughed heavily and said reluctantly. I'm fine, how long have I been unconscious? One night. Sakura replied. Not far away, Naruto was already carrying a few processed fish back. His skill in processing fish was really practice makes perfect. The internal organs, scales, and gills were all removed, and he played the kunao with great skill. Sakura also stood up and helped move the firewood pile over. I find that ninjutsu is really convenient. Naruto said to himself with his back to Sasuke, it only takes 1 second to light a fire, which is really a good helper for home travel. Sasuke rested for a while, struggled to sit up, and watched Naruto and Sakura busy over there. You also use ninjutsu when fishing? No. Naruto looked back at Sasuke, why do you ask that? Sasuke didn't say anything, and made a 1-second lifting of the rod. It's just practice makes perfect. Naruto said indifferently, there are always geniuses in this world, maybe I'm better at fishing. Hearing this, Sasuke didn't continue to dwell on this matter. After the fish was cooked, salt was added. After the three people finished eating, Naruto took out the scroll and said. Let's go to the tower. Without dawdling for too long, the bonfire was extinguished, and the three buried the food residue in the soil and left in a hurry. The central tower was a little far from where they were. Sakura suggested taking a detour, but Naruto said to just go through. No one came after we lit the bonfire last night. If we take a detour now, we will be in trouble. Naruto said firmly, it is safest for us to rush in directly. Because now, the difficult guys in those teams' minds are us. The three jumped on the trunks of the giant trees without taking a detour. As Naruto said, they arrived at the central tower safely. Before the three of them arrived, the 8th team was already waiting there. Naruto. You are so slow. Inuzuka Kaiba said arrogantly, we have been waiting for you here for a long time. Stop making so much noise, Kaiba, I will beat you up later. Naruto and Inuzuka Kaiba have a good relationship and punched him hard. The 8th team is a famous reconnaissance team among the new generation of 12 strong men. Basically, there is no fighting. After taking the scroll, they directly touched the edge of the central tower and hid. It's like a team of people lying in the final circle a few minutes after the game started. White eyes, parasites, super sensitive sense of smell, just like turning on the perspective to cheat in the exam. It's so easy for Team 8 to get around the tough enemy. Naruto-jun, are you okay? Hinata asked hesitantly. What can happen to me? Naruto smiled. Hinata pointed at his clothes. Naruto looked down at his dirty self and felt embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, survival in the wild is indeed a bit harder. I'm just trying to fit in the atmosphere. Tisk. Inuzuka Kaiba made a face and laughed, you guys in Team 7 haven't been hungry since yesterday. Sorry, I vomited the grilled fish. It's hot and cooked. Naruto smiled but didn't smile. He confronted Inuzuka Kaiba. The two of them almost stuck together. What did you eat? Did you steal all of Akamaru's dog food? Chapter 53 Kurama, do you know what cheating is? After a while, the teams that passed the exam came to the central tower one after another. There were only 5 teams that passed the test. All the people from Kyuzagakuer, Otonin, and Konoha were eliminated, leaving only the 12 little warriors of Konoha and the 3 siblings of Sand Ninja. There were originally 26 teams participating, but only 5 finally arrived at the central tower. This means that each team killed at least one opponent. Among the remaining 16 teams, Naruto killed 2 extra teams, and Gaara killed 4 extra teams. The remaining 6 teams had wounded people who were attacked by beasts and could not fight, and the other 4 teams opened the scroll of heaven and earth and fell into a coma and were eliminated. But even so, 15 people were still too many, and 7 more people had to be selected. In the end, the next one was no longer a group battle, but an individual battle. In the noisy and uneasy central tower training ground, the third Hokage arrived late. A group of guiding jonin also lined up in a row, staring solemnly at the 15 qualified people below the stage. The third generation was preaching on the stage, while Naruto yawned in the audience. It was not until the kidney-deficient Gecko Gale appeared that he explained to everyone that too many people had advanced, and the second exam would need to be added. Everyone had different reactions, some were surprised and some were nervous. Naruto looked indifferent. Anyway, he was going to give up. The significance of participating in the Chunin exam was just to send Sakura and Sasuke to the venue. At least as a teammate, Naruto did not drag them down. But if he really had to play an individual match, he would not be interested at all. He was not short of money, nor did he care about honor. Fighting and killing were meaningless. Anyway, he could not advance to Chunin, so he should stand aside and rest. Gecko Gale coughed twice and explained to the people in the audience. There will be a preliminary round before the third exam. Those who want to give up, please explain now. As soon as the voice fell, there was a commotion in the audience. Who would think of giving up for no reason? I give up. Naruto suddenly raised his hand and said. The scene suddenly became quiet for a moment, and everyone's eyes were focused on the raised hand. After discovering that the person who raised his hand was Naruto, they were all stunned. Naruto. What rights are you giving up? Sakura asked. Are you crazy? Inuzuka Kaiba glanced at Naruto. You can still continue to fight. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked at Naruto with some concern. Damn, what is that guy doing again? Sasuke pressed the wound on his neck, his face a little painful. On the stage, the third generation's eyes also moved to Naruto's face, without any special expression, just nodded. Then you leave here. Originally, the third generation did not plan to let Naruto participate in the Chunin exam, and later he was specially approved to participate. Now Naruto suddenly said that he wanted to withdraw, and the third generation just thought he was on a whim. This is his own business and does not affect others, so the third generation is too lazy to care. Hey! Naruto! Shikamaru, who was standing behind, called out to Naruto, why don't you continue the exam? Too tired. Naruto waved his hand and left without looking back. After walking out of the central tower, he was still within the range of the Death Forest. He didn't go far. He planned to go in and watch the game later, but now he needed to rest for a while. Naruto has completely figured it out. As long as he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it will be difficult for him to escape the fate of the original work. Whether it is the Son of Prophecy or the reincarnation of God, that is a matter for the future. Don't consider things that haven't happened. If he wants freedom, he must get rid of the Nine Tails. Whoever wants to be the Jinchuriki can be the one. When he finds a solution from the system options, he will definitely get the Nine Tails out of his body. He wants to live for himself and refuse everything he doesn't want to do. Now his idea is very simple, be a normal ninja, and don't do things outside of his duties. When facing the top, just break the jar and break the pot. Anyway, Danzo can't touch him. If he really wants to do it, he will fight him openly. The four-symbol seal taught him how to be a man, and made him have no ancestral graves from now on. And Naruto was also very clear about one thing, with the system by his side, his power would definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. As for things like Kagaya Otsutsuki, no matter what, they could not compare to the power of the system. There must be a way to get there. Anyway, he didn't need to practice ninjutsu. After completing the optional tasks, ninjutsu was given to him at the speed of light. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, enjoy life more, and do less meaningless things. For example, participating in the second half of the second round of the Chunin exam individual competition was completely unnecessary, and he didn't want to show any strength at all. He understood that even if no one present could beat him, the top management would not allow him to be promoted to Chunin in the end. Besides, Naruto didn't want to talk back to others. Hinata's caged bird was a fool, what was there to talk back to? It was the stupidest thing to persuade others to let go of hatred, and Naruto was not interested in it at all. In the final analysis, he only cared about the few friends and girls around him, and he really didn't feel anything for the village. Yawning, Naruto closed his eyes on a cool stone staircase. The summer breeze was blowing, and it was infinitely cool. As his consciousness slowly sank, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and suddenly found that he had accidentally entered the sealed space again. Kyuubi saw Naruto coming, but he didn't react. He glanced at him and continued to sleep. Naruto stared at the dozing Kyuubi, and then glanced at the empty surroundings. In addition to the dark walls like sewers, there were only potholes on the ground. To be honest, it was not an ideal cell. Looking at Naruto, who was lost in thought, Kyuubi opened his eyes and looked at him with complicated eyes. "People, what are you doing? You have to call me the warden in the future." "What?" Kyuubi was immediately furious. "I'm thinking about how to improve the prison environment for you. It's too shabby here," Naruto said. This sentence made Kyuubi so confused that he stared at Naruto and said sarcastically, "Why don't you die and let me out?" "Don't worry, if I'm dying, I will definitely find a way to seal you up and torture you forever," Naruto said in a flat tone. "Talk about something practical, Kyuubi, don't fantasize like a coward. How do you want to change it? The 4-symbol seal can bring things in from the outside." Naruto picked up a pair of black socks on the ground that were supposed to be drying on his balcony and said, "I'll bring you something to entertain you." Why are you doing this?" Kyuubi was a little surprised. "I don't want you to pull me in for no reason." Naruto rolled his eyes at the 9 tails. "Cherish the time you spend with me, your grandfather. I'll get you out soon." "Ha, do you want to die recently?" "Absolutely not." "Then what can you do?" "Don't worry about this, I've told you." Naruto stared at it and said, "Kuroma, you are too weak. There are many more powerful forces in this world that you have never seen." "Then what is that?" The 9 tails tone was also a little solemn. "Do you know what a plug-in is?" Chapter 54. What is a top-level power leveler? "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Naruto stretched. "By the way, Kurama, are there male and female-tailed beasts?" "Why are you asking this?" The 9 tails glanced at Naruto. "Curious." Kyuubi was originally disdainful of talking to Naruto, but when he thought about the human who just wanted to improve its environment, he explained a little more. "We are transformed from chakra, strictly speaking, there is no gender." "Then why are you a male fox?" Old man Kyuubi was speechless for a moment and didn't want to pay attention to Naruto anymore. "Since this is possible, why don't you become a cute fox girl with animal ears?" Naruto was full of curiosity and proposed a path that Kyuubi had never imagined. "Roar! Get out! Oh my! Kyuubi is too fierce." Naruto opened his eyes from the cool and mossy stone steps, sat up suddenly and said angrily, "I'm just curious. It doesn't want to change, and I don't want to see it." "Bah!" With a sigh of regret, Naruto stood up and looked into the central tower. He thought, "I should go in and take a look. Although I won't participate, I am still a little worried. This additional test seems to be a 1v1 battle selection, and the opponent selection is not random, but a completely opaque operation. But since I have withdrawn, those brain-sucking seniors should not put Hinata and Niji together, right? A contest between the genius of the branch family of Hyuga and the girl of the main family? Isn't that a one-sided bullying?" Naruto hesitated for a while and decided to go in and take a look. If the situation is not right, just tell Hinata to surrender earlier. There is no point in persisting in this kind of pure brain-dead game. With such a mood, Naruto turned around and took a step, and the mechanical synthesized sound in his mind sounded again. Ding! The panel popped up, showing 2 options. Option 1, use the heart transformation technique. The system temporarily provides perfect compatibility, to take over Hinata's body and control her to surrender. Reward, detonating talisman X20. Option 2, use the heart transformation technique. The system temporarily provides perfect compatibility, to take over Hinata's body and control her to defeat Nisi. Reward, Kusanagi sword. After reading the options, Naruto subconsciously complained. How can I win? Choose one decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto fell to the ground as if his soul had been sucked out, and fell into a deep sleep. Anyway, there was still a 9 tails living in his body, so he was not worried about who would dare to pick up his body. In the central tower, Hinata, who was drawn to fight against Hyuga Niji, was a little nervous. She stood aside nervously with her hands clenched, her palms full of sweat. The duel in the arena was between Inuzuka Kaiba and Koji, and the winner was about to be decided. The next match would be between her and Niji. Hinata was more afraid of that cold cousin. But she didn't want to give up, and still wanted to fight with all her strength. Suddenly, Hinata felt that her body was out of control. The moment her pupils expanded, an unprecedented strange feeling spread throughout her body. Oh no, body! Ha! Shino, who was standing by, noticed Hinata's abnormality and turned to ask. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Hinata looked up, and Naruto's soul shadow just overlapped with her completely. In Hinata's mind, only the two of them could hear each other. Naruto-kun? What's wrong with you? Hinata asked in a panic. She felt that she couldn't control her body, and only her eyes and brain could move. Don't be nervous, Hinata. Naruto comforted her in a gentle voice, this is a mental ninjutsu, your eye will take over your body for now. Take over your body. Hinata was stunned for a moment, then realized something and shouted, rogue. No. Yes, this perfectly matched mind-turning technique is 100 times more sophisticated than the mind-turning technique used by Ino. Naruto can not only perfectly control Hinata's body, but also share consciousness. Of course, there are some minor flaws. That Hinata, relax. Naruto said with a wry smile. Naruto-kun is a rogue. Hinata hugged herself tightly in the consciousness space and squatted down suddenly. However, this was useless, and Naruto was still controlling Hinata's body. I'm sorry. Naruto said apologetically, please believe me, Hinata, I won't hurt you. If you are allowed to complete the next battle alone, you will definitely get hurt. I just don't want you to get hurt, so I had to resort to this last resort. Hearing this, Hinata calmed down a little. She looked up at Naruto and asked a little embarrassedly. Naruto-kun, did you really do that because you were worried about me? Of course. Naruto said, I am definitely worried about you, so Hinata, please don't be angry, okay? I am not angry with Naruto-kun. Hinata said meekly, blushing. Don't worry, I will use your body well. I will never mess around. Naruto promised seriously, after this exam is over, how about I treat you to barbecue, Hinata? Okay. Hinata nodded gently, her face as red as a tomato. Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke again. Hey? What's wrong? I know I am not a match for Brother Niji, and I can also roughly guess what Naruto-kun is going to do. You want to give up the game on my behalf, right? Naruto was silent. I know giving up is the best choice, but Naruto-kun, I also want to practice my own ninja way. Hinata whispered, occasionally I also want to prove that I am not a person who will fail in everything I do. I chose the ninja path myself, and I am very happy to train with everyone, so I cherish this job of ninja very much. So I think, if my idea will make Naruto-kun embarrassed, can you give me back my body? Even if I get hurt, I still want to try. While Naruto was silent, the battle off the court had already come to an end, and Inyazuka Kaiba defeated Koji and won. Moonlight Gale glanced at the stands, and the lazy and kidney-deficient voice sounded in the court. Next game, Hyuga Niji vs Hyuga Hinata. Seeing Hinata about to go on the court, Naruto took a deep breath and said. No. Hinata was confused, but... I'll fight for you. Naruto interrupted Hinata and said, I'm already here, don't worry Hinata, I'll do my best. As he said this, Naruto controlled Hinata's body and slowly walked into the field. Chapter 55 Fight. After the two stood in the field, Niji on the opposite side had a cold expression. Naruto began to regret the complaints he had made about Hyuga with the puppet of the god of ninja. After intensifying the internal conflicts of Hyuga, now the cause and effect have returned to his hands. Damn, cause and effect cycle, right? The uneasy Naruto glanced at Niji on the opposite side. The other's face was so gloomy that water could drip out, which made Naruto shudder. Fortunately, he chose to help Hinata fight, otherwise little Hinata would have been killed by him inexplicably. The guy on the opposite side is really scary when he turns black. It seems that he will definitely hit hard. Miss Hinata, I didn't expect to fight with you. Ninkai said to Hinata. At this time, it was Naruto who controlled Hinata's body. He could talk to Hinata in the consciousness space while controlling Hinata's body. At the same time, Hinata in the consciousness space could naturally sense all the sounds outside. Brother Ninkai Hinata in the consciousness space was obviously a little depressed. But Naruto didn't care so much. Right and wrong were already obvious. The Hyuga clan was not a human being. But for now, Hinata had to be saved first, and then slowly talk about other things. Well, I didn't expect it. Naruto couldn't really call out Niji brother, so he could only respond reluctantly. At the same time, Naruto controlled Hinata's body to step back half a step, which was his usual starting move when fighting. This was definitely a high-end game, and he didn't know much about the Hyuga clan's ninjutsu, so he could only understand it by himself. While fighting, he had to pay attention to the blue bar to avoid insufficient chakra. The examiner, Moonlight Gale, stood aside, glanced at the two, and said listlessly, "Well, then please start the game, both of you." Ningji took a half step to the right with his right foot, and also made a starting move. He looked at Hinata with a serious face and said, "Before the game starts, I want to give Miss Hinata a piece of advice: give up, you are not suitable to be a ninja. You are too weak, you don't have your own opinions, and you won't refuse others. You are very gentle to everyone, so you will be bullied everywhere. Ninjas are killing machines. People who are too kind cannot be ninjas. They will only hurt others and themselves." 2. No. Naruto, who was using Hinata's body, said, "Giving up is impossible. There is always something to insist on when one is alive. Miss Hinata, you are a little different from before." Niji said coldly, "You used to be used to escaping. Although I don't know why you insist on it, this can't change your failure. My white eyes can see clearly that your past failures will soon reveal your true nature." Facing Niji's psychological offensive, Hinata was almost autistic. Even if Hinata didn't speak, Naruto could feel the panic and anxiety in her body. In the consciousness space. "Aren't you from the main family?" Naruto asked. "Yet." Hinata hummed. "The main family has absolute suppression on the branch family." Naruto said, "Why should you be afraid of him?" I don't want to fight with brother Niji." Hinata said hesitantly, "The relationship between the main family and the branch family has always been bad. Brother Niji was not like this when he was a child, but the main family's affairs are not something you can decide, right? Unless you become the head of the clan." Naruto said, "Ninkai hates you because you think you are from the main family and are also a vested interest, so why do you two have conflicts? It doesn't make sense." I don't know." Hinata said. "Big families are really troublesome." After saying that, Naruto stopped talking to Hinata and locked his eyes on Hyuga Niji, who opened his Byakugan. In an instant, Naruto changed his palm into a fist and opened his Byakugan instantly. Ninkai on the opposite side was a little surprised to see Hinata open her Byakugan without making a seal like himself. Sakura suddenly asked on the viewing stand above. "Well, why does Niji look so surprised? Did Hinata do something?" Hearing this, Xiao Li on the side interrupted. It took Niji a long time to open his Byakugan without making a seal. Perhaps he felt that Hinata's ability exceeded his expectations. The battle had already begun, and the two had already fought. Naruto controlled Hinata's body, and his combat power was greatly weakened. Just like Orochimaru's reincarnation, the ability follows the soul rather than the body, but in Hinata's body, Naruto will be limited by the limitations of her chakra and physical strength. Secondly, the physical strength of the two cannot be compared, and the upper limit is there. Naruto also doesn't know how fast his speed limit is. The body infused with the Nine Tails chakra will become active as if it has taken stimulants. But in Hinata's body, Naruto can feel a limit, which comes from the limit of the body. He is sure that if he exceeds that limit, the muscles in his body may tear or even worse. Injury. Ninkai took advantage of the situation and attacked with his palm, his whole body like the sharpest spear, so fast that it seemed like a flash of silver light suddenly flashed by. Naruto did not use his palm to catch it, but just slightly turned sideways and instantly opened up the distance. The physical skills of the Hyuga clan specifically attach chakra to the palm. Even if it does not touch the enemy's body, it can still use the passing chakra to attack the enemy's internal organs. At the moment of opening up the distance, Ninkai stepped forward and chased closely. Naruto took advantage of the situation to dodge a palm and kicked over, just hitting a point on Ninkai's arm. Ninkai noticed that his rhythm was disrupted, and cautiously took the initiative to retreat. This also gave Naruto the opportunity to pull out and turn his palm, and hit the enemy in the face. At the same time the waist turned sideways like a knob, and when Nisi dodged and pushed forward to hit back, Naruto used the force of twisting his waist to turn over and hit back. One palm and one hammer were blocked by Nisi's hand. The soft fist was a clever force, using force to dissolve force. Naruto used hard force, whether he was retreating or attacking with a step, he was always fast. While Nisi was blocking, Naruto had already raised his leg to sweep. Ninkai's lower body was stable, and his palms were like knives and swords. But Naruto did not entangle with Nishi in palm techniques. Not to mention that a master taught him a move that could not be broken. What was more important was that Hinata's understanding of Bagua palm was not as good as Nishi's. And Naruto himself was just a temporary master, so it was impossible for him to be better than Nishi in Bagua palm. The battle was fought with Naruto controlled Hinata's body and pace flexibly, like a nimble cat in the field. He kept making offensive moves, mixed with a lot of fake moves. Even if Niji had the Byakugan, it was difficult for his brain to keep up with the fake moves that were hard to defend against. These moves were not usually used by Naruto, but he really couldn't force them out at the moment. Ninkai was obviously annoyed, and he shouted and directly started the 8 diagrams 32 palms. Chapter 56 Bird out of the cage. Naruto just dodged, whether attacking or retreating, he dodged most of the time, and at the same time Hinata's physical strength was rapidly consumed. Ninkai had already stabbed one palm after another, and Naruto saw the opportunity and directly released the remaining chakra. Relying on the experience of the tailed beast chakra covering the whole body, he released the remaining chakra on Hinata in a realistic way. What is this? Niji's pupils suddenly expanded after a palm stab, as if he had seen something unbelievable. That move. Could it be? Xiao Li in the stands grabbed the railing and leaned forward, staring at Hinata's movements in the field. It's actually Kaden. Tian, who was watching the game in the stands, also showed a look of surprise on his face. Sakura was surprised and looked stunned. How could it be Kaden? Sakura didn't understand what they were saying, but she felt it was powerful. What is Kaden? Kaden is the secret technique of the Hyuga clan. It uses high-speed rotation to drive the chakra wrapped around the body to form a chakra vortex to offset all external attacks. The general principle is that it is a high-speed rotating cutting machine that can eliminate power. Of course, Naruto didn't use Kaden. How could he use such a move as Kaden? He could hardly master the most basic chakra-wrapped palm to make a soft fist, let alone the extremely difficult move of Kaden. But Niji didn't know. Almost at the same time as Naruto started, a large amount of blue chakra burst out from Niji's body, and his whole body rotated at high speed. This is Kaden hitting Kaden. The real Kaden, rotating the body to drive the chakra to rotate. And the fake Kaden that Naruto is using now, let the chakra rotate by itself. With a bang, Naruto jumped away directly, letting the chakra vortex hit Niji's Kaden. The people in the stands only saw Hinata suddenly jump away from the confrontation, and then the two groups of Kaden collided and exploded instantly. Nishi was knocked out and retreated several meters, holding on without falling. What just happened? Sakura opened her eyes wide, with a look of confusion on her face. Xiao Li and Tian looked at the field nervously, staring at Nishi's figure with worried expressions. The genius in their group actually failed? Kaden is Nishi's trump card, and they also know it. If he was defeated in such a place, Nishi must be very frustrated. Nishi in the field didn't understand it, let alone Xiao Li and Tian, who were outsiders in the stands. That girl named Hinata is very strong. Kakashi, who was watching the game on the side, suddenly said, I just always feel that something is strange. What do you think? Kai. Might Guy's expression was not relaxed. Nishi was his student, and the most talented among his 3 students. He thought that Niji might meet an opponent in the Chunin exam, either Sasuke or Naruto, but he never thought it would be Hinata. After all, Niji is known as a genius of the branch family, and is more powerful than the main family in the new generation of Hyuga. I also find it a bit strange. Might Guy said, is that girl a student of Kurane? I heard she's quite introverted, but why does she fight like a boy? Well, Hinata's backhammer reminds me of someone, Kakashi said with his eyes drooping. I hope I'm overthinking. As the copycat Kaden was used, the atmosphere in the arena became tense, and Niji's expression became serious. But at this moment, Naruto suddenly controlled Hinata's body to raise his hand and said, I have used up all my strength and chakra, and I can't fight anymore. I give up. Give up. Niji gritted his teeth. What is that? Charity. Naruto didn't say anything. His method of playing for someone was originally a bit dishonorable. Since he has achieved his goal, it would be too disgusting to say some chicken soup for the soul from the moral high ground of the vested interests. The hatred between the main family and the branch family cannot be solved in a few words, and the key to the caged bird that imprisoned freedom is not in words. And breaking the cage with a hammer is not love, but these words are not appropriate whether Naruto says it or through Hinata's body. If you have not experienced the pain of others, Don't easily persuade others to let go. Ask yourself, morality is used to restrain yourself, not to kidnap others. Finally, the game is over. The detonating tag was successfully placed. Hinata did not return to the stands, but walked out of the central tower. She walked along the path with ease and stopped at a shady stone step. A yellow-haired boy was sleeping on the stone steps, which was Naruto's body. A few seconds later, Naruto, lying on the stone steps, suddenly opened his eyes. The noisy cicadas came from the forest, and the sunlight above could not pierce the canopy of the giant trees that blocked the sky. Under the cool shade of the tree, Naruto and Hinata stared at each other for a few seconds. "Are you angry?" Naruto asked tentatively. Hinata shook her head, her jade-like cheeks glowing white, making people want to pinch them. "Why are you unhappy?" "When the game ended, I saw the look of loss on Niji's face. I've never seen him look like that." Hinata said, "Even though Niji won, I still feel bad." "Well, he probably felt frustrated. The genius of the branch family of the Hyuga clan is stronger than the main family." Naruto said, "His pride has been shattered, so he feels lost and even doubts his life." "Then what should I do?" Hinata panicked. I'm actually very weak and afraid to fight with others. If it weren't for Naruto, I might. Maybe I'll get beaten." Naruto asked, "Do you want to get beaten in exchange for Niji's favor towards the main family?" Hinata hesitated. "Don't worry." Naruto reached out and touched Hinata's head, comforting her. "This is not a solution to the problem. The conflict between the main family and the branch family cannot be solved by you alone. The crux is not on you. Naruto-kun, is there no way?" Hinata asked a little aggrieved. "Yes." Naruto said, "Wait until you become the clan leader and completely abolish the caged bird." "But You haven't really thought about robbing for Niji the position of the clan leader, right?" Naruto suddenly laughed and asked. "Yet. I'm just kidding. You don't have to be the clan leader to solve the problem." Naruto said, "Your father is the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. In this case, you just need to convince him to abolish the caged bird seal. The caged bird seal is also to protect the weak members of the Hyuga clan. If the Byakugan cannot be used after being seized, there is no need to seize the Byakugan of the branch family. On the contrary, the main family with perfect Byakugan will bear the risk of being spied on, so the tradition of the branch family protecting the main family has gradually formed. But the root of everything is just because the Byakugan transplant is too convenient and the ability in reconnaissance is too strong, which is why it is spied on by many forces. Just spend your mind on how to protect your eyes, maybe you can slowly get rid of the caged bird." Hinata was stunned by what she heard. She blinked and looked at Naruto and asked. "Naruto-kun, why do you know so much about the Hyuga clan?" Naruto answered casually with a nonchalant look on his face. "I heard it from others." Chapter 57 Only once? Hinata was skeptical, but did not ask again. But Naruto's words did give Hinata hope. This is how to coax a little girl. It doesn't have to be a practical method. It's enough to make constructive suggestions from a high-level perspective. As for how his father should abolish the caged bird and what obstacles he will face, it doesn't matter. At least, now the girl's troubles have flown away and a smile has reappeared on her face. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." "You're welcome. As long as Hinata is happy, it's fine." Hearing this, Hinata blushed again for some reason. Pursuing Hinata, 14.2% of the approval from the Nine Tails. Naruto wanted to pinch Hinata's face, but in the end he kept his sanity and scratched his head and said. "Hinata, you go in first. I'm leaving." "Don't you want to go in and watch the game, Naruto-kun?" Hinata was a little confused. Sakura and Ino's match is about to start. "No." Naruto said awkwardly, "I can't go in if I give up." He thought that even if he could go, it would be embarrassing. Who would he cheer for? Although it was reasonable to cheer for Sakura, it seemed a bit too much to completely give up Ino. Wouldn't it be a fence-sitter if he cheered for both sides? Naruto-kun. Hinata hesitated for a moment, lowered her head and whispered embarrassedly, "You can get on my body." Just like before, although it will be a little uncomfortable, I feel like my brain is about to break down. But if it's not a battle, just watching the game, it shouldn't be like that. I can't get on, I can only use it once. Naruto was a little amused. This is not a life exchange game. Is there such a ninjutsu? It can only be used once? Hinata's tone was a little regretful. Naruto was ashamed, thinking to himself, what are you regretting? If they are caught, both of them will be finished. Yes, it can only be used once. Naruto said. Okay. Naruto. Damn, is this developing some kind of invisibility attribute? When Naruto came to his senses, Hinata had already run away. He could only shake his head and turn to walk towards the exit of the number 44 training ground. Before that, he had to go through the Death Forest alone. The method is feasible, but no one will do it. Generally, candidates leave in groups, and most individuals stay quietly somewhere in the central tower waiting for the end of the exam, and then be escorted by the senior ninjas. But he was too lazy to wait. Since he didn't watch the game, it would be fine to stay here. There is no point. Besides, it is still early for the end of the game, and it is a waste of time to wait any longer. He did not encounter any danger along the way and left the Death Forest smoothly. After a quick meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto returned home to wash up, and then lay down directly. He gained a lot from this Chunin exam, including the lightning-style ninjutsu Lightning Strike and the wind-style ninjutsu Wind Blade. Although the two ninjutsu are not at the full level, they still need practice to maximize their power, but what kind of bicycle is needed? 2 A-level ninjutsu were revealed in one exam, and Hinata's strategy progress also moved forward a step. In general, Naruto still gained in this exam. There are fewer things to do, and it is unexpectedly quiet. Thinking like this, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, in the central tower of the Death Forest, facing Gaara's strong offensive, Xiao Li chose to cheat, and opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates. The two fought hard. Might Guy saw that Xiao Li's body was overloaded at the last moment, and directly terminated the game in the name of the third team's instructor. Xiao Li, who was exhausted by cheating, escaped a disaster and was exempted from the punishment of being banned for 700 episodes. Victory came from being beaten to pieces. Although he was unwilling to accept the fact that Gaara had taken away his photo, he did not dare to be arrogant to Guy. The strange man with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle in front of him was obviously Li's teacher. Li almost kicked him to death. Gaara did not dare to provoke Might Guy and could only leave with a gloomy look. Sakura and Ino tied, the battle was fierce, and both of them fell to the ground. The list of candidates for the Chunin exam was announced: Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara, Hyuga vs Kankuro, Shikamaru vs Temari, Inyazuka Kaiba vs Abarame Shino. Before that, all candidates had a month to prepare. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock rang quickly. Naruto reached out and threw the alarm clock out, turned over and continued to sleep. After the room fell into silence for a few seconds, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang at the same time. Naruto. How long are you going to sleep? You promised to go camping by the river with everyone, and you forgot again. Sakura's voice rang outside the door, accompanied by an impatient knock on the door. Naruto opened his eyes dazedly, as if he remembered. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, he seemed to have agreed to participate in the camping activity of the 10th and 7th classes. All the reasons were because of the sudden good relationship between Ino and Sakura, so that Shikamaru and Koji had to agree to these two strong women and drag Naruto into the water. Sakura, is this where Naruto lives? Ino's voice came from outside the door. You seem to be very familiar with this place. That's because Sakura was about to speak. Suddenly, the door was opened from the inside, and Naruto, who was sleepy in his pajamas, glanced at the two people, yawned and asked suspiciously. When did you two become so close? What do you care? Ignore. Ino made a face. Naruto, you gave up in the second round of the Chunin exam, so you don't know. Sakura hugged Ino beside her, and the two energetic girls stuck together and acted intimate. We have reconciled. Yes. Reconciled. Ino nodded. Oh. Naruto made an ambiguous tone, and it took a long time for him to take care of himself, and the three of them went out together. The river is a little far away from the village. Under the big waterfall, Shikamaru and Koji are waiting there wearing big sun hats. The sun is hanging in the sky, and among the 5 people, only 2 girls are in high spirits. Hey, Naruto, isn't Sasuke coming? Shikamaru yawned and asked with a dead fish eye. Naruto is also very sleepy, and the 2 poor students gathered together to build a barbecue grill. Sasuke can't come. The curse seal on his body seems to be a bit tricky. Kakashi-sensei took him to special training. Special training, Asuma did say hello to me. Congratulations on your promotion, Shikamaru. Naruto said insincerely. Forget it, it's such a troublesome thing. Shikamaru complained without any motivation, I finally got a vacation, but Ino forced me to go camping. Then why don't you just refuse her? Naruto asked while working, and dragged me in. There's no way, Ino usually takes care of us, and this kind of request can't be refused at all. Shikamaru sighed, picked up the fishing rod that he had prepared long ago, and said to Naruto, I'll go catch some fish. Naruto turned his head to look at him, and then stared at the fishing rod in his hand that was obviously worth a lot of money. Where did you get your rod? My father's. He said he was very good at fishing. Chapter 58 You're so nice. In the afternoon, the 5 people worked together and completed all the preparations except for the fish. Naruto patted Shikamaru's shoulder from behind, and the latter looked back at him in confusion. Let me do it. Hearing this, Shikamaru stood up with a long face. It turns out that fishing is not easy. No wonder I don't see my father fishing very often. It's really hard. Naruto echoed, and then caught 5 fish in 5 minutes, which made Shikamaru's eyes go straight. Is it fake? I saw you didn't even hang the bait once. I have a good relationship with that fish. Nonsense. How can this happen? Shikamaru collapsed with his head in his hands. You won't believe it even if I tell you, so it's better not to tell you. Naruto continued fishing and caught 7 or 8 fish in total before stopping. Naruto was packing up his fishing rod and preparing to go back, when Shikamaru came over to help. Naruto simply handed him the fishing rod and asked him to pack it up himself. Shikamaru did not refuse, and the two stood by the river, one reeling in the line, and the other standing and watching. The cool mountain breeze blew over, and the two felt cool all over. Listening to the laughter of Sakura and Ino not far away, Naruto suddenly bumped Shikamaru with his shoulder with emotion. What's wrong? Don't you think this is what summer should really taste like? Naruto said. The taste of summer. Shikamaru followed Naruto's gaze and saw Sakura and Ino grilling fish while talking and laughing, and Koji was sitting aside eating potato chips. Behind them was an eye-catching mountain forest with a cool breeze passing through it. Who do you like? Ino or Sakura? Shikamaru asked with a pair of dead fish eyes without any motivation. I just like the summer atmosphere. Naruto turned to Shikamaru and said, but I still prefer girls in skirts. Is there any difference? Shikamaru showed the same expression as his father, women are the most troublesome. Of course there is a difference. Youth and fat are inseparable. Naruto said casually, looking around bored, speaking of which, the profession of ninja is really not good. I will definitely change my profession when I become an adult. Change to what profession? Shikamaru had too many complaints to complain, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The kind that can travel around the world and wander around. I don't want to discourage you, Naruto, you are still the village's Jinchuriki now. Shikamaru put his arm around Naruto's neck and said in a low voice, just tell me about not being a ninja, don't tell others casually. Got it. Naruto was helpless nodding. But I really can't bear to stay in this village for my whole life. There will be missions, and there will be opportunities to go out. Shikamaru scratched his head and said, if you think about it carefully, we will probably be like my father's generation and will never leave this village in our whole lives. I don't seem to be unwilling. To be precise, my dream is to live an ordinary life. Marry an ordinary wife and repeat some ordinary things every day. Tisk. Naruto pushed away Shikamaru's hand and muttered, generally, people who say this kind of thing only like beautiful girls. Naruto. Shikamaru. What are you two still dawdling about? Ino in the distance waved at the two of them with her hands on her waist and shouted with a smile, the fish is ready, and we also brought the ingredients for the barbecue, come and eat. Okay. The two responded in unison and trotted over. At night, everyone dispersed. Naruto had not walked far when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. The main street of Konoha was brightly lit at this time, and all the shops were brightly lit. Looking down from the sky, it was like a strip of light running through Konoha. Ino was a little out of breath when she ran, and she held her willow waist and said, wait a minute. What's the matter? Naruto had been thinking about what Shikamaru said during the day, so he was not in a good mood. I heard Shikamaru say that you want to leave the village in the future. Ino asked nervously. Did Shikamaru tell you? Naruto asked with some doubt. I forced him to say it. Ino said with her hands pinched, so you want to do it, right? Yet. Naruto did not hide it. Why? Hearing this, Naruto did not answer immediately, but took a step closer and looked at Ino carefully. His scrutiny was like looking at a work of art. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ino took a step back and asked with a little panic. At the same time, she began to regret why she was so impulsive. It was just a thought, but she really caught up and asked, it was so embarrassing. "Ino, you're so nice." Why suddenly say such things?" Ino's face instantly turned red, her hands crossed and twisted together, and she began to stutter. Faced with the sudden praise, she was a little overwhelmed. Naruto said this completely from the heart. Ino was one of the few ninjas with high emotional intelligence and sincerity that he had ever seen. It turned out that she would really run so far in the opposite direction to catch up with him because she was worried about a friend. At this time, Naruto was not going home, and the Hokage rock was in front of him. "Actually, I don't know myself, so I don't know how to answer your question," Naruto said seriously. "At least I have no plans to leave the village in the past few years. I may have plans in the future, but that's a matter for the future." Hearing this, Ino felt a little relieved and said with a red face. "I mean, if you have someone you like in the future, will you stay for her?" "I may prefer freedom." Naruto felt that it would be better not to let Ino have expectations of him. "If you are too full, it will be troublesome if you can't do it." "I see." "Yeah." Naruto nodded, looked at the direction of the Hokage rock and suggested to Ino, "Since we are here, let's go up and take a walk." Ino did not object and followed Naruto silently. The girl did not say a word and seemed particularly quiet. Naruto thought that it seemed that the matter was over. Perhaps because Naruto often ate meat and drank milk recently, he was as tall as Ino, and the two walked on the mountain road one after the other. The lights on the Hokage rock were bright, and the walls of the mountain road were wrapped with small colored lights. Looking at the Hokage rock that was close at hand, Naruto suddenly thought of Teiwa, wondering if that guy had eaten well after leaving him. Before this, the four idiots seemed to be not good at camouflage and survival except for fighting. "Hey, do you want to eat red bean balls?" Ino quickly followed a few steps and handed over a bag of packaged balls. "Eat?" Naruto nodded sharply. "Red bean balls are very sweet, and you won't feel sick of eating a few strings occasionally." Seeing Naruto happy, Ino also smiled, handed over a few strings of red bean balls and said, "Here, I saw you seemed to like it last time." "Thank you, Ino." Naruto took a bite and said vaguely, "I haven't eaten it before." The past he mentioned was before he crossed over. He had never tried it, and later he never had the chance to try it again and came to this world with his eyes open. But the past that Ino thought of was the past when Naruto grew up. The hand holding the bamboo stick trembled slightly, and his lips pursed slightly. Chapter 59. A fox who wants to be strong all his life. Please read it later. Walk up a distance and you will reach the top of the Hokage rock. This is a huge open space with 5 fences set up at the edge for defense. Small colored lights are wrapped from the foot of the mountain along the mountain road all the way to the flat layer on the top of the mountain. Naruto. Danger, come back quickly. Ino stood in the innermost railing and watched Naruto standing on the outermost railing, his tactical boots stepping on a 6 cm diameter steel pipe. The night wind whistled at high altitude, and his whole body swayed with it. "It's okay, I often do this." Naruto was facing Ino, with an empty cliff behind him and a bunch of red bean balls in his hand. This move was too dangerous. Ino felt her heart was about to jump out. She stared at Naruto standing on the outermost side, her heart beating with the slight swing of his body, her brain instantly filled with fear. Blood. It was not her who was standing there, but Ino was still afraid that Naruto would disappear from the railing in the next second. The psychological insecurity made her body tremble slightly, and her throat lost her voice instantly, and she couldn't speak no matter what. "No, don't." Ino took several steps forward, crossed 3 railings and tried to pull Naruto down. She saw Naruto was laughing, with his hands behind his back, and seemed to enjoy the moment. "I won't jump." Naruto came down from the railing, walked to Ino and said, "The night view of the village is still pretty good." "You scared me to death just now." Ino said. "Haha, sorry." Naruto said with a smile, "Actually, it's safe to do that. I often come here when I'm in a bad mood. Even if I accidentally fall, I will be caught by the protruding Hokage rock. Even if that's the case, it's too dangerous." Ino muttered, "Don't do things that make people worry." "Got it." "Naruto, why did you give up at that time?" "No reason, I didn't want to take the exam anyway. Naruto said, by the second exam, the entire Chunin exam was over for me at that time. What about the rest? The rest is meaningless. Hey. Ino was puzzled, wouldn't it be better to become a Chunin earlier? Not so good, I don't want to do troublesome tasks. Naruto said bluntly, besides, my qualifications are too shallow. Even if I win all the games, I can't become a Chunin. It's a complete waste of time. Ino was completely defeated by Naruto's logic, covering her face and saying okay. The two didn't stay for long, nor did they talk about specific things. About half an hour later, they left the Hokage Rock together. Before parting at the intersection, Ino waved to Naruto and asked, Naruto, will you come to my store to buy flowers? Ah. You will have no time for the next month, right? Well, I plan to use it to have a good sleep. Ino. Naruto scratched his head, buying flowers? Buying them for the third generation in advance? Isn't that a bit too much? Ah, comfortable. The electric fan made a teeth-grinding sound, and finally began to turn slowly after 3 sounds. Naruto lay on the ground, groaning faintly. It was hot in the summer, and it was getting hotter outside. Naruto ordered 2 air conditioners yesterday, but the clerk who came to install them took a leave yesterday, so he had to delay it until now. There was a knock on the door, and Naruto thought it should be the air conditioner that came to install. He quickly got up and walked to the door, and opened the door of the apartment with a clatter. What came into view were 2 huge air conditioners, but there was no sign of the installer. Uchiha Sasuke? Is this the air conditioner installation service you booked at the store yesterday? A girl in uniform, who was the same height as Naruto, poked her head out from behind a cardboard box. Her eyes met Naruto's and she was stunned. This look was unmistakable. Teiwa? Are you Uchiha Sasuke? The girl frowned, glanced at the card in her hand, and glanced at Naruto. Teiwa didn't admit it, and Naruto didn't expose her, and continued to fool her. Yes, it's me, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I remember that the Uchiha clan didn't have blonde hair, the girl muttered. Died. Naruto lied without blushing or beating his heart. Is that so? The girl glanced at Naruto again, and then showed amazing strength and directly moved 2 large air conditioners in. Air conditioners are products that appeared at the same time as refrigerators, but they are expensive and ordinary civilians can't afford them. Fortunately, Naruto is not an ordinary person. He bought 2 at one time, which can be regarded as generating income for the store. Just install one, and don't install the other one, just leave it there. Naruto instructed. Okay. The installation process was long and boring. Naruto watched the whole process, and only handed the girl an ice cream with a bang until the process was completed. Thank you. The girl did not refuse, and sat cross-legged on the ground skillfully, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner. Well, you recognized me, right? I guess so. Naruto licked the ice cream and asked while lying on the ground, so you just found a job to make a living during this period? Yeah. Teiwa nodded, the other 3 idiots can't learn, so I have to do it alone. Oh. Naruto thought to himself, it turns out that undercover agents also have to do odd jobs, which is really hard. It's so comfortable. Yeah, it's so comfortable. Teiwa echoed, imitating Naruto lying on the ground and closing his eyes. I don't know how long it took. Want to eat barbecue? Naruto suddenly asked. Maybe I don't have time. Teiwa replied. That's a shame. Naruto said, I don't want to go alone. Yet. The next day, in the sealed space. The 9-tailed fox looked at the pile of furniture that was like a small mountain, and was suddenly speechless. It looked at Naruto who was using a pump to suck out wastewater and said. Human, is this how the 4-symbol seal works? Seal a bunch of home appliances. Hearing this, Naruto stopped what he was doing, rolled up his sleeves and shouted to the 9-tailed fox. Just say you want to want it. You bastard. I'll take it with reluctance, but don't think I'll be nice to you. 9-tail said arrogantly. Tisk. Naruto said without turning his head, Kurama, I'm not doing this for you, I just have too much money and nowhere to spend it, I'm really bored so I'm out of pity for you and get you all these things. Ha, I want you to pity me. In that case, then this DVD player. Have pity on me. 9-tail gave in quickly, and a smile flashed across Naruto's lips. Just now he had let Ninetale try the joy of the DVD player, and the fox was already addicted, useless. Okay, then I'll have pity on you. Naruto neatly placed the DVD player where Ninetale could reach it, wiped his sweat and said, that over there is an air conditioner, I guess you don't need it, but it doesn't matter, it's a gift for you. That one over there is a refrigerator, and that one is. Naruto recited a bunch of things, do you understand now? The Ninetales didn't understand at all, but it nodded anyway. Human, don't underestimate my wisdom. Chapter 60 Jiraiya. Naruto didn't care whether the Ninetales really understood or not, anyway, these were just his impulses. It happened that he had promised the Ninetales last time, so he just took advantage of the free time to do the things. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto's consciousness disappeared from the sealed space. The sky gradually darkened, and the midsummer night was sultry. At the door of the convenience store, Naruto, who was squatting on the roadside licking an ice cream, saw a pair of men's legs. What is that? Damn little devil, called Toad Sage. And don't block the way. Naruto sucked the ice cream, his smooth forehead was exposed. He was used to not wearing a forehead protector when not on a mission. No one cares, so he can do whatever he wants. Low-level tricks. Jiraiya frowned, what do you know as a kid? I was just collecting materials. You were slapped for flirting with someone, and a pervert followed a girl and was chased for 8 blocks, and you spied on me. Jiraiya was surprised, how did you know? I opened VIP rooms in all the hot spring baths in Konoha. Damn, how can you be so rich? Jiraiya's forehead was sweating, and he began to realize that something was wrong. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. After that, Naruto ate the ice cream clean, stood up with an ice cream stick, looked at Jiraiya and said, Uncle, I think you should be a down-and-out writer, right? Oh? How did you know that? Jiraiya was interested and smiled expectantly. It's easy to recognize, with a wretched appearance, lustful, suspicious behavior, and strange words like source material. If he's not a writer, then he's just a pervert. Hearing Naruto's words that didn't sound like praise, Jiraiya's smile froze. Naruto ignored Jiraiya's expression and talked to himself. But I guess even if you are a writer, you must be an 18+ writer, and you don't have any outstanding works. Don't judge people by appearance, kid. The book I wrote is a best-selling, ancient, and wonderful book. Jiraiya couldn't stand Naruto's nonchalant tone, and argued a little bit. Ancient and wonderful book? Uncle, have you read Jinping Mei? What plum? Jiraiya was slightly stunned. Hearing the title of the book gave him goosebumps. Plum blossoms have a special status in the ninja culture circle. They are more beautiful than cherry blossoms. Geishas will wear plum blossoms in February, and girls from the land of fire will say to their lovers, my heart is like plum blossoms. These metaphorical words are like the moonlight is so beautiful. These are confession sentences. Such pure and beautiful flowers should be stored in the most elegant container, but the golden bottle, such a tacky container, is combined with plum blossoms, giving people a hazy feeling of being unattainable yet decadent. Just reading the name, you know that this is a genius work. Tell me quickly, where can I buy that book? Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's hand and asked with a little excitement. It is an ancient book found in the garbage dump. I was lucky enough to read it, but it was a fragment. Naruto casually broke the stick of the popsicle and told Jiraiya a story about Pan Jinlian. Even though Naruto spoke incoherently and the words were very casual, Jiraiya still easily got into it. A good story has no dimensions, and Jiraiya's eyes lit up for a while, and then the story came to an abrupt end. That's it. You continue. Jiraiya was a little frustrated. I forgot. Naruto broke the stick of the popsicle in half. Throw the popsicle stick into the trash can, and I'm going home. Jiraiya was halfway through the story, and when he was full of inspiration, he would never let Naruto leave like that, and hurriedly followed him. How can you leave halfway through like that? Can you at least tell me what happened after you knocked over the bamboo pole? It's so bitter to hear it, it sounds like a story. I forgot it, so I forgot it. Naruto ignored Jiraiya and walked forward without looking back. You little brat, why can't you make sense? Jiraiya stretched out his big hand to grab Naruto. But Naruto seemed to have eyes on his back, and suddenly turned sideways to avoid Jiraiya's grab. Jiraiya's pupils dilated, thinking that his speed should not be slow, and it was not something a genin could dodge. He grabbed again with his backhand, and Naruto jumped away. After a few steps, he climbed up the tree with both feet, jumped onto the roof, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya stood there, the night wind blew across his white robe. He was stunned for a long time and then smiled. This child and his father have two extreme temperaments. If Minato and his wife were still here, it would be a headache. Wearing wooden clogs, Jiraiya sighed and walked away in another direction. He didn't want to come back this time. He didn't agree with the ideas of the old guys in Konoha. It was better to collect intelligence outside than to stay in this depressing village. After leaving, Naruto didn't go home. After wandering around the street, he went to the flower shop of the Yamanaka family. He hadn't seen Hinata for a month, so the barbecue he had agreed to was naturally a long way off. After wandering around the street for a month, Naruto had become a qualified street urchin. But this boring life will soon end, because tomorrow is the third round of the Chunin exam. Ino was bored watching the store, and was about to close the store when the wind chime at the door rang. "Welcome Naruto." Ino blinked. "Why are you here?" "Buying flowers." Naruto, you actually know how to buy flowers?" Ino said, but she still stood up. "Let me help you choose, who are you going to give it to? Please don't ask about the privacy of guests at will, okay?" Naruto complained, "I want a white chrysanthemum, please help me pack it." Ino neatly wrapped the white chrysanthemum and looked up and asked, "Who are you going to commemorate?" "Ah, yes." Naruto couldn't say that he prepared it for the third generation for convenience. Chapter 61 Sincerity is a surefire move, please read it later. "Sorry, please accept my condolences," Ino said with some guilt. "You don't need to apologize for that kind of thing." Naruto took the white chrysanthemum and was about to pay when he suddenly saw a red flower. Perhaps he felt that one flower was too few, so he habitually took one and pointed to the red flower and said, "Ino, can you help me wrap that flower too?" That okay." Ino turned around to take the flowers and wrap them up quickly, a total of 50 taels. "Are you going to give it to Sakura? She seems to be training in the medical class recently." Naruto paid, took the flowers and handed the wrapped rose flower to Ino. "Ah!" Ino was stunned for a moment. "Is there anything wrong with the flowers?" "For you." Naruto passed the flowers forward again, and Ino reached out to take them. "Why did you send flowers suddenly?" Ino was a little confused. She didn't expect Naruto to buy flowers for her. Although there was no shortage of flowers at home, but no reason, I just suddenly remembered it. "Thank you Ino for taking care of me. It's also normal." Naruto put away the white chrysanthemum and stared at Ino. "Your words make sense, but it still feels weird." Ino looked away, laughed dryly, and said, "I always feel like adults are sending flowers to each other. Don't say that weird thing. If you don't want it, I won't send it." Naruto wanted to reach out to take it. "No, there's no reason to take back a gift that's been sent. Besides I didn't say I don't want it." Ino tightly protected the wrapped rose. Naruto was just pretending to take it, and didn't really want to snatch it, so he said goodbye and left. The next day, the Envy found the body of Moonlight Gale on a roof. His body was cut by a sharp blade and there was a fatal wound on his neck. At the same time, the third round of the Chunin exam jointly held by the Wind Country and the Fire Country was also opened. Unlike the first two rounds, the third round will be held in an arena that can accommodate 10,000 people, and the nobles and ladies of the Fire Country will come out. For these well-fed and well-clothed nobles, watching ninja fights is as elegant as having a party at home. The nobles occupy a large amount of land and production tools. The annual rent and tax benefits from the Fire Country are enough for their daily squandering. Naruto used to envy these rich people, and he still envies them now. Those people are not as rich as him now, but they know how to enjoy life. Unlike Naruto, who has money but cannot spend it all. Buying expensive home appliances, eating barbecue, and taking baths everywhere are already the limit of consumption. This body is still too small to do things that burn money. The venue is very lively inside and outside, and the atmosphere of the formal examination is as grand as a festival. The pedestrians on the street are bustling, and the vendors are working hard to promote their products. Wine and red bean balls are the most popular. Naruto walked on the street, carrying a bag of food and heading towards the training ground. Perhaps because of the formal examination, there was no one in the training ground, probably all of them went to the big after all, who would go to a remote training ground to train on such a grand day. Naruto didn't come for training either, He had never trained before. It was still early, and the forest in the early morning was unusually quiet. Naruto stood in the training ground, looking around as if looking for something. "Naruto-kun, why are you here?" Suddenly, Hinata's figure timidly emerged from the wooden stakes in the training ground, and asked carefully with her hands pinched. At this time, Hinata was wearing a light blue long-sleeved retro jacket on her upper body and a pair of black 3/4 straight pants on her lower body, which made her look dignified and beautiful. "Send food." Naruto raised the craft paper bag in his hand and said, "Didn't we make an appointment to eat barbecue last time? I haven't seen you all the time." "Sorry, I've been training," so Hinata lowered her head. She didn't want to say that her father had completely ignored her, so she had been training with gritted teeth just to prove herself. "It's okay." Naruto walked over, handed the paper bag to Hinata and said, "Hinata, you'll definitely become stronger if you work so hard." "I haven't changed anything." Hinata said dejectedly, "Last time I faced Brother Niji, it was you who helped me to hold on for a few rounds. I think if it were me, I might not be able to hold on for even one round." "You can't say that." Naruto took out a bunch of meatballs from the bag and took a bite to comfort him. "Hinata, you know you can't win but you still insist. That's brave enough. Becoming stronger is not something that can be done overnight. You still have to have some confidence in yourself." "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Hinata looked up and smiled again, "I know, I'll work hard." "Then do you want to eat?" "Yet." Hinata felt a little uncomfortable with Naruto's frank look and was suddenly at a loss. "This is red bean balls, that is fried tempura, cake." Naruto searched for a while and handed them to Hinata. "You can eat this, right?" "Yeah, I can eat it." "What about this?" "This tastes good, although I haven't eaten it much, but the boss said it's very popular with girls." Naruto took out a lot of snacks, as if he really came to send food to Hinata. "Naruto-kun." Naruto looked up and looked at Hinata. "Thank you." "Okay." Hinata was stunned. No one would say okay. When facing thanks, shouldn't it be normal to say it's okay? Naruto's okay made Hinata unable to do it, and her face instantly turned red. "Naruto-kun." Naruto looked up and looked at Hinata. "Thank you." "Okay." Hinata was stunned. No one would say okay. When facing thanks, shouldn't it be okay? Naruto's okay made Hinata unable to do it, and her face instantly turned red. "What's wrong with you?" "I was thinking, Naruto-kun, why are you so nice to me?" Hinata looked away and said, "It's hard to please people like me. I fail at everything I do and I'm very cowardly." "You've done great. I don't know why you feel inferior, Hinata, but I think you're actually very gentle to people. Your companions must like you very much, so don't worry about this kind of thing." Hearing this, Hinata raised her eyes and glanced at him secretly, and the action was as cute as a kitten. Then she quickly lowered her head, showing an embarrassed expression, pursing her lips and showing a faint smile. Naruto's unexpected frankness made Hinata smile, which was very difficult to show in front of outsiders. Even though Naruto didn't have the kind of opposite-sex feelings for Hinata at the moment, his heartbeat inevitably accelerated. "Naruto-kun, I'm very happy." Hinata smiled softly and stuttered, "This is the first time someone praised me like that, so you'll hear it often in the future, so it's okay." Naruto said, "The Chunin exam is about to start, aren't you going?" "Sorry Naruto-kun, Kaiba and the others have agreed to go together." Hinata's face was full of guilt. "It's okay, I'll go first." Naruto said goodbye to Hinata. "Goodbye Hinata, cheer up." Yet. Hinata's face showed a shy expression. "Goodbye Naruto-kun." Chapter 62 Uzumaki Naruto, you're under arrest. Strategy to capture Hinata, Ninetales approval 16.1%. Naruto walked into the arena and looked around for a long time before finding the team. Ino and Sakura, who didn't have to play, sat together and were talking about something. Koji, who was eating potato chips, was watching the lively scene with great interest. When he saw Naruto coming, he raised his fat paw and waved. "Here! Here!" Seeing this, Naruto squeezed through the dense crowd and found a seat. The four people lined up in a row, and Naruto sat next to Koji. He asked before he sat down. "Koji, is your injury better?" In the extra test of the second exam of the Chunin exam, Koji lost to Inuzuka Kaiba. After taking the pill, Koji's body was damaged so much that he was directly carried into the Konoha hospital by the medical team. It's completely fine now. Koji showed a silly smile on his face, but it's too much for you to send 4 or 5 boxes of fruit, right? My dad was scared by you, and I don't like to eat fruit. Being picky about food is not a good habit. Eat fruit on time during the recovery period, Koji. The moment Naruto sat down, he habitually reached out and grabbed a handful of potato chips. By the way, Naruto picked up a paper bag and distributed the canned drinks that he had prepared long ago to the 3 people. He just looked up and saw Sakura on the far left seemed a little absent-minded. What's wrong, Sakura? Ah. What? Sakura, who was called, suddenly came back to her senses and met Naruto's puzzled eyes. You seem to be worried. Sakura must be worried about Sasuke. She hasn't seen him for a month. Ino said. Sakura did not deny it, but lowered her head and said depressedly. Teacher Kakashi came to me once half a month ago. He said that the curse seal on Sasuke has a great side effect, and there may be accidents during training. He asked me to find a way to reserve a bed for Sasuke. What happened later? Ino asked. Sakura shook her head and said, nothing happened. Isn't this a good thing? Naruto cracked open the can and drank a sip. Sasuke has always wanted to become stronger. He has said before that he wants revenge. If the curse seal can give him strength. But that's too dangerous. Sakura said with a dazed look on her face. Well, there is still a match for Sasuke today, right? Ino saw that the atmosphere was not right and spoke up to smooth things over. Naruto didn't say anything else. Sasuke lives for revenge and it is impossible for him to settle down as Sakura wished. The hatred of the young man grows wildly like weeds in the wilderness. As long as there is a little spark, the wildfire will connect the sky. Sakura doesn't understand what genocide hatred means, and no one can really empathize with him. If Uchiha Sasuke lets go of his hatred one day, he must be dead at that moment, and he is just a shell when he is alive. As a companion, it is better to let him take revenge easily and happily instead of stopping him. But even so, Naruto will not try to change Sakura's mind. The competition has already begun. Kankuro gave up at the beginning, and Hyaganiji advanced. The moment the two came on stage, the crowd around them cheered. They didn't know what a ninja was, nor did they know what ninjutsu was. They just reveled according to their life philosophy. Even if they were called trash, they still believed that the village's ninja would protect them. Naruto tilted his head back and took a sip of the drink, holding the can with his knuckles. Listening to the cheers of the arena with tens of thousands of people, looking at their excited appearance, they looked like the audience in the Colosseum. The idea of changing a person's mind is ridiculous in itself. At the beginning of the game, Kankuro gave up directly, and Hyaganiji advanced. At the same time as the first round was a bye, the second round of the match between Inuzuka Kaiba and Aberame Shino started directly. The two fought back and forth. Both the Inuzuka clan and the Aberame clan relied on animals to gain perception in the direction of reconnaissance, and the battle was quite exciting. But when the overwhelming insects swept the arena, the audience saw nothing, and Inuzuka Kaiba fell down. The third match was between Gaara from the Sand Village and Uchiha Sasuke, which was also the biggest highlight of this Chunin exam. As a result, the two pillars did not arrive on time, and the referee team stood there and discussed for a long time and decided to judge Sasuke to forfeit. The audience was excited and cursed directly. I bought all the Uchiha brats to win, and you told me that you don't want to compete. Can't it be postponed? You have to judge him as a loser. We have waited for so long, and you show us this. Fuck. Give me back. This was what Naruto shouted when he stood up. Give me back. Give me back. For a while, the voices of giving back money were like a tide, starting from the cheap stands on the top floor and spreading all the way to the civilian stands. Koji on the side was stunned, and the potato chips in his hand fell to the ground, looking at Naruto in shock. Naruto turned around and frowned at Koji, Ino, and Sakura, who were all confused. Come on, shout together. Do you want Sasuke to be sentenced to forfeit? Naruto ignored them and jumped onto the railing to continue shouting in protest. Relying on the fact that he was a ninja, he threw the ken in his hand into the field and shouted an extremely inflammatory roar. Another shady deal. Postpone it for me. The audience in the stands were immediately excited and protested wildly to the referee team headed by Shiranui Genma. Postpone. We want to watch Uchiha Sasuke's game. Postpone. I have invested all my wealth in Uchiha. If you don't postpone it, I will jump here. Just when Naruto was about to organize the audience to riot, 2 pairs of hands were placed on his left and right shoulders respectively. He looked up and saw 2 Anbu. Naruto's face suddenly became embarrassed, and he coughed and shouted to the front. Quality. Where is the quality? It's too much. The Anbu stared at Naruto coldly, and the hands on his shoulders were like iron clamps. Naruto Uzumaki, you are under arrest for inciting a riot. You arrested the wrong person, hey. Naruto refused to accept it, but was still taken away. Damn it, I want to see the Hokage. The Hokage doesn't have time to see you. I am a law-abiding villager, you can't arrest me. Hey. I have made an indelible contribution to the peace of the village. As the Anbu ninja left, Naruto's voice gradually faded away. Sakura, Ino, and Koji in the stands were all dumbfounded. The 3 of them looked at each other and felt that reality was too damn magical. Naruto Koji opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I'm worried. Sakura stood up and walked in the direction where the Anbu took Naruto away. Sakura, I'll go with you. Ino quickly got up and followed. What are you doing? There's no point in going there, right? Koji sat there, and before he could put a mouthful of potato chips into his mouth, he suddenly froze as if he remembered something. His pupils dilated, and he stood up suddenly, not caring about the potato chips falling on the ground, and turned around and trotted to catch up. No. Those 2 people are not ANBU ninjas. At this time, goose feathers suddenly floated on the stands like snow. It seemed that someone was chanting a ballad, which made people dream. Chapter 63, Please read, Law-abiding villagers, afraid that the 3rd generation will not die. Hey, I say it's about time to let me go. Naruto complained while kicking his feet in the air. You are so talkative, kid. The ANBU man said, if you keep talking nonsense, I will pull out your tongue. Then pull it out. Naruto opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, deliberately provocative. You are looking for death. As they spoke, the 2 men reached out to grab Naruto's head. However, Naruto was not idle either. He actually drew his sword from the sealed space and slashed at the 2 men. Originally, he planned to drag the 2 men into the sealed space and let the 9 tails swallow them. Anyway, as long as they entered the sealed space, the ninjas who were not too powerful could hardly cause any trouble. But because he was aware that he had to go in with the 2 men, he simply gave up for safety reasons. The sword started, and the wind blade followed closely. The 2 Anbu ninjas jumped in 2 opposite directions, but the next second, Naruto used a flying thunder god kunai to directly switch positions and fiercely pressed the molten magma on the face of the Anbu ninja who had already been exposed. That taste was even more sour than the old instant noodles. Another fake ninja from the Anbu did not expect Naruto to be so cruel. He Ban's bony face froze for a second. It was this second that gave Naruto the opportunity. He threw out 3 kunai, including a flying thunder god kunai. He used the same trick again, lava release, press the big face technique. The moment the scream sounded, it suddenly stopped as the vitality disappeared. Sakura pushed through the crowded crowd and gritted her teeth to chase in the direction where the Anbu who was carrying Naruto out disappeared. But for some reason, the more she chased, the more people blocked her way. The audience in the arena seemed to have the same face, and the road to the stands seemed to have no end. Sakura only felt that the front was very cold and her feet were very cold. All the noise disappeared, and she fell to the ground and almost collapsed. Sakura, wake up, Sasuke is here. A familiar voice woke her up, and Sakura opened her eyes suddenly, and saw Naruto squatting on the ground with a grin on his face. Master Sasuke is still useful. Before he finished speaking, Sakura suddenly hugged him and burst into tears for no reason. Listening to the long-suppressed cry, Naruto was confused and his shoulders were wet. He looked up and met the eyes of Ino who was struggling to break the illusion behind Sakura, and Naruto was embarrassed. I'll go find Koji. Naruto handed Sakura to Ino and ran away decisively. Shinji fell asleep in the crowd, and when he was woken up by Naruto, his brain obviously hadn't reacted yet. Where are the Anbu ninjas? What are the Anbu ninjas? You must have remembered it wrong. Naruto coughed, helped Koji up, and pointed at the purple barrier on the highest stand and the audience who were all asleep. Koji, the enemy is coming. Enemy. Koji's fat body shuddered. Where is Shikamaru? Next to you. Naruto pointed to the boy in the fishnet top lying on the ground. Naruto, why don't you help Shikamaru break the illusion? Koji hurried over and shook Shikamaru desperately. Shikamaru, wake up, the enemy is coming. Because I don't know how to break the illusion. Naruto squatted aside and complained. The order in the arena has collapsed. The ninjas from the Sand Village and the Sound Village have infiltrated the entire village. The audience in the stands are all hypnotized by illusions. A layer of purple flame array barrier has been unfolded at the highest point of the Hokage viewing platform, isolating the Hokage guards of the Anbu. The Hokage was kidnapped, and a large number of Sand Village and Sound Ninja are rushing here. In the venue, the senior ninjas Might Guy and Kakashi also arrived with Sasuke. The Konoha collapse plan was advanced, and Gaara was still in full health. Now, only they, the junior ninjas, can move freely. Shikamaru. Koji shook Shikamaru and shouted. Damn it! Stop shaking! Are you serious? Shikamaru grabbed Koji. I don't want to get involved in trouble. I won't go. Koji. Kakashi flashed here and knocked away several flying kunai. He glanced at Naruto, then at Sakura who came over, summoned the ninja dog Puck, and spoke seriously. Team 7 assembles urgently, A-level mission, stop Gaara from Tsunagakure from destroying the village. Lee and Niji also arrived, and Kai ordered them to assist the first team of the torture unit to protect Konoha and stop the enemy. Inyazuka Kaiba, Hyuga Hinata and Abarame Shino from the red team have been ordered to assist in the investigation. Asuma didn't come, and Ino Shikamaru and Koji were assigned by Kakashi to a task of protecting the nobles of the Land of Fire. The new generation of Ino Shikajo has a special status in Konoha, and the three are not his disciples, so Kakashi can't give two dangerous tasks. Move! Kakashi and Might Guy ordered at the same time. The genin split into several directions and disappeared immediately. Might Guy's Taijutsu team is really good at fighting. They are all monsters, including Lee with unlimited 8 gates, Niji with absolute defense, and Tenten, the weapon master. For them who are not newcomers, the task of assisting the Chunin to block the enemies entering the village is not too difficult. Kakashi, will the mission of Team 7 be too dangerous? Might Guy kicked a sound ninja away with a Konoha whirlwind, and said back to back with Kakashi. Well, I still know the strength of my disciples. Kakashi said lazily, anyway, I believe they are already excellent genin and can work together to complete the mission. Is your curse seal okay? Naruto asked casually during the attack. Yet. Sasuke's reaction was very cold. Sakura didn't say anything, and followed closely behind the two. Emergency combat was not easy for her. This was a real life and death fight. She instinctively abandoned all her messy thoughts and was fully alert. The forest beside her was getting denser and denser. The ninja dog Parker, who followed the three people on the mission, suddenly shrugged and complained to Naruto. Little ghost, why do you smell so much blood? Hearing this, Sakura was startled, as if she remembered something. She was in a genjutsu at that time, half asleep and half awake, and forgot to ask Naruto how he escaped from the two fake Enbu. Me. Naruto sniffed while grabbing the clothes while rushing, no smell. Are you as good as my nose? Parker's forehead flashed 3 black lines. Ah, the two Enbu who caught me were fighting each other, and I got close to watch the excitement for a while. Naruto made up a story, there are so many crazy people these days. Hey, you have to make your lies more convincing. Don't you feel guilty for deceiving your senior? Parker glanced at the yellow-haired man beside him. I don't have a conscience, so annoying. Naruto said dissatisfiedly. Look, the village is like that, the third Hokage won't die, will he? Chapter 64 I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. The third Hokage is very strong? How could he die? Parker glanced at Naruto, Konoha has been in chaos before, it's not always good. But I bought flowers. Naruto said for no reason. He added in his heart, if the third Hokage doesn't die, wouldn't the flowers be bought in vain? Hey? What flowers? Parker was confused. Naruto didn't say anything, but muttered in his heart that he bought the best white chrysanthemum specially, 30 taels. There are enemies chasing us from behind, about 8 people. Parker suddenly said. As a ninja dog, Kakashi's dog, its sense of smell is extremely outstanding even among all the ninja dogs. When the pursuers appeared in the back, Parker easily sensed their existence and number. Parker, can you sense their strength? Sasuke asked. I'm a sensing ninja dog, not a fortune-teller toad sage. If we don't deal with them in time, we will be attacked from both sides if we continue like this, right? Sakura asked. Well, we can only deal with them first. Sasuke said, the terrain of the Konoha forest is favorable to us. If we ambush them, we may be able to catch them off guard. In that case, let's decide it. Naruto nodded solemnly. Parker, you stay and ambush them. What? Sasuke, Sakura, TT. The forest is full of green shade, and the giant trees cover the sky. The three people and the dog kept walking, jumping quickly between the tree trunks. Parker looked at the yellow-haired man in the team with contempt. The latter had no guilt on his face and even smiled seriously. Please, Parker. Damn it. I'm a perception ninja dog, not a fighting dog. If you want to make a wish, go to the shrine. Kid. You're the dog. What does it matter? You're not going to die. It hurts, damn it. How can Kakashi have a disciple like you? Ninja dogs are also ninjas, isn't patience a virtue? Be a human being. Please. Listening to the quarrel between a man and a dog, Sasuke's face was full of black lines, and he interrupted coldly. Stop quarreling, Parker, how far are the enemies from us? Less than 3,000 meters. Sasuke stopped, held the tree trunk and turned to look at Sakura and Naruto, and said. Wait for them here. The surroundings were lush and dim, and the towering trees almost blocked all the light. The few rays of sunlight seemed barren, and the illuminated places emitted a few wisps of almost transparent smoke. Before the battle began, Naruto suddenly spoke. Sakura, prepare the illusion. The sound ninja is too strong, we must be cautious. Hearing this, Sakura nodded seriously to show that she had received it. Parker on the side was a little nervous. Last time in the Wave Country mission, Zabuza and Haku died too quickly. So Kakashi did not summon the ninja dog to assist in the battle, and Parker naturally did not know the strength of the three Kakashi disciples in front of him. Turning around, the handsome boy with an indifferent face had red eyes, blood red and scary. Looking to the other side, the yellow-haired man pulled out a katana from nowhere. Hey? Wait, where did this kid pull out the katana? How okay, so familiar? When Kakashi was in the Anbu, he used this kind of katana, right? Sakura's mind was in a mess. Facing the battle that was about to begin, she was so nervous that she couldn't help but have wild thoughts. The medical department was almost full of perverts. It was common for them to perform surgery with a chakra knife in one hand and chat at the same time. Sometimes, the patient's leg bones were cooked in the pot, and the ninjas in the medical department talked about which store in Konoha had the best bone soup. Over time, Sakura felt that her nerves were no longer so sensitive. As long as it was not too outrageous, her heart would not be disturbed. The more nervous she was at this moment, the more various thoughts flashed through her mind like an electric shock. During the 1-month training in the medical department, she was afraid that Sasuke would get into trouble more than once. But the more so, she would sometimes have some strange thoughts in her mind. For example, she really hoped that Sasuke would be seriously injured and dying, so that she could see him. The distance of 3 kilometers was not long, and there was not much time for the few people to prepare. Here we come. Parker reminded. Sakura stared at the black shadows falling not far away, and quickly formed seals with her hands to activate the illusion in advance. The light around them flickered, and the scene in the forest seemed unreal. The 8 Otoshi who landed on the ground obviously found something wrong, but it was too late. The 8 people were masked and wore forehead protectors in the shape of Otoshi. When they landed, they formed a triangular formation and looked around vigilantly. Several kunai shot out from the forest, as sharp as arrows of the full moon. But the few people didn't take it to heart, just sneered and jumped away. At the moment when the few people jumped collectively, something happened. The silk thread in the air, which was not easy to detect, suddenly tightened. The 4 Otoshi who were deeply trapped in the illusion and slow to react did not realize the existence of the silk thread at all. When they were instantly bound and tied to the tree trunk, they realized that something was wrong. This is the Uchiha clan's windmill 3 swords. Parker in the dark was stunned. On the battlefield, the Uchiha clan became famous not only for their nearly demonic Sharingan and physical skills, but also for their nearly miraculous ninja tool manipulation skills. The shuriken throwing technique is the basic secret technique of the Uchiha clan, and the 3 windmill swords used together with the silk thread are a more sophisticated shuriken technique. Uchiha Sasuke pulled the silk thread on each of his feet, bit a silk thread with his teeth, and tightened it fiercely. At the same time, he threw away the silk thread with both hands and quickly formed the tiger seal. Fire escape. Dragon fire technique. Suzuki perfectly reproduced the attack type sea-level ninjutsu used in the battle with Orochimaru in the Death Forest. The fire directly hit the four Tide ninjas, and the next second Suzuki had already started to rush and harvest with Chidori. On the other side, Naruto and Sakura cooperated and used illusion to make the other four people stunned for a short time in the air. Naruto first stabbed a man's neck with a knife, and blood splattered immediately. Before the blood had time to stain his clothes, Naruto's figure disappeared out of thin air. It happened that the flying thunder god Kunao also reached the top of the other two people's heads. Naruto directly activated the flying thunder god exchange, put the sword into the sealed space, and instantly activated the burning lava escape. It was still a familiar formula, still a familiar taste. Naruto slapped the two stunned sound ninjas on the face with two slaps, and the magma covered their faces, killing them instantly. The remaining person was also shot in the throat by Sakura with two kunao, and his life was directly cut off. The 8 sound ninjas, the two teams were wiped out in an instant, and Parker, who was hiding in the dark, almost vomited blood. Is this what you said about the sound ninja being too strong? Chapter 65, Seeking follow-up reading, Shikaku, it's over, this high-end game. The enemy is too scary. Naruto complained as he pulled away. Yet. Sakura nodded in agreement. In this kind of ambush, the tactic of long-range illusion plus kunao throwing is more sensible. Even though she has mastered the chakra scalpel technique now, medical ninjas will not go forward for close combat unless they have no choice. Not everyone is Tsunade, and that kind of superpowered princess plus nearly immortal blood recovery ninjutsu can only be described as legendary. Parker didn't speak and remained silent throughout the whole process. Suzuki didn't have much expression on his face. During the intervals of the attack, he would occasionally ask Parker how far away from Gaara he was. Hey, Parker, who is stronger, the third Hokage or Orochimaru? Naruto asked boredly. Parker was a little speechless. Although he didn't want to pay attention to the yellow-haired man, he had to act together, so he said perfunctorily. Orochimaru is the disciple of the third Hokage. The disciple can't beat the teacher. That's not necessarily true. Naruto said, people's reactions and physical strength will decline as they get older. Orochimaru looks very young. You kid, it seems like you are hoping something happens to the third Hokage. Parker noticed something was wrong and looked at Naruto in a speechless manner. How could that be? I'm a law-abiding villager. Naruto laughed twice. After a long time, he spoke again to break the silence. Parker, Orochimaru is stronger, right? He's catching up. Parker reminded with a serious expression. Hearing this, Suzuki and Sakura frowned, but Naruto didn't feel anything. He had no interest in carrying out such a mission. It's just because of work I don't want to chase anything Igara. He really wants to go to the funeral of the third generation after get off work. He wants to sit at the table with the children. While complaining in his heart, Parker suddenly stopped. Naruto looked carefully and saw Temari and Kankuro with Gaara staring at the three of them and the dog. Uchiha Suzuki. Gaara seemed to have entered an excited state, staring at Uchiha Suzuki. Ignore me? That's perfect. Naruto looked like he didn't want to fight, with his hands behind his head, and silently moved to the side. According to convention, evenly matched opponents will talk nonsense before fighting. The 3 members of Team 7 had just finished a battle and were happy to rest for a while. Suzuki didn't do anything either, and returned the same look to Gaara, taking out the shuriken from his ninja waist bag and said. Where do you want to escape to? Just finish the game that hasn't started yet. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Gaara stood on a high tree trunk, folded his arms and stared at Suzuki condescendingly. We'll know if we have a chance of winning after we fight. Suzuki sneered. Suzuki means you can't do it. Naruto suddenly started to translate, I can beat you through with my feet. Suzuki was confused and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto said in a low voice with an expression that said I understand. I think what you said is still too conservative. Let me help you translate. Gaara was obviously doubly stimulated, his eyes were red, and he looked like he was about to go berserk. You are looking for death, Uchiha Suzuki, I will kill you. I hope you don't lose too badly. He said he didn't want to lose to an ugly monster. Suzuki. Uchiha. Suzuki. Temari was quick-witted and pulled out the fan behind her, shouting at Kankuro in a deep voice. Quick! Take Gaara away, don't lose control here. I'll stop them. Kankuro gritted his teeth, reluctantly put his arm around Gaara, and said. Plan is the most important thing, control it. Sure enough, hearing the word plan, Gaara's anger dropped a little, and he let Kankuro take him away. Temari waved a fan, and a violent gust of wind swept through the mountains and forests, whistling with dead branches and leaves that made it impossible to open your eyes. Naruto didn't want to chase Gaara at all, so he volunteered. Sasuke, Sakura, you go first, I'll deal with this guy. Naruto's plan was to fight Temari here and then rush to work when it was almost done, and take advantage of Gaara and Sasuke fighting hard to attack. A wonderful tactic, killing two birds with one stone by slacking off and working. It was obviously unrealistic to let Sakura stay to deal with Temari. A medical ninja with long-range illusions against a magician like Temari who could be used at both close and far distances might end up dying miserably. But Naruto didn't want to get entangled with Gaara, so. Then be careful. Sasuke rushed directly in another direction, followed by Sakura and Parker. Want to leave? No way. Temari shouted, and another door was sent towards Sasuke and the others, intending to block their way out. Hey, you bad woman in sexy clothes, your opponent is me. How could Naruto let Temari interfere with his plan to slack off? Nezusa must be a hero, and he has to subdue Gaara. Maybe he can open a Sharingan after being beaten up, isn't it wonderful? It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Wind escape. Wind blade. Several wind blades appeared in the air, collided fiercely with the strong wind, and then cancelled each other out. Before leaving, Sasuke slightly turned his head and glanced at Naruto. Sasuke was a little unwilling to accept that Naruto suddenly used the wind escape ninjutsu that he had never seen before. After finally learning Chidori, damn, that guy also learned a new ninjutsu. The pressure of becoming stronger is getting greater and greater, making Sasuke feel a little tired. What did you call me? Temari was furious. Sexy woman. Naruto repeated again. Go to hell. Temari was furious at Naruto's words, and she didn't care to continue to stop Sasuke. The 3-star fan was fully opened, and a ninjutsu several times more powerful than before was offered. The huge fan surface raised several gusts of wind. Ninjutsu, wind, sand and dust jutsu. Seeing that the purpose of angering Temari had been achieved, Naruto had no intention of fighting Temari head-on. He suddenly retreated and hid behind the trunk of a giant tree. Women are really scary when they are angry. Naruto took a breath of cold air. Suddenly, the mechanical synthesized voice in his mind sounded again, and the option panel popped up instantly. Option 1, let Temari beg for mercy. Reward, sealing technique. Diamond blockade. Option 2, let Gaara beg for mercy. Reward, all the power of Shikaku, the one tail. As soon as the options came out, Naruto's mind was buzzing. What the hell is begging for mercy? If Temari begs for mercy, it's possible to beat her into submission. But Gaara has that gloomy personality, how could he beg for mercy? He would never be happy even if he died. Shikaku's combat power is probably ranked among the top 4-tailed beasts. It's a pity to eat it and throw it away. Choose one, just in time to finish off Sasuke. If there is a way to make Temari beg for mercy, then put the diamond seal on the 1-tail Shikaku, let it enjoy the same treatment as the 9-tail, and have a good time. But if Temari doesn't beg for mercy, then go straight to Gaara and use the 4-symbol seal to pull the 1-tail Shikaku and Gaara into the sealed space. At that time, Temari will definitely surrender for her brother. Temari, you don't want Gaara to die forever, do you? Chapter 66. I'm out. Seeing that the 9-tails Jinchuriki was hiding and not coming out, Temari was even more furious. You can only hide? Come out and fight fair and square. Naruto, who was hiding behind a tree, glanced at the wood chips that were shattered into slag and felt a chill in his heart. Who would go out at this time? Wouldn't that be courting death? This ninjutsu is too heaven-defying, right? There's not even a CD. Temari ignored Naruto's complaints, leaned against the giant fan with a stern look in her eyes, and said with gritted teeth. You won't come out, right? Then I'll cut down this forest and see how long you can hide. Naruto knew that going out at this time would mean death, so he might as well continue to hide and consume Temari's blue bar. Anyway, the amount of chakra of a ninja is limited, and Temari doesn't have the blood of the Uzumaki clan. For a ninja like her who attacks from a long distance, the bottom of the blue bar is extremely fatal. Ninjutsu. Great scythe attack technique. Summoning technique. Zanzan dance. Naruto blurted out fuck, thinking that this woman was really crazy. Gritting his teeth, he threw out the flying thunder god Kunao, and the next second Naruto appeared 100 meters away, avoiding the harvest from the sickle attack. The wind was blowing hard in the forest, and all the trees within 100 meters were cut down, and countless giant trees fell. The huge smoke and dust raised on the ground blocked all vision. Naruto hid somewhere to catch his breath, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. No wonder there are no trees in the sand village. My goodness, the eldest princess has a really bad temper. Zanzan dance is Temari's trump card. It uses blood to make a contract with the legendary sickle attack. When using it, it needs to use blood as a guide to summon the sickle attack. The destructive power it causes can be called a small shikaku. Come out. Temari gritted her teeth, and her sharp eyes quickly searched in the forest. Ninjas like her are not suitable for close combat, for no other reason than that it takes time to launch ninjutsu and it is extremely easy to be interrupted. Therefore, although Temari was angry, she did not lose her mind and went forward to search for Naruto's trace. If you don't come out, then come again. I don't believe you can hide all the time. With a rustle, a kunao flew out of the smoke and dust, not very fast. Temari raised her lips slightly, raised her hand and fanned it away. Okay. Okay. Cough cough. Cough. I'm out. Naruto's voice rang out in the woods, and then he walked out of the smoke and dust while coughing. Temari held a 3-star fan as tall as a person in one hand, looked at the embarrassed Naruto, and showed a smug smile on her face. Aren't you good at hiding? How else can you hide? Temari didn't play in the game, and her chakra was full. If you don't come out, you can only be chased and cut by the sickle attack. This class is over. I remember that I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. Naruto said awkwardly. Hat, what are you talking about? I don't understand it at all. A slightly ferocious smile flashed across Temari's face. Now, apologize for your words and deeds. After that, the huge 3-star folding fan opened again. It's not that serious at all. Are you too sensitive? Naruto looked around. There was no shelter, but this was just what he wanted. The eldest princess of the sand village, but don't let all the sickle weasels out. Be a little more ashamed. What disgusting things are you saying? Go to hell. Temari only wanted to kill Naruto, and completely ignored the fact that Naruto knew her moves. Wind escape. Tornado hurricane. The sky above the two of them was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The soft wind around them became sharp in an instant, whistling towards Naruto like waves. The wind and waves from top to bottom were powerful. The dark clouds above seemed to hide something terrible, which was about to come out. Naruto stared at Temari not far away, quietly waiting for the wind in the wilderness to tear and rush towards him. Temari also stared at Naruto, thinking in her heart that it was just as Mr. Maki said. Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki was not a perfect Jinchuriki at all, and could be of little use on the battlefield. Looking at the wind blade that was about to come towards him, Naruto opened his mouth, and suddenly disappeared the next moment. What? Temari's pupils suddenly expanded. But it was too late. The flying thunder god Kunao under her feet became the key to Naruto's close combat. By constantly showing weakness to paralyze the opponent, he finally succeeded in a turnaround in an instant. Flying thunder god. Second stage. Naruto's palm silently pressed on Temari's chest, and pressed it hard on the ground, with a hint of success in his calm eyes. Almost instantly, Naruto got infinitely close to Temari and grabbed the 3-star fan. 4 symbols seal. A 4 symbols hexagram was quickly concluded on the 3-star fan, and then the huge 3-star fan disappeared directly. In the sealed space, Kyuubi was watching the DVD player, and suddenly a huge fan fell from the sky. It hit the outside of the fence with a bang, and the 9-tailed beast subconsciously protected the DVD player with its claws. What fell? Forget it, just ignore it. Hey, the fan is gone, how are you going to fight? Naruto stepped on Temari with one foot, looking down at Temari with a sinister face, and a smug smile appeared on his face. You? What about me? Naruto was full of disdain. How did you do it? Temari asked with gritted teeth. Who? Will tell you. Naruto said, lightning flashing in his palm, beg for mercy and I'll let you go, how about that? Don't even think about it. Temari pulled away suddenly and wanted to leave. However, Naruto threw the thunder release ninjutsu directly on her. Because he had just started, the lightning did not exert too much power on his hand, but it was enough to make people feel pain. Ah! A flash of lightning passed, and Temari fell halfway just after she got out of it. Ha! Temari fell to the ground, panting. Under the effect of the thunder release ninjutsu, her whole body had completely lost consciousness. The fine pain like a needle piercing wandered through every inch of her skin, almost causing her to have a mental breakdown. Beg for mercy, I'll let you go. Naruto tilted his head and said. He really wanted the diamond seal, and he couldn't wait any longer. Don't even think about it. Dream on. Temari gritted her teeth, struggled to get up, stared at Naruto and said, even if you kill me, I won't beg for mercy from a disgusting person like you. You are such a trouble. Naruto picked up the flying thunder god kunai on the ground with his foot and held it in his hand with a snap. Wouldn't it be better to beg for mercy earlier? So as not to waste everyone's time, princess. I'm in a hurry to whip your dearest brother, but I don't have time to waste time with you here. What are you talking about? Temari pulled out a kunai from the ninja tool bag. She held it in her hand tremblingly, but now the 3-star fan was gone, and the ninjutsu could not be used. Chapter 67, Please read again, Shikaku, I really give in. Dead end. Temari was covered in wounds, looking at the 9 tails Jinchuriki in front of her, her eyes became more and more solemn. She bit her finger and drew a bloody mark on the palm of her left hand. Summoning technique. Kamaitachi. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and threw out the flying thunder god kunai before Temari made a seal. At the moment when the summoning technique was about to be completed, Naruto activated the flying thunder god again, teleported and punched Temari to the ground. Use your hand to summon Kamaitachi. Are you not going to keep this hand? What does it have to do with you? Temari's face swelled up, and she looked at Naruto fiercely, I will never beg for mercy from you even if I die. Don't you just want to use this to satisfy your perverted XP? Dream on. Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Naruto's hand flashed again, and he said expressionlessly. I don't like women who are too fierce at all. Don't be so self-indulgent, Your Highness the Princess. Ah! Temari was electrocuted again, and her eyes lost their luster instantly. In a trance, a warm feeling flowed through. You! Kill me now! Temari's teeth were trembling, and her eyes were full of hatred when she looked at Naruto. Naruto would not do such a stupid thing, as long as he achieved his goal. When the chaos is over, Konoha and Sand Village will form an alliance. Don't look at me like that, I'm just a genin. Naruto said this, but his eyes were indifferent, and he had no patience. Lightning strike! Lightning strike! After several lightning strikes, Naruto began to admire Temari's will. He squatted down, pushed Temari who was lying on the ground with a dazed consciousness, and spoke. I beg you, princess, please beg for mercy. Don't think about it. Temari used the last bit of strength, and the voice was almost squeezed out from her teeth, if you want you just kill me. Hearing this, Naruto sighed faintly, stood up, and said. Since that's the case, I can't do anything. You win. Then I'll have to kill Gaara. Even if it's a war between Jinchuriki, it's impossible for the villages to interfere. What did you say? Temari tried to get up with her willpower but couldn't. She stared at Naruto. No. What did you say? No. Beg me. Naruto looked indifferent. Temari was completely panicked. She now knew how terrible Jinchuriki was. What was not a perfect Jinchuriki? The man in front of her hadn't even used the power of the tailed beast. Please, don't kill my brother. I can do anything. Sealing technique. Diamond sealing, decentralization successful. It would have been better earlier. Naruto stared at her openly and uttered 2 words. Trouble. As soon as the voice fell, Naruto's figure disappeared instantly. Temari struggled to sit up. The wound on her body was not serious. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. But soon she was replaced by worry. She couldn't just stop here. Even if she didn't have the 3-star fan, she had to find Gaara and the others first. That man was simply a psychopath. After struggling for a while, Temari stood up shakily. She felt all the huge trees within a radius of 100 meters. Large patches of sunlight poured down and hit Temari. Her bare legs, which were so white that they were greasy, trembled a little, and then stood up again. Without time to deal with her dress, she looked around with a firm look, chose a direction, and limped away into the woods. Naruto was on his way very fast. He landed on a tree trunk and looked into the distance. In the silent forest, he could faintly hear the whistling sound coming from afar. It should have been a fight. He wasted too much time on Temari, and he didn't know if Sasuke could withstand Gaara's raccoon cat output. Frowning, Naruto lowered his head and continue on the road. The giant trees on both sides retreated rapidly, and the light in front became brighter and brighter. Naruto knew that this was the small plain that was about to enter the Konoha forest. It was very narrow at first, but it was only passable. After running a few steps forward, it suddenly became clear. The sounds that were obscured by this became transparent, and the arrogant voice of Shikaku of Sand resounded over the entire small plain. Yoha! I'm finally out! A huge fat raccoon cat stood between heaven and earth, roaring like a madman. Naruto was ashamed when he saw it, thinking what the hell is this, it's 100 times uglier than in the comics. A Shikaku made of sand all over, dragging a fat body, with strange blue stripes on its belly. The golden pupils shot out a terrifying look, looking for living things unscrupulously. Forget it. Let's find Sakura and the others first. Naruto's figure disappeared on the spot, and soon found the injured Sakura behind a giant tree. Naruto went forward to investigate and found that she had just fainted, so he took out a ration pill from his ninja bag and fed it to Sakura. Without water, he could only force her to swallow it by lifting her neck with his hands. Sakura, wake up! After shaking for a while, Sakura woke up very weakly. Naruto? You? Where did Sasuke go? Sasuke Sakura coughed twice and coughed out half of the wet ration pill. Without Sakura's guidance, a sharp electric cry sounded in the distance. Sasuke's roar suddenly sounded, and Sasuke, covered with curse seals, drove Chidori all the way and ran towards the one-tailed Shikaku. Where did this kid come from? Shikaku didn't take Sasuke seriously at all, and stretched out his hand to slap Sasuke. Opened the curse seal? No wonder he can hold on until now. Naruto, don't worry about me, go help Sasuke. Sakura struggled to get up, but then sat down on the ground powerlessly. Sasuke has opened the curse seal twice. If this continues, he will die. Hearing this, Naruto did not hesitate at all, put Sakura down and ran towards Sasuke. He thought that the second pillar was still very fierce. He opened the curse seal twice, which means he is really not afraid of death. That thing is similar to opening the death gate. Overloading the body's energy will cause the negative pressure of the heart to increase. If it is not handled properly, it will cause heart failure and death. Although the second pillar usually has a cold face, Naruto can't really ignore Sasuke. Without any hand seals, he directly launched the diamond seal. With a bang, Shikaku slapped Sasuke away with a palm. Yahoo! Hit! Hey! What is that? Thick golden chains grew out of the ground out of thin air, and rushed towards Shikaku in large numbers like vines with eyes. Shikaku was dumbfounded, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. It seemed to have seen this chain before, but it was not Kurama's. Why? Why? Impossible! The raccoon cat Shikaku turned around and wanted to run, but it was too late. Countless chains pulled it down and nailed it to the spot. Shikaku roared, thinking that he was really impressed. Vajra lock. You can't afford to play, right? Chapter 68. Are you good at fighting? Additional chapter for the little wolf man who is under great pressure from the helmsman. Gaara, the Jinchuriki on Shikaku's head, has fallen into a deep sleep, and the diamond lock locks Shikaku and Gaara together. Almost instantly, Shikaku could not move. This is the domineering nature of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. No matter what, the seal is done. Kurama. Shikaku roared meaningless words and struggled frantically, but to no avail. Naruto temporarily ignored the giant Shikaku. After running in the forest for a few minutes, he found Sasuke, who was dying, in a completely crushed bush. Sasuke's face was pale, and his neck was covered with black heaven's curse seals, flashing a fiery red color like magma. How are you? Naruto slapped Sasuke's cheek with his palm. This is another battlefield trick. When a companion falls to the side and his life or death is unknown, you should first wake up his consciousness. Then ask about his condition. If the teammate can still answer, it proves that his mouth and nose are not blocked. If the teammate answers irrelevant questions, there are only two reasons left: his brain is broken or he is about to die, and what he said is nonsense. It is recommended to lick the bag directly. Ahem. Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood, opened his eyes and found that it was Naruto, and his brows subconsciously frowned. Hey, you are too much. Naruto was speechless. I won't die, Sasuke said in a flat tone. Naruto stood up, silently gave a thumbs up, and then decisively called Sakura. As expected of the second pillar, this mouth can probably burn out a few relics even if it is cremated. Kankuro. Temari woke up the unconscious Kankuro, and looked around with complicated eyes and saw Kankuro's broken puppet. Temari. Kankuro, who woke up slowly, was stunned for a while, and then burst into tears. My puppet. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing her brother crying sadly, Temari couldn't help but feel soft-hearted, but when she thought of her own situation, she was speechless and could only sigh helplessly. Kankuro cried for a while. Temari asked. Where's Gaara? That guy went crazy and went after the two people from Konoha. Which direction is he in? I have to find him. Temari gritted her teeth and said while enduring the pain on her body. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki rushed over. I'm afraid something will happen to Gaara. What can happen to him? Kankuro was still immersed in the sadness of the broken puppet, as if he had lost his wife. He turned his head and was stunned. Temari, where is your 3-star fan? Hearing this, Temari bit her lower lip and said. It was taken away by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I don't know what tricks he used. What's the use of him having that thing? Kankuro said, isn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki not strong? Temari didn't want to talk anymore. She said that the information was wrong and directly passed over the topic. She and Kankuro, who had lost the inflation and the puppet, supported each other and rushed to the direction where Gaara was. What's that smell? Shut up. Both of them were injured, and Temari was hit both physically and mentally, so they were not moving very fast. Are you really going to find that lunatic? He's still crazy, he'll kill us. Temari ignored him and focused on getting on the road. Stop talking nonsense, Kankuro. Naruto stood in front of Shikaku and took out the lava release. Damn it. What are you doing, kid? I'll see when you'll shrink back. Naruto's mind moved, and more golden chains wrapped around him. Shikaku, I hope you can respect me next time we meet. I'm going to kill you. Lava release. The surging chakra in Naruto's body surged endlessly, and the lava release instantly rose under the blessing of a huge amount of chakra, directly engulfing half of Shikaku's body. Bind it. The diamond seal tightened again, ignoring Shikaku's screams, and deeply sunk into Shikaku's mountainous body. Seeing this, Naruto felt comfortable immediately. There is a diamond seal outside and a 4-elephant seal inside. When he sees the tailed beasts in the future, he will whip them directly. The severe pain made Gaara open his eyes suddenly, and Shikaku's consciousness was pulled back into the seal. Gaara's tailed beast transformation also ended, and he was knocked down by Naruto with one punch. When Temari and Kankuro arrived, supporting each other, they saw Naruto beating Gaara. The chakras of the two were almost exhausted, so they just punched each other. Gaara was consumed too much of his physical strength by Shikaku, and he was also seriously injured. Naturally, he could not be Naruto's opponent. At first, it was a fight, but later it became a one-sided beating. Are you good at fighting? Naruto punched through the sand directly and hit Gaara's face hard. Gaara was beaten out, his face was deformed, and he fell heavily to the ground. The whole person was in a numb state, lying on the ground motionless. What's the use of having a tailed beast? Naruto walked forward, grabbed Gaara's collar, and punched him hard again. Jinchuriki can ignore this damage and it will heal soon. You need power and background to get involved. Gaara rolled his eyes after being hit hard, but Naruto continued to beat him. If you weren't born well, you would be a corpse now. Gaara was about to lose consciousness and couldn't speak. He could only watch Naruto punch him in the face. You little jerk. Naruto gritted his teeth, molten magma condensed on his hands, and he was about to punch him hard. Temari, who was not far away, panicked and ran over, tumbling and crawling, not caring about the injuries on her body and throwing herself on Gaara, crying. You promised me not to kill him. Temari was really scared and cried. This time, All three of them were in trouble. She didn't want Gaara to die like this. Even though Gaara's personality is fickle, even though he is cruel and bloodthirsty. Naruto did not kill him, he retracted his lava release, stared at Temari who was blocking Gaara for a few seconds with an expressionless face, and said, "You are so lucky, you were born into a good family." After that, Naruto left directly. It will probably not be long before the news of the reconciliation between Konoha and Sand Village will come. Temari, who was protecting Gaara tightly, turned her head in fear and stared at Naruto's receding back, and the remaining tears on her face fell on Gaara's face, warm. Gaara, whose eyes were swollen from being beaten, stared at Temari's panicked profile, looked at the tears on his sister's face, his eyes were dull and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the end, Kankuro came over with difficulty and pulled up Temari who was so scared that she was paralyzed. For the first time, he saw Gaara's dying appearance. After hesitating for a moment, Kankuro still pulled Gaara up. Temari also recovered, and came over to put Gaara's hands on her shoulders with Kankuro. Temari. Kankuro. When the two heard Gaara's voice, they were frightened and froze. After 2 seconds, Gaara's voice rang again. "I'm sorry." Chapter 69, The Third Hokage's Funeral. When the three rushed back to the village, everything was settled. The Sandagaku's plan to destroy Konoha failed, and Orochimaru's conspiracy was exposed. The third Hokage died and took Orochimaru's hands away with the Shikigami Fujin. As the party at fault, Sandagaku reached a reconciliation agreement with Konoha. It was agreed that Sandagaku would make war compensation to Konoha in the form of gold sand, and Konoha would form a friendly alliance with Sandagaku based on the principle of mutual benefit. Orochimaru killed the cages of 2 villages at the cost of losing a pair of hands and became the best MVP of this game. Naruto and Sakura just returned to the village with the seriously injured Sasuke, and learned the news that the third generation died in the battle. Sakura was stunned for a moment, but Naruto didn't react, and hurriedly urged. "Sakura, Sasuke is almost out of breath." "Ah!" Sakura suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly took Sasuke to the Konoha hospital. 2 days later. It was dawn, and the sky over Konoha was as dark as ink. Naruto sat up from the bed and stared at the bouquet of white chrysanthemums on the table for a long time, then he remembered that today was the funeral of the third generation. He looked away, and stared at the ceiling for a long time, and he was not as happy as expected. The dead third generation Hokage is a good Hokage. After a while, Naruto went into the bathroom in slippers to wash up. After coming out, he changed into black morning clothes, took a big black umbrella and white chrysanthemum, put on tactical boots and went out. He didn't wear a forehead protector or leggings. He walked out slowly, wandered to Konoha Street and met Sakura. The sky was gloomy, and huge dark clouds visible to the naked eye hovered overhead. Until a touch of pink appeared at the entrance of the alley, Sakura, with a sad face and wearing a black skirt, waved to Naruto the moment she saw him. "Naruto." "Yet." Naruto walked forward and walked side by side with Sakura. "How is Sasuke?" Sakura shook her head and said in a depressed mood. "His body was severely damaged and he is still in a coma. I don't know when he will wake up." He opened the curse seal twice. "He is lucky not to die." Naruto said, "He will be discharged from the hospital soon, and there is no need to worry too much." "Thank you, Naruto." Sakura, who was walking side by side, lowered her face and bit her lips tightly. If you hadn't arrived in time, the two walked slowly, and the rustling footsteps sounded on the street. Naruto glanced at Sakura with his peripheral vision. "There's no need to thank you for this kind of thing. It's supposed to be like this between companions." "I know, I'm just a little." Sakura seemed to be unable to control her emotions, and said in a low voice, "Every time I can't help much, I can only watch you and Sasuke fight hard. Every time I feel so useless, maybe I'm not suitable to be a ninja at all." Naruto stopped. "No one is more suitable to be a ninja than you, Sakura." "What?" Sakura had tears on her face. "Everyone's talents are different. Sooner or later, you just haven't found your own ninjutsu for the time being. There's no need to give up on yourself." "But no buts, let's go, the funeral of the third Hokage is about to begin." Naruto cast his eyes in one direction, and more people in black gathered on the streets of Konoha. "Don't say such stupid things in the future." After saying that, Naruto raised his foot and walked towards the crowded place. Sakura, who was standing there, was stunned for a long time, then wiped her tears and followed. The slender white legs under the black skirt swung quickly, and after a few quick steps, Sakura also merged into the crowd. The funeral was held in an open-air stand, and the expressions on everyone's faces were dull and sad. On a depressing rainy day, everyone began to offer flowers. Naruto held the slightly withered white chrysanthemums that he had bought a few days in advance, and lined up in the long line of flowers in the rain. When it was his turn, he placed the white chrysanthemums that he had prepared long ago in front of the flower stand of the third generation and left silently. The funeral was not long. After it ended, the sunlight pierced through the rain clouds and illuminated the entire village. The crowd attending the funeral dispersed in groups. Sakura told Naruto in advance that she had to go home first if she had something to do, and he didn't have anything to do. I was soaked in the rain, and my clothes were sticky to my skin. I planned to go home and take a shower first. Naruto. Ino put a hand on his shoulder and asked directly, I heard that Sasuke was injured. Yes, he is still unconscious in the hospital. Naruto said as he walked, Why, do you want to see Sleeping Beauty? Is it not possible? Ino bumped Naruto's shoulder, walked side by side with him and said, This kind of opportunity is rare, that's Sasuke. You can see Master Sasuke whenever you want. Naruto rolled his eyes at Ino. Teacher Kakashi said that the top management has issued a protection order, and Sasuke's ward on that floor has been protected by the Anbu. Sakura from the medical team can't visit, so you'd better give up on this idea. What a cruel rule. Ino said sadly, when I think of Sasuke lying quietly on the hospital bed, the snow-white walls, the white roses with dew in front of the window. Damn it, your saliva is about to flow onto my face, you nympho, stop it. Who are you calling a nympho? Are you looking for death? I'm talking about you. Damn nympho. Don't expose your sexual fetish in front of outsiders, damn it. Naruto pushed Ino away with a look of disgust, and Ino grabbed Naruto's collar angrily. Hinata in the back looked at Naruto and Ino playing around, with a lonely look on her face and a slightly shrunk mouth. Hinata. Yay, Shino. Hinata turned around in a hurry, what's wrong? Hong the teacher called us over, and it seems there is a new mission. Yabo smiled and waved his fist, I hope it's an A-level mission, otherwise it's completely meaningless. Ah? A-level. Hinata was a little scared. Don't listen to his nonsense. Shino, wearing black round sunglasses, spoke up to help. Teacher Hong knows her limits and won't take on too dangerous missions. After all, we are all perception ninjas, not monsters like Team 7. Team 7, what's wrong? Hinata asked hesitantly. The guiding Jonin of Team 7 asked them to chase the one-tailed Jinchuriki team of Sand Village. Shino said, that was a mission that almost cost them their lives. It was Kakashi. Ya interrupted, I heard from my sister that he was the strongest newcomer in the village at that time, and he was already carrying out dangerous secret missions when he was about the same age as us. That's great. Ya said with emotion. Hearing this, Hinata could not help but glance at the crowd with some worry. Naruto and Ino had disappeared. I heard that Sasuke-kun was injured. Hinata whispered. Well, his life is in danger. He must have used some forbidden technique. Shino said, in that situation, fighting against the tailed beasts, it is estimated that he would risk his life. I heard that the tailed beast team of the Sand Village ended more miserably. It was also because of this that the Sand Village compensated Konoha. Chapter 70, please read it later, can I look away? Blood Moon. The long sword pierced the chest, and blood splattered the wall. On the long Uchiha street at night, the familiar way home seemed endless and there was no end in sight. The Uchiha clan was attacked, and the Anbu has arrived at the scene. Look for survivors. They are all dead. Hokage-sama. Here, there is a child here. In the ward, Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes. The bright sunlight penetrated the white gauze and hit the head of the bed. The snow-white walls reflected the halo. There was a large bouquet of flowers on the cabinet at the head of the bed, and several apples were neatly stacked in the fruit basket. The moment the door was opened, the smell of disinfectant instantly filled the air, and Kakashi walked in. Half of his eye was covered, and the other dead fish eye glanced at Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, you look good. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the head of the bed, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown that made him look thin. The depths of his pupils were filled with indifference, reflecting the green trees outside the window. Kakashi, how long have I been unconscious? Well, it's really rude. Kakashi complained, but didn't care. About 2 days, the funeral of the third generation has been held now. You didn't go? Suzuki looked at Kakashi. I have a mission. Kakashi said indifferently, everyone I care about is dead, and I am tired of funerals. Suzuki paused for a moment, and asked after a long time. How are they? Sakura-chan was injured, but Naruto, that guy, is fine. Kakashi smiled with narrowed eyes. Congratulations, you survived successfully. The village leaders attach great importance to you. This time, thanks to you, the Sand village leaders can compromise so happily. Why? Probably because they saw the gap between the new generation of ninjas. Kakashi's eyes swept across Sasuke's face. In the fight between the new generation of ninjas, in order to avoid greater losses in the future, the losing party compromised by default. But next time, don't use the power of the curse seal. Opening the curse seal for the second time is no different from giving up your life. Yet, I say running into someone else's house without their consent is not something a lady would do. Naruto said as he looked at Ino, who was taking off her shoes with her legs crossed in the entrance. With her thick blonde hair scattered, Ino held onto a cabinet beside her and stood on one leg to take off her shoes. Her white jade-like calves were natural and so white that people couldn't look away. Her black skirt was wet by the rain and stuck to the girl's body. Are you stupid? Ino blushed and said angrily, how can you, who peeks at girls changing shoes, have the right to say anything about me? You just stood there, it was hard for me not to look. And don't slander me, I didn't peek, I was clearly looking openly. Disgusting. Thank you for your compliment. This is not a compliment, you pervert, you are not a foot fetishist, are you? Ino looked down at him with contempt. At least better than some ward lovers. Naruto retorted mercilessly, in fact, you are wrong, I am not a foot fetishist. Tisk. Ino took off her shoes, her white and tender feet stepped on the completely renovated floor, and said after looking around, I didn't expect your house to be so clean. Of course it is clean, the power of money. After he became rich, Naruto renovated almost everything in the apartment that could be renovated, and all the furniture and facilities were top-notch in Konoha. As for the source of funds, no one would ask unless the Anbu asked. The matter of the root ninja swallowed by the Nine Tails was left unresolved, and the root would not be idle to provoke Naruto. The bathroom is over there, with the dryer inside. Naruto yawned and prepared to go to the balcony to change clothes. Pour the water yourself, and call me when you are ready. Is this how you treat guests? It's too much. Yet, what can you do to me? Naruto walked slowly towards walking to the balcony. Hurry up and take a shower. You told me you were going to the hospital later, so I let you use the bathroom. Don't do weird things in the bathroom, nympho. Go to hell. Ino, who was humiliated and angry, threw a pillow over. Ah! What are you doing? You are the one doing weird things in the bathroom. Ino blushed and silently lip-synced to Naruto. Like it? Naruto tilted his head. It's disgusting, damn it. With a bang, Ino slammed the bathroom door shut. Naruto was bored and saw that there was no one in the living room, so he simply changed his black clothes in the living room. He threw the wet clothes into the basin on the balcony and opened the curtains to let the sunlight in. The green plants on the windowsill had lush branches and leaves, which looked very pleasing to the eye. The living room was filled with the faint fragrance of freshener. It was drizzling outside again. Naruto looked at the balcony, then at the direction of the bathroom, and shouted. Ino, have you had breakfast this morning? No. Ino's voice came from the bathroom, and the sound of water splashing could be heard through the door. Then let's eat together. Whatever. Hearing this, Naruto walked to the refrigerator, took out 2 eggs, beat them in a measuring cup, and cut some onions. With the sound of rain splashing, he boiled the water, and the pot was bubbling with hot steam. Rainwater was flowing on the windowsill, and Naruto stared at it boredly, watching the rain slowly flow from above to the end, and finally disappearing from sight. The hot soup and 2 plates of omelette rice came out of the pot, and hot tea was brewed at the same time. He was more used to drinking tea because that thing was expensive. When the dishes were served, Ino also came out of the bathroom rubbing her hair. She was wearing Naruto's loose t-shirt, and her face was full of reluctance. Hey, don't wear other people's clothes without permission, don't you have a bathrobe? Hearing this, Ino put her hands on her hips. Bathrobes are personal belongings, I don't want them, who knows what's on them? That's new, bastard. Naruto said angrily, and what's that look in your eyes? I don't believe it. Damn it. There was a light click in the kitchen, and the water had boiled. Naruto turned his head, stunned for a moment, and then stopped arguing with Ino, and went straight into the kitchen to make tea. He didn't make tea for Ino, but made coffee directly. Anyway, little girls like this kind of bitter and sweet things, and the fragrance will become very strong if you add a few spoons of milk from the refrigerator. It looks very delicate, but it's nothing compared to the endless aftertaste of tea. Please eat quickly and leave. Naruto put the brewed coffee on the dining table. Then can you move your eyes away from my chest? Yes. Thank you. Ino looked like she was trying her best to endure, took a bite of the omelette rice, and drank another sip of coffee. Chapter 71 If you grab a hand, for the helmsman Jackie. Naruto pulled out the bench and laid the carpet, so there was no noise. Ino was used to it, after all, she was the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka family. She was not pampered, but her manners were still elegant when eating. I didn't expect you to cook delicious food. Hey! That's a compliment, idiot. It's nothing, it's a necessary survival skill for ninjas. Naruto took a sip of hot tea, so the bathroom was just to get to the hospital faster. Of course, my mother went to apply for the procedure to visit Sasuke. Ino smiled. Do the Yamanaka clan and the Uchiha clan still interact? Of course. Ino took a bite of omelette rice, her eyes narrowed into a very beautiful arc. The Uchiha clan is one of the most powerful families in Konoha. Even if Sasuke is the only one left now, who can say for sure about the future? Naruto said, and understood what Ino meant. Although the Uchiha clan is almost extinct now, Sasuke is still there, and the blood limit will continue to be passed down. Perhaps after a few generations, the family will prosper again. Does Sasuke have to marry several wives? Ino. Isn't it? Don't ask me about this kind of thing, what should I say? Ino glared at Naruto, lowered her face and continued to eat. After simply filling her stomach, Ino lay on the sofa, and Naruto went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. In a while, Ino's mother will come to the nearby area to bring her a custom-made formal dress, and then together they will represent the Yamanaka clan to visit Sasuke. Konoha Hospital is not far from Naruto's house. Anyway, after changing clothes at home, she still has to wait for the formal clothes that Mrs. Yamanaka will bring. Ino simply stays with Naruto. Ino. Naruto leaned against the kitchen door. We look like we are living together. Who wants to live with you? Ino's unceremonious voice came from the sofa, but your sofa is nice, where did you buy it? Number 404, Konoha Street. The dryer in the bathroom was still humming. Taking advantage of this time, Naruto poured a cup of hot tea and stood at the other end of the sofa, observing Ino who was curled up on the sofa like a cat to rest. The large t-shirt looked like a miniskirt on Ino's body. She slept very properly, with her snow-white legs bent and folded together, covering her spring light. Naruto just took a glance and looked away, not looking at anything inappropriate. What book is that? Bored, Ino stood up, half knelt and reached out to grab a book placed on the corner of the sofa, her white jade hand lying in the air above the sofa. Ming the man seemed to remember something, and his pupils dilated slightly. That book was Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise, the latest sequel collector's edition that Naruto bought at 15 times the price some time ago. That was a treasure that even Kakashi wanted, a limited edition of the best. In short, if he didn't do something, he would be dead. Ino. Naruto suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Ino turned her head, looking startled by Naruto. I saw it. What did you see? Ino blinked, and reacted instantly after 3 seconds. Ah. You. Ino shrank instantly. While pressing down tightly, she stared at Naruto with a murderous look and asked angrily. What did you see? I didn't see anything. You just said you saw it. Ino gritted her teeth. That I'm going to the bathroom. Naruto pretended to run to the bathroom. You are not allowed to go. Ino hurriedly ran to the bathroom door to block it. You must be doing something strange. How is it possible? While speaking, Naruto silently moved to a corner of the sofa and touched the sofa with his hands behind his back. After scooping up the Intimate Paradise silkily, he neatly hid it behind his back. Then I won't go up. At the intersection downstairs, Ino, who was wearing a black dress, stood upright, and Naruto squatted beside her board. Is Mrs. Yamanaka coming soon? She should be here soon. My mother is very punctual. Ino said. Hearing this, Naruto stood up and handed Ino a pack of tissues and said. Then I'll go first. Why? Ino looked at Naruto's outstretched hand and hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the pack of tissues. It's not good to be seen alone with you and me. Although I don't want to admit it, but I do. Naruto stopped talking halfway and spread his hands. Anyway, see you next time, Ino. Hey! Don't go, it's okay. Ino reached out, but Naruto had already walked away. He waved his hand with his back to her and disappeared soon after. She stood there for a long time, turned her head and looked away, her eyes dimmed. Although she said it was okay, she herself was also hesitant about her mother's attitude. Even if they were standing together as friends, it was not allowed? She stared at the pack of tissues in a daze, if what she just grabbed was not tissues. Ino. Ino looked up suddenly, but she saw her mother Yamanaka Rino. What's wrong with you? Yamanaka Rino, dressed like a noble lady, wore an emerald long dress and carried an exquisite black bag. She reached out and touched her daughter's cold forehead. When I came over just now, I saw you standing here in a daze. I'm fine. Ino forced a smile, it's just that mother is too slow, and I'm a little bored waiting. Sorry. Then how about mother giving me a dress? Ino took Yamanaka Rino's hand and said intimately. How come you are still like a child when you are so grown up? Yamanaka Rino touched Ino's head lovingly and said with a smile. Why did I see you just now? It seems that you are not alone. Are you your friend? Is that right? Ino felt a little guilty, not really, just more familiar. Our little Ino has grown up. Yamanaka Rino said with a smile, and took Ino's arm and walked towards the direction of Konoha Hospital. Mother, don't talk nonsense. Ino said coquettishly. Is it Naruto? Yamanaka Rino's words made Ino stunned for a moment. She slightly turned her head to look at the unnatural expression on her daughter's face, and showed a guest smile. Naruto and I. Ino, your father and I are both very open-minded people. Yamanaka Rino's voice was still gentle, but for Naruto, as a mother, I hope you will reconsider. Ino pursed her lips and said nothing. It's not that I don't like Naruto, but he is very important to the village. Yamanaka Rino said, the village has too many restrictions on Naruto, I just don't want you to get hurt. Yet. Naruto stood on a high electric pole, looking down at the whole Konoha expressionlessly, his sight passed through the overlapping mountains and fixed on a cliff in the distance. His pupils were a strange blood red, exactly the same as the pupils of the Nine Tails. There were two black spots standing above the Hokage rock. When the sight got closer, they were two strange men in hats wearing windbreakers with black backgrounds and red clouds. Chapter 72 I will kill you immediately if you refuse. Mr. Itaki, this village seems to be your hometown. Do you miss it? Under the bamboo hat, Hoshigaki Kisame showed his sharp teeth and stood at the outermost guardrail of the Hokage rock, glancing at Uchiha Itachi who was dressed in the same way. No. Uchiha Itachi's eyes swept across the devastated Konoha ninja village, passing over the broken walls, collapsed houses and the top of the treetops. Even though the entire Konoha village was severely damaged, the dense dome houses still seemed to be full and about to burst. Red tiles and yellow walls, dense woods scattered in various residential areas, and lush greenery everywhere. Ugly place. As he said that, Uchiha Itachi slowly turned and left, and stopped for a moment beside Hoshigaki Kisame. Let's go. Konoha Hospital. Please wait a moment. The Chunin in charge of guarding the entrance to the floor checked the procedures and immediately smiled. Please follow me. Mother, are there many people visiting Suzuki? Ino and Yamanaka Rino walked in the corridor of the hospital and asked casually. Not many. Yamanaka Rino said, some families are in a wait-and-see state. Most families have no reason to approach the descendants of Uchiha, and they will be suspected by the village leaders. The consultants gave us a special permission, so we can visit the child. Well, Ino, you like Suzuki, right? Yamanaka Rino turned around and asked with a chuckle. Of course, who doesn't like Suzuki? Ino said openly, holding her mother's hand, Suzuki has always been very good-looking. The men of the Uchiha clan are indeed very attractive. Yamanaka Rino smiled. On the rooftop of a tall building outside the Konoha hospital, Itachi stared at Naruto not far away and made a gesture of preparing to seal. A long distance will affect the effect of ninjutsu, and seals are needed to concentrate. The plan to capture the Nine Tails went unexpectedly smoothly. Hoshigaki Kisame said with a relaxed look, "It's just a little kid, there's no need to be nervous." "Kisame, the Jinchuriki is waiting for us." "What?" Hoshigaki Kisame's face changed slightly. "Mr. Itaki, we entered Konoha without being sensed by anyone." "Yeah, that's why it's strange. Do you want to give up the mission first?" Hoshigaki Kisame asked. "If you are entangled by Konoha ninjas, things will become troublesome." "No, now is the best opportunity." Itaki raised his head, and the Sharingan in his pupils rotated a circle. "It seems that no one except the Jinchuriki has noticed our existence for the time being." Naruto looked at Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame in the distance, expressionless and slightly nervous. This might be the first major crisis he has encountered since crossing over. Standing opposite him is Uchiha Itaki. He knew that Uchiha Itaki would probably come, but he didn't expect him to come so quickly. It seems that no one except himself has discovered them. Should I shout for help? No, it's better to shout for help. I was just walking around, how could it be so coincidental? Run? Sure enough, run first. Uchiha Itaki will not let anyone except Sasuke go. It's too dangerous. The summer breeze blew, and Naruto turned around and ran decisively. Uchiha Itaki disappeared from the spot, almost teleporting to block Naruto's way. Ling Kong stretched out his hand wrapped in a fishing net combat uniform from the wide black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker and grabbed Naruto directly. And Hoshigaki Kisame also came from behind. If nothing unexpected happens, this speed and time are not enough for Naruto to make a seal. However, there are 3 ninjutsu given by the system that do not require a seal. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Seal, 4-symbol seal. The latter 2 items could not cause much harm to Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame, whose strength was far superior to that of Naruto. Naruto did not forget his original intention and was determined to escape. Seeing Uchiha Itaki approaching Naruto infinitely and almost catching him, Flying Thunder God was activated. Naruto instantly returned to the position where he had just confronted, and left a few detonating tags before disappearing. Uchiha Itaki's pupils slightly dilated, and he instantly left the explosion range. Boom boom boom, violent explosions sounded over Konoha. The ninjas on duty scattered throughout the village all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. "Kisame, let's go." Uchiha Itaki was almost unscathed, but he still gave up the plan for the time being. Naruto, who had escaped luckily, hid in an abandoned building with the backlight, silently repenting for blowing up the newly built building for sale, and thanking this era without large-scale surveillance. Fortunately, he had been prepared and placed the Flying Thunder God Kunao in a building not far from him. If it was placed a little further away, something would have happened. "What are you hiding from?" A familiar voice came from the shadows. Naruto turned around suddenly and saw a strange black-haired girl. Her clothes were a little old and her hair didn't seem so shiny. "But I always felt that I had heard this tone before. Is it you?" Naruto was dumbfounded. Orochimaru had run away, so what was Teiwa doing here? Teiwa changed her disguise again, and seemed to have used some ninjutsu. In short, her appearance was a little different from the previous 2 times. Now she looked more like an ordinary slum girl. There was nothing special about her body and face. It didn't seem strange to appear in this abandoned building. "It seems that you recognized me," Teiwa said with a cold face. "It seems that I can only kill you. I'll treat you to beef rice." "Well," Teiwa put away the knife, "if you say that I'll let you live for 2 more days. What flavor do you want?" Naruto stood up with his hands on the ground. His palms were full of dust, and the interior of the building exuded a musty smell. Maybe it was because of the disrepair and the backlight, even though the 2 were not far away, they still couldn't see each other's faces. The dirty water dripped from the gap in the ceiling and dripped on Naruto's shoulder. "I haven't eaten it, but it sounds delicious." "Then I'll order it. Can you add an extra ice cream? If you refuse, I'll kill you immediately." "Of course, I can. It just so happens that I escaped a disaster, so I can be considered a survivor." Naruto exhaled, "But if my life is only worth 1 ice cream, it really doesn't make me happy." 2. "Will you get a stomachache?" "No, I just haven't eaten for 3 days. I'll die." Naruto took a breath of cold air. "Just 3 days?" Teiwa showed a proud look, raised her head and raised her mouth slightly. "This is not something worth showing off." Naruto was embarrassed. What on earth did this person stay for? How could Orochimaru have such a stupid subordinate? Let's go. Naruto walked past Teiwaya with his hands in his pockets and asked with narrowed eyes, where is the exit of this place? It's so dark, I can't see anything at all. Chapter 73 Tastes Average. A flute was silently placed on Naruto's neck, and Teiwaya's cold voice came to his ears. If you dare to go out, I will kill you immediately. Then I won't go out. Naruto immediately raised his hands in surrender. Beef rice. Then I'll go out and buy it. Kill you. Then just kill me and dig a nicer pit when you bury me. Naruto said helplessly. Finally, Teiwaya compromised. Naruto took 2 servings of beef rice and returned with the flying thunder god Kunao left in the abandoned building. On the way, he bought a lot of food and other items, and took them all into the sealed space when no one was around. The 9 tails in the sealed space listened to the movement outside the fence without raising his eyelids. There was a mountain of DVDs beside him. Where did you get these things? Teiwaya was a little surprised. Seeing Naruto making a lot of things out of thin air like Doraemon, he blinked and relaxed his vigilance a little. Naruto probably guessed the purpose of Teiwaya staying in Konoha, which should be to facilitate the capture of Sasuke. Orochimaru couldn't give up Sasuke, he was just waiting for an opportunity. It's just ninjutsu. Naruto clapped his hands and said, these things are enough for you to consume for a while. If not, I will come again. Teiwaya was stunned and raised his dirty face and asked. Why do you want to help me? Don't you have anything to ask? Not interested at all. Naruto waved his hand and said, you have your own mission, it's not good for me to ask so abruptly. Of course he knew that the Sound Four were here to seize Sasuke, but he didn't have so much time to meddle in other people's business. This is the path Sasuke wants to take, and he won't stop it. Uchiha Itachi is too scary. If he has such a brother, he will stab him twice to satisfy his pleasure. If he can't beat Uchiha Itachi head-on, he will indirectly support his brother to join the easy and happy revenge. He didn't stay too long, and left directly after talking some gossip. 2 days later, Naruto's life returned to its former peace. Naruto didn't want to cook, and he yawned every day to eat Ichiraku ramen. At night, at the ramen shop. Under the bright yellow light, Naruto ate ramen with big mouthfuls. The uncle stood at the counter, squinting his eyes and showing a very satisfied expression, and asked with a smile. Naruto, you seem to come here very frequently these days. Uncle. What's wrong, Naruto? Do you have any other surname besides the surname of Shouta? Naruto asked while eating ramen. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Ichiraku laughed heartily, not caring about Naruto's offense at all. Uncle, I've been in some trouble recently. Is there anything I can help with? Ichiraku's expression became serious. Naruto looked up at Ichiraku, blinked, and asked hesitantly. Maybe uncle, can you offer them a condition they can't refuse? A bowl of ramen. Shouta asked doubtfully. Forget it then. Naruto sighed and said, I hope the god of ramen can bless his devout believers and bless me with luck. Handayal didn't understand, frowned, and didn't take it to heart. A boy of this age has reached the age of fantasy, so there is nothing to be surprised about. There are many rains in summer, and Naruto woke up again. It was raining heavily outside the window. He looked at the ceiling helplessly, thinking about what flavor of ramen he should eat today. During this period, Naruto ate ramen more devoutly than burning incense in the temple. This is the only thing he can do now. That is to wait. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Naruto, who was lying on the bed, had his pupils dilated instantly, and a thought made him hold the sword in his hand. Dong dong dong. The dull knocking sound continued. Naruto held the slender katana in one hand and quietly got down barefoot. He slowly opened the door of the room, and the knocking sound became clearer. The sound echoed in the living room, sounding quiet and cold. The heavy rain was howling outside the door, and Naruto was thinking about what would knock on his door at this time. The guys in the Anbu never knocked on the door, and Kakashi went through the window. Sasuke was seriously injured, and Sakura was training in the medical class. Is there really only one possibility left? Naruto held the katana tightly and planned to suddenly, after opening the door and confirming the target, give the person a chill before running away. In such a rainstorm, the explosion sound may not be able to travel far. Besides, the detonating talisman given by the system has been used up. He usually doesn't have the habit of buying ninja tools, and a moment of laziness is fatal. It's a pity not to have enough knowledge when you need it, and it's too late to sharpen your gun before going to the battlefield. Damn it! The god of ramen should have some effect, and those who lie will go to hell. Forget it. Naruto suddenly opened the door, and the strong wind swept in with the rainstorm. Naruto gritted his teeth and was about to take action, but he saw a head of golden hair. Hey! Naruto was confused, and his eyes became dull in an instant. Ino, who was soaked all over, was shivering in the corridor infected by the rainstorm, holding something that looked like a lunchbox, and the golden hair on her forehead was tightly attached to her pale face. The purple long skirt became close to the body under the action of the rain, and the traces of the clothes could be seen. What are you doing here? Why are you taking the knife? Ino, who was soaked, was shivering with cold. This is a long story. Naruto stared at Ino, confirmed that her eyes were clear, and threw the knife aside. Anyway, come in first. Naruto leaned against the bathroom door, knocked on the door and asked. So you came in the heavy rain just to bring me some food? Ino didn't answer directly, and after a moment, her frantic voice came from the bathroom. Ah! How could I know it would rain heavily, idiot? You, forget everything just now. Sorry, I saw everything. Go to hell. The bathroom door suddenly opened a gap, and a white hand suddenly grabbed Naruto's clothes. Ino showed half of her head and stared at Naruto, and threw him out. Naruto stood up and shrugged his shoulders. He sat in the living room and opened the lunchbox. Inside was food stained with rainwater. It happened that he didn't have breakfast, so Naruto didn't mind. After taking out the spare toothbrush from the cabinet and washing his face, he sat on the carpet and ate it all. The taste was so-so, soaked in rainwater and a little greasy. After silently giving this food a 6-point friendship score in his heart, the sound of the door opening came from the other end of the bathroom. Just as Naruto was about to turn around, he was yelled back. Don't look back! Idiot! Ino, wrapped in a bathrobe, sat on the sofa. Her slender and delicate hands, which were slightly smaller than Naruto's, fiddled with the lunchbox a few times and asked Naruto with an unbelievable look on her face. Did you eat it all? Ah, it tastes so-so. Naruto lay down on the carpet. Ino's face suddenly became strange, and she said a little embarrassedly. This is not for you, this is for Akamaru. Chapter 74 Outside the door. What? You are not? Naruto sat up suddenly. I'm sorry. Ino immediately bowed her head and apologized, it was mixed with rainwater. I thought you wouldn't open it. But it's also a normal dish, but the taste is not very good. It just happened that I had something to do today to go to the Inuzuka clan, so I prepared that food, but I didn't expect it to be spilled with rainwater. Who would believe it? Naruto's face was full of resentment. It's too much, just tell me what to do. Ino blushed and said with her head down. I don't know. Looking at Ino's shy look, Naruto touched his chin, thought for a while and said. How about a maid outfit? You. Ino stood up angrily, holding her bathrobe, and then saw Naruto pointing at the empty food box on the table, and guilt suddenly appeared on her face again. This one won't work, change another one. She said in a low voice. Then I can't think of it. At that moment, he restrained himself and didn't say anything outrageous. Well, okay then. Ino's face was tinged with a hint of blush, and there was a hint of uneasiness in her tone. With her arms folded in front of her chest, she glanced at Naruto with a somewhat aggrieved look, her eyes moist. That expression, this guy is super good at it. It's really scary that he mastered the powerful expression of controlling boys so quickly. The roar of the dryer in the bathroom was buzzing with ease. Naruto didn't approach the sofa and walked to the balcony. The visibility outside the window was extremely low, and it was even impossible to see the building dozens of meters away. The white fog stirred up by the dark clouds and heavy rain enveloped the entire Konoha, and the trees broke fiercely in the strong wind. As soon as the balcony door was opened, a red umbrella flew from nowhere and spun in the air, approached quickly, and was suddenly dragged away by the wind with a whoosh. Naruto felt a little uneasy, and his brows wrinkled subconsciously. Ino. Ah? What's wrong? Ino was a little flustered. She was afraid that the person in front of her would suddenly pull out a maid outfit from somewhere. It's not that Naruto can't do this. This person is unexpectedly persistent in some things. Did it rain when you came? Yes, it suddenly rained heavily. Ino complained, I heard from my father that the village seems to be in trouble, and the consultants have been discussing countermeasures these days. Even the daimyo is here. If it rains heavily, the village's monitoring facilities will have to be renovated. My father doesn't spend much time at home. This time it will probably be busy for another half a month. The Yamanaka clan is responsible for the village's monitoring intelligence work, and works with the perverts of Ibiki's torture department. To a certain extent, they have assumed the responsibility of the Konoha garrison that has been abolished long ago. Although the third generation died in the battle, Jiraiya is still in the village. Konoha's Anbu suffered serious losses, and the ninjas of the route will temporarily come forward replacement. A small number of ninjas from the two headquarters can be transferred. Naruto did not cause the explosion but did not stay to explain the situation to the Anbu. This is the reason. The village is leaderless, and the issue of Jinchuriki will become sensitive at this moment. After the death of the third generation, Kohara Udaten and Enmitaman did not continue to hold Tsunagakuer to account, but accepted the surrender and compensation of Tsunagakuer, rectified the morale of the army, and immediately convened the election meeting for the fifth generation of Hokage. This is enough to prove that the positions of the two are exactly the same as the third generation, the moderate preservation faction. Lack of trust in the younger generation, and also look down on Danzo, an old classmate who does dirty work. In short, the death of the third generation broke the attitude of the Konoha high level towards Jinchuriki. Once Naruto gets into trouble, the high level will have an excuse to hold a meeting to vote on Naruto. The opinion of the third generation is that it is enough to have it, and stop developing the potential of Jinchuriki. The two senior advisors do not trust Naruto, but they do not advocate handing it over to Danzo, an extremely ambitious person. Is Master Heiichi busy recently? Naruto asked casually. Yes. Seeing that Naruto did not bother about the maid outfit, Ino was relieved. Father was very busy before, and he became even busier after the village was destroyed. Will Ino take over your father's job in the future? Naruto asked casually, but he slowly moved towards the living room door. Ino, wrapped in a bathrobe, did not notice anything unusual, frowned and thought for a while and said. It should be. Do you like this kind of work? Naruto was barefoot, holding Ino steady, while leaning against the wall with sharp eyes. There seemed to be something outside the door. He picked up the knife and leaned towards the bathroom. Ino was the only one left in the living room, but she seemed to be distracted. After thinking for a long time, she mustered up the courage to say. It's not necessary to take over my father. She turned her head suddenly, but found that there was no one in the living room. She was stunned for a long time, and before she could call Naruto. The bathroom door opened silently. Naruto, wearing a thin casual short-sleeved shirt, held a knife in one hand and all her clothes in the other. The black lace panties and the purple slit skirt were mixed together. It was obvious that he acted in a hurry and grabbed the underwear and skirt from the dryer. Ino's head was buzzing. The dryer did not stop, but just moved to the brain. Her face turned red first, and then swelled quickly. Before Ino opened her mouth, Naruto had predicted what she was going to say next. Pervert? The attack power of this sentence needs to be improved. If it were normal, Naruto would definitely have a quarrel with Ino, but now is not the right time. Naruto held the knife and made a shushing gesture. He walked quietly to the dazed Ino, pointed at her clothes and then her body, and said something silently. Put it on. After that, without looking at Ino, he turned around with his back to Ino and pointed the knife at the closed door. Ino also realized that something was wrong and started to put on her clothes in the living room. Dong, dong, dong. The knocks on the door came again. No one answered in the living room, and this time the knocks were very slow. Naruto's apartment was a bit old, and generally no one knocked on his door. It was still daytime, but the light outside was not much brighter than at night. There was no peephole on the door, so if you wanted to know who was standing outside, you had to open the door. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Naruto's arm. Ino's profile entered Naruto's field of vision, and a very worried look appeared on her face. Naruto glanced at Ino, and his face showed a serious look that was completely different from usual. He held Ino's hand with his backhand and squeezed it to signal her to calm down. The door was kicked open with a bang, and the dust on the wall fell off. The figures of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame appeared at the door, and their shadows stretched long in the living room. It seems that the Nine-Tails brat is not at home, Mr. Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame's teasing voice sounded in the living room, and his grey face hidden under the bamboo hat was full of bloodthirsty emotions. Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything and walked slowly towards the room. Outside the balcony, Naruto and Ino stepped sideways on a very small raised stone outside the wall, almost tightly together. The two were instantly drenched by the heavy rain and looked at each other nervously. Chapter 75. If at 18, please read it again. Naruto could feel Ino's hot breath hitting his neck, and the strong wind mixed with the heavy rain. The two looked at each other, listening to the footsteps in the living room. Their bodies were wet by the heavy rain, and their hearts were beating wildly. Uchiha Itachi's voice was low, with a great sense of oppression. Kisame, go to the balcony and have a look. Okay. Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to make a deliberate thumping sound as he walked, approaching the balcony step by step. Naruto's apartment has been renovated, the balcony is paved with wooden floors, and there is a thick glass door separating it from the living room. With a bang, the door was pulled open heavily, and the glass shattered all over the floor. The sound of the heavy rain suddenly became louder, and the rain rushed into the living room from the balcony, and the grass-green curtains fluttered in the wind. Listening to the noise, Naruto guessed what the glass door had twisted into, and felt distressed for a second but dared not speak. His whole body was wet, cold, and heavy from the heavy rain, and he held a knife in his hand instead of an umbrella. Ino was even more frightened by Uchiha Itachi's words. She jumped. Even though she didn't know who the two people outside were, the heavy pressure was enough to make her breathless. A terrifying face that looked like a human but not a human appeared outside the balcony. Hoshigaki Kisame's gloomy eyes swept around, and there was no one outside the balcony. That kid seems to have run away again. Hoshigaki Kisame retracted his head and said. He can't run far. Uchiha Itachi had a blank expression. Don't provoke too many Anbu, stop before Jiraiya comes. Got it. Hoshigaki Kisame showed his sharp teeth and asked with the big sword Samehada, there seems to be a woman next to him, do you want to kill her? Yet. Uchiha Itachi left the living room. I have something to do, I need to leave for a while. Mr. Itachi, I'm enough by myself. Okay. Downstairs, Naruto dragged Ino and ran wildly in the narrow alley, and the heavy rain hit his face painfully. There were complicated wires crisscrossing overhead, and old electric poles stood diagonally beside the alley wall. The two of them ran wildly in the rain, their trouser legs had long been soaked, the road in the alley was broken and there were mud puddles everywhere. Ino panted and wiped the rain off her face. Naruto, who are those two? Traitorous ninja, psychopath. Why are you looking for me? The world is so big, there are always people who covet my body, it's normal. Naruto said while running. But someone is chasing us from behind. Don't worry about him, he chases his, we run ours. What is that thing? Naruto pulled Ino, took a quick glance back during the interval of running, and saw Hoshigaki Kisame. Little fish man. What? Ino didn't understand, and her physical strength dropped rapidly during the rapid running. Don't be afraid, he can't catch up. Naruto, I can't run anymore, you go first. Don't worry about me. Damn it. Then don't talk. Run for your life. Ino was panting, and she was already out of breath. Last time you gave me flowers, I was very happy. That was the first time I received flowers. It's okay, my grave will grow in the future, you can pick as many as you like. As he said that, Naruto threw Ino out, stepped into a puddle with his right foot, and splashed the rain a meter high. With his back to Ino, he stopped Hoshigaki Kisame who was chasing from behind. Naruto. Ino climbed out of the puddle, her face full of scars. Don't come over. Naruto shouted with his back to her, hide well, stay alive. The Anbu will be here soon. Kisame Hoshigaki slowly came over with the big sword Samehada, showing his sharp teeth in the rain, with a teasing expression on his face. The big sword Samehada swung and chopped directly. Naruto subconsciously wanted to hide, but his eyes moved back slightly, gritted his teeth and roared as he took the knife. Itachi Uchiha didn't come. Bless Itachi Uchiha didn't chase him. Then you can still live, you can live. Yo. A smile appeared on Kisame Hoshigaki's extremely scary face, are you going to do it for real? Aren't you good at running? Pa. Naruto didn't say anything and spit at Kisame Hoshigaki. Unfortunately, the rain was too heavy, and the saliva flew halfway and was knocked to the ground. Hoshigaki Kisame was not angry but looked extremely enjoying it. His fangs were exposed, and the bandage wrapped around the big sword Samehada was untied instantly, revealing the sharp barbs. With a sudden pull back, the katana in Naruto's hand suddenly burst, and his wrist could no longer hold it. The broken katana was shaken and flew into the air. Naruto panted and took out the flying thunder god kunai. In the distance, Hoshigaki Kisame looked down at the kunao in Naruto's hand, his tall body covering half of the alley, and said in the rain. Mr. Itaka said that everyone has weaknesses. To catch a flexible mouse, you should catch something he cares about. When Naruto heard this, his heart beat very fast, and his pupils dilated slightly as if he realized something. Almost without thinking, he threw the flying thunder god kunao in his hand directly in the direction of Ino. The next second, Hoshigaki Kisame rose from the puddle and appeared in front of Ino, who had no time to escape. Without any wavering in his eyes, he raised the big sword Samehada and chopped at Ino. From the time Naruto and Hoshigaki Kisame chopped each other, to the time Hoshigaki Kisame used water escape to flash in front of Ino, only half a minute had passed. Ino sat down in the wet mud, one hand propped up in the mud, the other hand subconsciously shielded in front of her. A flying thunder god kunao pierced through the rainstorm and floated between Hoshigaki Kisame and Ino. 2 days ago, even in the face of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame's capture, Naruto still did not use the power of the Nine Tails. He did not notify the Anbu because he did not want to hand the initiative to the hands of the top leaders at this sensitive moment. Danzo still owed him an explanation, and the matter of the root ninja was not over yet. He wanted to wait a little longer, the future was still long, just give him time. Naruto could become even more powerful, so powerful that he could refuse any request from the village, and so powerful that he could peel off the Nine Tails without any injury. It is not impossible to surpass the sealing technique. But he never expected that Ino would come. He had been living alone for a few days, waiting for Uchiha Itachi. He even figured out the escape route and arranged the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God that was not at the full level in his hand could only take him to change positions within a limited distance at most. Naruto was not a heaven-defying player who could reach the level of the late stage of Young Daimei as soon as he touched the Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Second stage. In an instant, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God kunao to change positions, hugged Ino tightly, and completely opened his back to the big sword Samehada that was chopped down. His eyes turned into blood-red vertical pupils, emitting a cold red light, his voice became hoarse, and he roared desperately in the rainstorm. 9. Lama. Ma. Chapter 76 Suzuki, Me Too. The rainstorm seemed to stop at this moment, and the surface of the bean-sized raindrops was as smooth and clear as a mirror. In the dimly lit sealed space, the small DVD player emitted white noise, and the mountain-sized Ninetail was drowsy. The screen flickered and illuminated the Ninetail's soft orange fur. A roar of Ninetail made Ninetail open his eyes suddenly. It looked at the 4-symbol seal on the door in disbelief as it opened inch by inch. It looked down at the DVDs piled up like a mountain, and then looked at the sealed door that was about to open. The Ninetail had a fierce expression and showed a mouth full of sharp teeth. It suddenly raised its claws and placed them on top of the DVD player, and a hint of hesitation flashed in its big eyes. It's a pity to step on it. It muttered and carefully retracted its claws. Go out and get some fresh air. In the alley, the red-tailed beast chakra exploded instantly. The scorching wind instantly evaporated the falling rain, and thick white mist suddenly spread. Kisame Hoshigaki subconsciously used the big sword Samehada to absorb chakra, but it was too late when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The huge amount of chakra of the Nine Tails instantly shattered one person and one sword. The entire alley was destroyed in an instant, and the huge movement attracted the Konoha Jonin and Anbu who were rushing here. After the collapse of Konoha, the Jonin and Anbu were almost endlessly on duty. What is that? The Anbu and almost the leading Jonin were scattered on the roof, looking in the same direction at the same time, and their hearts almost stopped beating after seeing what was in the white mist. It's broken. A strong sense of panic came from the bottom of everyone's heart. They stood in the rain and stared at the huge fiery red fox in the distance, their eyes were about to burst. The rain flowed down his hair, soaking Kakashi's mask. Stop the Nine Tails from running away, and evacuate the surrounding residents. An Anbu in a white robe appeared, his voice was extremely cold. 7 or 8 Anbu left in a flash, and Kakashi turned his head to look at Kai, his voice more serious than ever. Kai, do me a favor. Kakashi Kai nodded seriously, you say. Don't let my disciples fall into the hands of the Anbu group. Ino, who was hugged tightly, was stunned. She opened her eyes and stared at the profile, watching Naruto's eyes turn red and emit a fascinating blood light. The oppression of the terrifying monster was too strong. Even though Ino didn't know who that person was, she couldn't suppress her fear. The moment before death, her heart seemed empty. It must be very unwilling to die like this. It turns out that before people die, they think about what to do tomorrow. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't imagine what it felt like to be hugged by someone. My heart seemed to be full and about to overflow. The next second, the Nine Tails suddenly appeared. It had a mountain-like figure, sharp teeth and long ears, and 9 fiery red fox tails that kept swinging in the rainstorm. It roared to the sky in the rainstorm, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Ino was thrown out and fell into a puddle. Before Hoshigaki Kisame could stand up, the Nine Tails slammed him into the ground with one palm, held him down with its claws, and punched him hard the moment it lifted up, directly hitting Hoshigaki Kisame, who was in the form of a fishman with chakra bursting, until he vomited blood. Quick, stop him! We can't let the village be destroyed. The Nine Tails wanted to hit again, but a tailed beast ball was already in its mouth, and the Anbu ninja launched a 4-sided earth flow wall to surround the Nine Tails. The moment the earth flow wall was formed, the Nine Tails broke it open with its flesh, and rushed towards Hoshigaki Kisame with a roar. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared in front of Hoshigaki Kisame, his Manjiki Sharingan spinning wildly, and a shot of Amaterasu burned directly on the Nine Tails. The small-tailed beast ball in his mouth dissipated, and the Nine Tails roared and howled in pain. Kisame, go! Itachi sir! The two left quickly, and several Anbu followed, but were temporarily blocked by the seriously injured Hoshigaki Kisame's amazing water dragon bullet technique. The Nine Tails disappeared under the burning of Amaterasu, and simply took the initiative to return to the sealed space to isolate the Amaterasu that was clinging to him. The heavy rain dispersed the white fog, leaving Naruto unconscious in the water. Guy and Kakashi took a step ahead of the Anbu and landed beside Naruto, separating the Anbu with their bodies. He looked at the Anbu with a dead fish eye, put one hand in his pocket and spoke lazily. Well, it seems that Naruto is not out of control, since there are no casualties. Please hand over the Jinchuriki to us for shelter. The white-robed Anbu interrupted Kakashi and said. Don't call him Jinchuriki all the time. Naruto is my disciple. Since the third generation appointed me as the guiding Jonin, then Kakashi had no intention of giving in. Before the order of the Hokage or the order of the higher UPS is issued, Naruto will be temporarily in my care. The third generation has died in the battle. The Anbu ninja was a little annoyed, staring at Kakashi and said coldly. Then wait until the new Hokage takes office, or the order of the two advisors. Kakashi swept his dead fish eyes over the Anbu. I also stayed in the route for a while. In this case of serious losses and shortages in the Anbu, theoretically, the members of the route can temporarily fill the vacancies in the Anbu, and transfer positions but not divisions. The heavy rain was falling, and the 8 Anbu stared at Kakashi in silence. After a long time, the Anbu in white robe waved his hand. Let's go. The Anbu left, leaving only 2 elite Jonin, Kakashi and Kai, standing. Naruto and Ino fell into puddles far away from each other. Kakashi. Kai was a little surprised and asked, how do you know they are not Anbu? That one over there is Ino. Kakashi signaled Kai to look at the other side. Ino fell into a puddle, her blonde hair was scattered in the water, and her face was covered with rain. The Gen only has the mission in his eyes, and he will not take even the heir of the Yamanaka clan seriously. Konoha Hospital. Naruto opened his eyes. Sunlight poured into the ward from the bright windows, and the smell of disinfectant was pungent, making people lose their appetite. The snow-white and clean walls were so clean that they could reflect the sun's halo, and the white quilt exuded a faint lavender scent. Awake! A very familiar and extremely cold voice sounded on one side. Naruto turned his head and saw the side face of Sasuke on another bed, with his upper body wrapped in bandages. It seemed that the injury was more serious than before. Naruto could vaguely see the blood spilling from the bandage on Sasuke's forehead. At this time, Naruto realized that the two of them were in the same ward. There was a white cabinet between the two beds, with fresh white roses on it. What a coincidence, Sasuke! Naruto got up and sat cross-legged on the bed, pointing to the injuries on his body in an attempt to make Sasuke feel guilty. Itaki Uchiha hit me. Sasuke didn't react at all. He turned his bruised face completely around, his eyes were swollen, and he said coldly. Me too. Chapter 77 The Long Summer. Naruto didn't expect this, and stared at Sasuke's uneven face for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. Sasuke glanced at him coldly. Ha 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 ha. Naruto pointed at Sasuke's face with one finger, holding his stomach and laughing until tears came out on the hospital bed. Sasuke ignored Naruto and turned his head to look out the window with an indifferent look. The pale skin, black hair, and eyebrows are particularly suitable for the dull and white atmosphere of the hospital. Uchiha Sasuke's calm eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He came for you. Sasuke's voice was emotionless. This he is naturally referring to Uchiha Itachi. I guess so. Naruto fell on the bed with a thud, staring at the ceiling in a daze. It should be for the Nine Tails, to capture the Jinchuriki or something like that. He thought of Ino, and before he fell, he vaguely saw Kakashi's figure. Kakashi was still as reliable as ever, and with him saving the situation, Ino would probably be fine. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were too powerful, and someone like him who didn't have much combat experience couldn't deal with both at the same time. The power of the Nine Tails was not fully unlocked, and Flying Thunder God was only at the entry level, and Lava Release was not enough in front of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame who had sufficient combat experience. Like Uchiha Itachi, the person who can still survive after killing with Hoshigaki Kisame all day long is definitely not the kind of person who can compete with others in skills. Hoshigaki Kisame attacked directly at Ino. If Naruto hadn't forcibly opened the seal and let the Nine Tails fight for him, Ino might be a corpse now. The enemy is not scary, what is scary is that the enemy has a brain. Fortunately, the two pillars attracted part of Uchiha Itachi's firepower, which allowed Naruto to survive the most dangerous killing game in the middle period without any danger. Sasuke, thank you. Thank me for what? Sasuke glanced at him coldly. Thank you for the beating. Sasuke really wanted to punch Naruto if his hands could still move. It looks like you have recovered almost. The door creaked open, and Kakashi and Sakura walked in. Sakura put the fruit basket in her hand on the table in the corner of the ward, cut apple slices on both sides and walked to the middle to feed the two. Naruto was lying on the bed, and his injuries had completely recovered. But seeing Sakura feeding him, he simply pretended to be dead. Ah! Idiot! Sasuke glanced at Naruto and had no interest in exposing him. Sasuke! Sakura handed a piece of apple to Sasuke's mouth. No need. If he doesn't eat it, I will. Naruto said. Sasuke bit the apple slice and stared at Naruto with a sidelong look. Sakura smiled, her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. She sat in the middle and cut apples, feeding Naruto and Sasuke one by one. The white legs gathered neatly on the chair, sitting his chest was slightly raised. Kakashi leaned against the window, holding a copy of the Paradise of Intimacy, his eyes wandering over the pages. Occasionally, he would stare at the three people in the room, with a smile in his eyes. The summer at this moment was longer than ever, with cicadas chirping, bright sunlight, and wildly growing grass and trees. Team 7 gathered in a ward, relaxing and enjoying the happiness of surviving the catastrophe. Sakura was gentler than ever, Sasuke did not refuse the apple, and Naruto was still in that unremarkable look. Kakashi opened the newly folded Paradise of Intimacy, but did not read a single line of words. The wind passed through the treetops. Naruto's injury was not serious, and he was discharged from the hospital that day. Kakashi told everyone that Team 7 could not go on a mission for the time being, and that Jinchuriki and Uchiha descendants were rare, and the decision of the top management was pending. Naruto, here you go. In the corridor, Sakura handed the clothes back to Naruto. There was a circle of fine stitches on it, which could not be seen without careful observation. Thank you. Naruto took it and stared at the stitches. I saw it was torn, so I sewed a few stitches. Sakura blushed, I just learned it not long ago, so. It's fine. Is Ino also in the hospital? Naruto asked. She woke up earlier than you and was discharged yesterday. Sakura said seriously, then patted Naruto's shoulder and asked suspiciously. How did Ino get injured? She was going to the Inuzuka clan's base, and it was raining heavily. She passed by my house to avoid the rain and was involved. Naruto's shadow was lengthened by the sunlight in the corridor. Don't worry, she's fine, she just fainted at the time. Sakura held a medical record splint in her arms and wore a cross sleeve of the medical team on her arm. But she seemed to be very nervous about you after she woke up yesterday. When did your relationship become so good? Ah. Naruto blinked. Yes, when did it start? The time of training in the Kai class, or the time of the Hokage rock. Remember to visit Ino, stupid Naruto. Sakura tapped Naruto's head gently with a splint, and walked away with long legs. After returning home, Naruto looked at the glass fragments all over the living room, the curtains hanging wetly on the balcony, and the balcony guardrails were twisted and deformed. The whole person was stunned for a moment, forgetting about this. The living room was extremely messy, and the balcony was open, so the living room floor was wet. The whole house exuded a musty smell and was unusually cold. Forget it, let's move to another place. Naruto sighed and dragged into the house to pack up. Discharged in the morning, moved in the afternoon. Find a house that is better than the old-fashioned apartment, and Naruto moved in directly. The opinions of the top management on Naruto's treatment are pending, basically waiting until the next Hokage takes office before making a statement. The two advisors have always disagreed with Danzo. In a major matter like Jinchuriki that concerns the safety of the village, a new voice is needed to break the balance. After a quick cleanup, Naruto went out to buy a doll gift when it was getting dark. The streets of Konoha were bustling with people, and there were mixed lights of light and dark beside him. They ran through the entire village along the main street and have been lit from 70 years ago to the present. The Yamanaka flower shop was a little far from Naruto's new residence. After walking for a long time, he finally stood under the big blue tree. Looking around, the lights in the Yamanaka flower shop were bright. Ino was standing in front of the counter, talking and laughing with a familiar female customer. The lights shone on her face, and her gentle face was full of smiles. Until the female customer noticed the gaze outside, paused and pointed out the window. Ino turned around and saw Naruto standing under the big blue tree, and couldn't help but pause. Naruto looked at Ino waving at him through the window, smiling brightly. He also waved his hand and gestured with the gift. In the store, Ino explained a few words to the female customer, and blushed when the female customer covered her face and teased her, and ran out of the store as fast as she could. Why are you here? Chapter 78 Ino's Maid Outfit Limited Edition, please read it later. Ino's face was flushed, her eyes looked away, her eyes were watery, and she looked embarrassed. I moved, and came to see you. Naruto handed the gift bag to Ino, are you okay that day? I'm fine. Ino's face became even redder. Hearing Naruto mention that day, the scene of the knife picking up the lace underwear flashed through her mind continuously, and she remembered the feeling of being hugged. Suddenly, it felt like there were ants crawling in her heart, sour, bitter and itchy. She lowered her head, took the bag and hummed. But soon raised her head again, as if she remembered something and asked. Would you like to come in and sit down? My father and mother are not here. Not here. Naruto showed a puzzled look on his face. Ino instantly understood the ambiguity in her words and was at a loss. Her pupils dilated slightly and her face instantly turned red. I mean. Oh, Naruto nodded. Ah. You don't know anything. Don't pretend to know everything. Take your O back. Ino was furious and grabbed Naruto and dragged him into the store. Please wait a moment. The female customer has after leaving, Ino went upstairs with the gift bag, and Naruto could only sit there bored and look at the flowers everywhere. To be honest, he didn't know many kinds of flowers. He only knew that this was probably a rose and that was a white rose. Seeing the yellow and white flowers, Naruto immediately gave up thinking. After looking for a while, there was a clacking sound from upstairs, and then the sound of Ino coming downstairs was heard. She was holding 2 cups of hot drinks, which seemed to be brewed cocoa. From a distance, Naruto could smell the bitter fragrance. He didn't like cocoa, but if Ino brewed it, it was barely okay. Where did you move to? Upstairs at number 404, Konoha Street. Naruto put down the cup and frowned slightly. Ino's face fell instantly and she pursed her lips and said. If you don't like it, I'll pour it out. I will drink it with gratitude. Naruto said firmly. You don't have to be so exaggerated. Ino cleared her throat, the blush on her face had faded. I like the gift you gave me very much, thank you. Seeing that Naruto didn't answer, Ino looked over curiously. But she found that Naruto was staring at her legs in a trance, and she was immediately furious. You bastard! I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Don't pinch me. Naruto hurriedly begged for mercy. After a long time, Ino let go of Naruto. Naruto looked sincere and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, Ino. Looking at this guy who is better at being shy than anyone else and apologizes more sincerely than anyone else. Ino had no choice but to hold her forehead, and kicked Naruto down with her socks, stepping on his chest without using any force. Her natural thighs were tense, and a layer of terrifying haze covered her eyes. Go to hell, you bastard who doesn't deserve to live in the world. Sorry. Naruto said guiltily. You, don't apologize and show an expression of enjoyment. Pervert. Ino was going crazy. She sat back in her seat and held the cocoa in her hands. The residual heat created a layer of mist on the wall of the cup. The hot air steamed her face, and Ino's eyes were a little erratic. This person always says some strange things. Although I can't say I hate him, I can't say I like him either. Ino. Naruto stood up and looked out the window with coffee in his hand. Do you remember what you promised me? Sorry, I forgot. Ino was slightly startled, then calmly stood up and was about to go upstairs. A liar should swallow 1,000 needles. Ino's figure paused, stepped on the first staircase, pursed her lips and looked at Naruto. The latter smiled, took a sip of the cocoa and said very hatefully. I just said it casually. Ino clenched her fist and gritted her teeth and said, wear it if you want. After that, she went upstairs. Naruto had no doubt that Ino went upstairs to get the knife. This time it took a long time, so long that Naruto thought Ino fell asleep upstairs. Moving in the afternoon was tiring, and drinking a few sips of cocoa just now did not help at all. His mind suddenly became chaotic. He thought of Jiraiya and the dead third generation. Tsunade will probably succeed the fifth generation Hokage, and Jiraiya will definitely find him soon. As long as he does not accept the fate of the child of prophecy. Naruto's eyelids were so sleepy that he fought, and Uchiha attack his calm and terrifying face, Hashigaki Kisame and Orochimaru kept flashing in his mind. The face of the Nine Tails, the face of Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, Naruto. Ino's voice sounded beside his ear, followed by a shake. Really, Naruto, why are you asleep at this time? Sorry. Naruto, who was lying on the table, looked up and saw Ino in a maid outfit. Look, I'm going to change after this. Pervert. Ino's face flushed, and she looked reluctant, staring at Naruto with a perverted look. In a hazy state, Naruto was stunned for a long time looking at Ino in a maid outfit. Hairy hair shawl, 2 cat ears on her head. Ino's face was indescribably ashamed, and the fluffy and wide neckline of the women's dress was cleverly tied with a red ribbon. The whole arm was wrapped in slender black long sleeves, revealing only a pair of white hands. The chest was bulging, and the waist was a slim fit. The large lace skirt only covered the top of the slender white thighs, and the white stockings connected to the stockings went all the way to the inside of the skirt. Ino's reluctant look was holy, and she looked down at Naruto with contempt. Thank you for the hospitality. Don't say that weird thing. Ino grabbed Naruto's clothes, put her face very close, gritted her teeth and said threateningly. Naruto was about to apologize when he heard a noise at the door of the store. Ino, you can't be rude to customers. The sound of wind chimes rang out, and the door was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged couple stood at the door, staring at Ino and Naruto in a daze. The words that Yamanaka Rino had just said were stuck in her throat, and her pupils dilated slightly as she watched her daughter grab a boy's collar in a maid outfit. The two had obviously just come back from shopping, and the clan leader Yamanaka Inoichi was carrying a lot of things in his hands. Seeing this scene, he was stunned at first, and then silently turned his eyes away. Father, Mother. Ino was petrified instantly. The night wind was howling, and above the Hokage rock, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, stared at the night view of Konoha village in silence. Standing beside him were 2 elderly advisors, Koharu Utane and Enmitaman. Jiraiya, we need the 5th Hokage. What does this have to do with me? Jiraiya didn't even turn his head, his face was unusually serious. Yesterday, the daimyo of the Land of Fire arrived in Konoha. In the emergency meeting held by the high-level officials and the daimyo, we decided to choose you as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya. The village needs a strong leader. This is our decision. I am used to being free and undisciplined. I am not the material to sit in the Hokage building. Jiraiya refused directly. Tsunade is more suitable for being the Hokage than me. Chapter 79 Wildfire. Tsunade is indeed the most suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage, but no one knows where she is. Mito Kato-en said. I will go and find her. Jiraiya turned around, but I must have a vote in the high-level meeting on how to deal with the Jinchuriki. How about it? The 2 consultants looked at each other, with a solemn look on their faces. Jiraiya, we have understood the situation and can promise you. But it is necessary to inform you of the content of the recent meeting of the top leaders. According to the news from the spies, the land of lightning is vigorously developing lightning energy technology, and the land of wind is also mining an unknown metal mine recently. Most of the village's top leaders are deeply uneasy about this. Konoha needs a stronger shadow to lead us to see the direction and make a choice. Jiraiya heard the meaning of retention in the words, waved his hand to interrupt the two old guys and said, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first generation, much stronger than me. Also, I want to take Naruto out for a while. The Jinchuriki has a tendency to lose control recently, but we can't promise you this. Jiraiya. The elderly female consultant, Yudin Koharu, squinted her eyes. Forget it. Jiraiya turned around and walked away in a very rogue manner, waving his hand. You can choose Danzo as the Hokage. When Jiraiya proposed Danzo, Mito Kato and Yudin Koharu's faces turned green. Although the third generation is dead, his influence is still there. As senior advisors of Konoha, these two people participated in the decision-making of major village affairs. They had long stood firmly with the third generation and would never choose to let Danzo, an old classmate who did dirty work, become Hokage. In their eyes, Danzo, an old classmate, was not qualified to take on the important task of Hokage, whether in terms of image or character that was even darker than the old Yunbai. Mitoman and Yudin Koharu did not doubt Danzo's loyalty to the village, but questioned Danzo's will of fire. If there was no conclusive evidence, they could even directly suspect that the ninja god who had disturbed the hearts of the people in the village and discredited the will of fire some time ago was the work of Danzo. To put it in human terms, I look down on him. Jiraiya. Mitoman shouted, you, as a Sunin, will temporarily keep the Jinchuriki. Yamano Flower Shop. The bright small table reflected the awkward reflections of the two people. Ino, who was wearing a maid outfit, grabbed Naruto's clothes and almost tore the collar of the black short-sleeved shirt. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized quickly and sincerely, I made Ino dress like this. I'm really sorry. Ino was stunned at first, pursed her lips slightly, and was about to speak to defend Naruto. That. Ino. The noble lady Yamanaka Rino frowned slightly, why are you bullying Naruto again? Even if you. Yamanaka Rino sighed halfway through her words, pulled Ino aside with a little disappointment, and whispered. Little Ino, you can't just rely on violence to capture the heart of the boy you like. I didn't, I'm not. Ino was about to cry anxiously, pointing at her maid outfit, wanting to say something but finally holding back. Yamanaka Rino took Ino back and smiled at Naruto. Her elegant temperament was completely different from Ino's. Her words were like spring breeze. Thank you for taking care of my little girl. No, Auntie, I am the one who is taken care of by Ino. Naruto replied. Hearing the word Auntie, Yamanaka Rino seemed to be very pleased. In the custom of the Land of Fire, only close friends would call an older woman Auntie when meeting her for the first time. Ino felt her hand loosen. Yamanaka Rino let go of her hand, stepped forward and held Naruto's hand and said. Ino is a child who is ignorant. I am not good at taking care of her. Please forgive me. No, I am honored to have Ino as my friend under the influence of such a perfect mother like Auntie. Naruto looked well behaved and praised Yamanaka Rino in every sentence. Yamanaka Rino knew Ino's thoughts. Seeing that Naruto had a filter, she was coaxed and couldn't help but smile slightly. Ino was left aside, watching Naruto being taken away by his mother. Naruto, you are such a sensible child. Try the cocoa your aunt made for you. Do you like cocoa? I like it the most. Thank you for your help, aunt. Leave it to me. Yamanaka Rino's tone suddenly became stern, and she looked at Ino and said, Ino, come here and learn something. Ino. Hi. While going upstairs, Yamanaka Rino said to Yamanaka Hai who was standing aside. Entertain Naruto well. I will teach Ino how to make cocoa first. Okay. Yamanaka Hai, who was carrying a lot of bags, responded with an awkward smile. Oh, I can make cocoa. Mom has a unique secret recipe and wants to teach Ino. Hey? Really, does that kind of thing exist? The two people's voices faded away. Yamanaka Inoichi put the things aside, smiled and made a cup of tea for Naruto. Naruto returned a polite greeting and called him uncle. Yamanaka Inoichi leaned on the sofa, feeling a little strange, and suddenly felt relieved. What was going on? After a few words, the topic turned to Shikamaru. Yamanaka Inoichi had always liked Shikamaru since he was a child, but it was a pity that the two children were too familiar with each other. Kyuubi Jinchuriki? He looked at Naruto sitting upright on the sofa under the bright light, and the moment he blinked, he was shocked. In the moment, I remembered the scene I saw from afar in the rainstorm that day. A corner of the huge body appeared in the white fog that the rainstorm could not blow away, a terrifying beast that suffocated people. The 8 directions were all dark, and the flat land became a river. No matter what, it was hard to associate the well-behaved boy sitting upright on the sofa with the terrifying tailed beast. It was late at night. Ino sent Naruto out the door and stood under the big green tree not far from the mountain flower shop to say goodbye. "Hey, you do that on purpose just now?" Ino said with gritted teeth. "What's wrong with me?" Naruto asked. "You're still playing dumb. You made me wear a maid outfit, and you don't like Coco at all." Ino looked around and made sure that no one in the flower shop was staring at her. She grabbed the collar of Naruto's short sleeves and said contemptuously. "You drank the whole cup of cocoa. You only drank 1 sip of the cup I made for you. I told you that I told you to wear it, but Auntie didn't believe it." Naruto said helplessly, "I really hate drinking cocoa, but in that situation, I had to drink it. If you don't want to drink it, just refuse it. Why do you have to force yourself to drink something you don't like?" Ino put her hands on her hips, staring at Naruto with her dark blue eyes, as if trying to judge whether he was lying. Under the big blue tree, Naruto raised his clear eyes and looked at her, without saying a word, just smiling. The streets of Konoha are endless, and big blue trees can be seen everywhere. The fireworks of the world seemed to suddenly come alive, and even the old street lamps became younger. The lights were just right, and the night breeze brushed the ends of her hair. Ino's heart suddenly beat heavily. Chapter 80 Injured Hinata, please read. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes from the bed and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for a second, then remembered that he had moved. He sat up from the bed drowsily, looking at the dim room without saying a word. The apartment was silent, and there was no knock at the door. For unknown reasons, the top management did not seem to restart the Jinchuriki supervision program of the Anbu. It seemed that someone deliberately intervened. Kakashi did not have this power, and there was only one person who was close to him. "I am the Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain. Why do you keep calling me a lecherous sage?" Jiraiya was lying on the roof, complained for a while, then put away the telescope, stood up and looked at Naruto with an unhappy face. "I heard that you released the 9 tails a few days ago." "Ah." Naruto, wearing an orange sweatshirt with a hood, stood on the roof and looked up, saying nonchalantly. "Released? You are amazing." Jiraiya became interested. "Are you really so confident? But the higher UPS really can't do anything to you. Konoha has never had a perfect Jinchuriki. You gave them hope. Even if they do something excessive, they can still be tolerated by the higher UPS. Can someone like me be tolerated?" Naruto yawned, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Jiraiya with dead eyes and said, "Lecherous sage, don't lie to children. I'm curious about how you did it. You have already seen the 9 tails, right?" "Yeah. So what?" Jiraiya asked. "Nothing special, just an ordinary tailed beast." Naruto replied. "You kid can say such words, it's really..." Jiraiya was speechless, staring at Naruto for a few seconds. "What is the new word for ordinary tailed beasts?" Naruto did not answer this question, and asked after a half-minute silence. "You sent the Anbu to find me just to ask this?" "Not really." Jiraiya looked at Naruto. "Naruto, follow me to practice." "No." "What?" Jiraiya did not expect Naruto to refuse so straightforwardly. "Don't you want to become stronger?" "Yes. I am the legendary Toad Sage, one of the 3 ninjas." "No." "Why?" "No reason, I just don't want to practice." Hearing this, Jiraiya was shocked, stared at Naruto for a few seconds, and said. "How can you become stronger if you are so lazy?" "I don't know." Naruto was straightforward. "Practicing is such a troublesome thing, I have no interest at all, it's better to stay at home and sleep and read. If you are too strong, you will be suspected, or you will be assigned to inexplicable dangerous tasks." "Your perverse logic is..." Jiraiya sighed. "It's okay for you to say it in front of me, but it's best not to talk nonsense at the high-level meeting later. Since you don't want to practice, then come with me to find someone. I won't force you to practice after I find someone. Whether you find someone or not, I won't practice. Your supervision is in my hands." Jiraiya said. "Who to find?" Seeing Naruto compromise, Jiraiya looked a little better and said. Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, is also the future 5th generation. I've heard of it. Naruto nodded. Isn't the lecherous sage the 5th generation? That's totally fine, right? You know a lot, kid. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. You've been close to the Yamanaka clan recently? Where did you hear that? About the same. Naruto said perfunctorily. My fate has long been determined. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder and turned around to make a self-proclaimed handsome pose. Kid, a hero will not stay in one place. This is the ninja way of a real man. Yet, Naruto still had a dead fish eye. Your attitude is really cold, Naruto. What is your ninja way? Jiraiya asked. Alive. Don't say such depressing words, you are such a bad boy. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulders fiercely. Forget it, the most important thing now is to find Tsunade. The high-level meeting on how to deal with you will be launched soon. The 5th generation also has a lot of voting power. It will not harm you to find Tsunade. Got it. But you don't have to worry too much. Although I don't know how you are related to the Yamanaka clan, the Ino, Deer, and Joe have always been of the same origin, and the attitude of the 2 consultants is acceptable. In addition, I also have voting rights, hehe. Jiraiya set the date for departure, tomorrow morning. It was still early. Naruto slowly turned into the alley and prepared to go shopping. The new apartment was too empty, and many things were not bought in time. The furniture in the old apartment was almost soaked by rain, and Naruto was too lazy to move around. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered something. Teiwaya is probably still hiding in the abandoned building. She's leaving tomorrow. I'd better take some time to go see her in the evening. The path was mottled with tree shadows and a little deserted. In addition to a dead end leading to Konoha Street, the other fork in the road was the Hyuga clan's residence. Naruto found the dead end while strolling, and just turned over to Konoha Street 404. He was thinking about something, but when he looked up, he saw the back of a girl in the distance, limping. She was short, had short hair, long sleeves, and long pants. She glanced at Naruto and walked up quickly. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Hinata was startled and found that it was Naruto, and her face turned red instantly. She stood there stiffly without moving, with an embarrassed and nervous expression. Twisted your ankle? No. Hinata hurriedly shook her head, not daring to look up at Naruto. Her voice instantly dropped. I can do it myself, Naruto-kun, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. What? Naruto squatted down and slowly rolled up Hinata's trouser legs. You always show off in strange places. Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed and her whole body trembled. No. Almost all of one leg is bruised, and there is a 5 centimeter scratch. Aren't you going to deal with it? Naruto squatted and looked up, staring at Hinata, who had nowhere to put his eyes. Hinata lowered her head, with an uneasy look on her face. Naruto gently touched the bruise, and Hinata immediately whimpered. Does it hurt? Ah. Hinata rubbed her hands nervously, her thumbs crossing back and forth because of excessive tension. I can do it myself. That Hinata. What? Naruto did not get up, but still squatted, pointing upward at Hinata's uneasy fingers and asked. Are you going to seal me? Ah, no. Hinata suddenly broke away from her rubbing hands and put them behind her back uncomfortably. Chapter 81. If you don't wear a forehead protector, you are not a ninja. Wait for me here. As he said that, Naruto suddenly ran to a wall. Hinata watched him climb the wall in a few seconds, and his palms pushed against the wall, and the whole person slid over the wall. Hinata was so flustered by Naruto's interruption, but she didn't continue to show off. In theory, Hinata would not run around. Naruto climbed over the wall, jumped onto someone else's roof, and walked through the narrow gap between the stairs, and soon reached Konoha Street. He quickly bought bandages and disinfectant, and also bought a large bag of swelling-reducing medicine. When he returned again, Hinata was standing there motionless. Hinata, take off the leggings. Hey! As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Hinata was stunned. What? Your legs are so swollen that the leggings are loose, and there are bruises underneath. Naruto shook a large bag of swelling-reducing and pain-relieving medicine in his hand and said. We need to treat the wound first. If we leave it alone like this, it won't heal in 2 or 3 days. Although Hinata was very shy, she nodded. Naruto has grown very fast recently. Maybe because he is not short of money and is not picky about food, Hinata can only reach Naruto's lips. Looking at her lowering her head and standing on one leg like a crane, she tried hard to get rid of the other injured leg. Leg bandages. Naruto sighed, and went forward to help Hinata sit on a stone. Naruto-kun, where did you get so many? Hinata's eyes were a little dull. I bought it. From there, I climbed over and passed through a gap in the wall to reach Konoha Street. Naruto pointed in the direction of the wall and said, but there was an accident in the middle, and the man didn't want to sell it to me. Ah, then what happened to you, Naruto-kun? Nothing. I beat up the clerk, and he sold it to me. Hinata was stunned for a moment, and said a little panicked. I got into trouble. Ninjas can't hurt ordinary villagers. Naruto looked disapproving, pointing to his smooth forehead and said. I'm fine. I'm not wearing a forehead protector, so I'm not a ninja. Besides, I don't have any missions, so I'm just an ordinary villager. He took out the disinfectant and started to untie the bandage on Hinata's leg. There were also several scratches on his pants due to excessive training. This leg is swollen so badly, why did you come back alone? Where are Kaiba and Shino? Naruto asked. I didn't have any missions recently, so I went to train alone. Hinata said a little embarrassedly, I accidentally fell down the hillside. Don't force yourself so much, overtraining will be less efficient. Naruto said this and took off the bandage that was only tied to the calf. Take out the emergency ice pack and apply it to the swollen part, and pull the socks down to the position below the ankle. It's not that the ankle is not injured as Hinata said, but because of the high swelling, she temporarily lost consciousness. The legs without excess fat are unnaturally swollen, and the curves of the legs that should have been smooth and white have been distorted by various bruises and wounds caused by stones. It's hard to imagine how Hinata walked back alone. Naruto held the ice pack on his ankle, raised his head and gave instructions with a natural expression. The injury is quite serious. Now we can only temporarily reduce the swelling. The Hyuga clan should have medical ninjas. When you get home, ask someone to help you deal with it, so as not to leave scars. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Are you feeling better? Not so painful. Hinata said. Naruto stared at Hinata for a few seconds, and suddenly asked with a strange look. Is it because of the Chunin exam that you are training so hard? Hinata's eyes flickered a few times, and she subconsciously wanted to shake her head. Tell the truth. Yet. Hinata nodded hesitantly, the gap between me and Brother Neji is too big. The person who could fight with Brother Neji that time was Naruto-kun. I also want to work hard to accomplish something. I want to stand up on my own. Sometimes, when people become stubborn, a word can shine. The timid girl's uneasy determination for life is brighter than the sun. So much so that she couldn't look away at once, as if she saw the light of the world. Hinata regretted her words after she said that. She covered her face and was at a loss. It was completely a quick talk, and she didn't know why she said what was in her heart. Ah, I'm going to die. How can I say such a thing directly? Naruto will misunderstand me. Then Hinata should do her best, remember to be more careful in the next training. Naruto lowered his head to apply medicine and fixed the bandage on the wound. When he raised his head again, he met Hinata's blinking eyes. Okay, let's go, I'll take you back. Hinata blinked, obviously also understood what Naruto meant, that he wanted to carry her back. In her current state, Naruto couldn't leave Hinata here, or let her walk back alone. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he sent Hinata back, and he remembered the route completely. Do you have to carry me? Hinata lowered her face. It's time to make do with it. Naruto packed up the bag of swelling medicine. There are not many people on the road. If you don't want to carry me, you can just carry me like a princess. Then I'll carry you. Hinata covered her face and whispered, Thank you for your help, Naruto-kun. It's nothing. I just saw it. If you don't want to trouble me again in the future, remember to protect yourself during training. Naruto squatted down, and Hinata moved carefully to his back. Actually, I want to trouble you a few more times. She thought a little selfishly. Hinata's body is very light, perhaps because she restrained her appetite. Even through many layers of clothes, you can still feel that Hinata's body is unbelievably thin. Perhaps because she is too shy, Hinata buried her face in Naruto's back and didn't dare to look up at all. The cold arms were around his neck, and every few steps, a sweet fragrance would come from his neck from time to time. I'm leaving the village tomorrow. Naruto suddenly said. Ah. Hinata suddenly became nervous. Is it a mission? I guess so. Naruto didn't know what to say. The mission of finding the 5th generation should be considered free, but it needs to be kept secret. I will probably be away for a while. Will it be long? It shouldn't take too long, maybe half a month or 1 or 2 months. Will it be dangerous? Hinata asked sullenly. Dangerous? Does the battle of the 3 ninjas count? Orochimaru, who killed 2 Kages, should not be too dangerous if he lost both hands. Naruto thought for a while and said. Very safe. There were not many people along the way, and occasionally Meth didn't know any of them. He didn't know if Hinata knew them or not. Anyway, it was fine if he didn't know them. After being sent to the Hyuga base, Hinata came down with a red face. Her swaying eyes looked at Naruto and whispered. I met an acquaintance on the way. Do you want me to help explain? Naruto asked seriously. No, no, no. Hinata's face became even redder. She waved her hands frantically. If it weren't for her leg injury, she would have turned around and ran away. Chapter 82 Monsters Under the Tower. Strategy to capture Hinata, Ninetales approval 19.8%. Do you want me to take you in? Naruto pointed to the inside of the Hyuga base. The clean and tidy streets and the sparse and orderly houses and courtyards looked decent and solemn. I can do it. Hinata said timidly, with a flash of haze in her eyes. Then goodbye Hinata, take care. Hearing this, Hinata saluted on one leg, looking a little clumsy but very serious. It didn't take too much time to send Hinata back to Hyuga. After returning to Konoha Street, Naruto found a place to fill his stomach and then started a large-scale shopping. Large new home appliances will be delivered to the door in the afternoon. The money is paid in full, and the attitude is warm and smiling throughout the service. It was tossing until the afternoon. Naruto took a nap before sunset. When he woke up, it was already dark. He took a shower, changed his clothes and walked out. He walked along the direction of the old street from Konoha Street, bought food on the way, and bought some miscellaneous things. Among them, some were for Naruto himself, and some were prepared for Teiwa, and he went to see if she was starving to death. He didn't plan to help Teiwa, just feed her. Then, kunao, detonating talismans, and ninja swords, all bought once. I still used the old method to enter the abandoned building. After searching in the dark floors, I finally found Teiwa hiding in a corner. She hid very carefully. There was no strange smell around, which proved that she ate and urinated in other places. The high-rise building can better observe the surroundings and prevent others from approaching. Due to the death of the 3rd generation in the battle, Konoha has been under martial law for some time. The Enview is short of manpower, and the route has replaced some positions, so that the atmosphere in the village has been a bit dead recently. The top leaders of Konoha are relatively busy, and Denzo has kept a low profile. Konoha is busy with reconstruction and repair, and vacant positions need people to fill them. The Land of Fire also needs to provide financial assistance to Konoha. There are only 2 major events that have been temporarily shelved. The first is the selection of the 5th generation. The 2 consultants' opinion is to postpone it. If Tsunade can come back, they will strongly promote Tsunade. The second is the issue of how to deal with the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The top leaders have different opinions, and they can only wait until the 5th generation takes the throne before voting. Naruto is now a lonely monster under the tower, covered with scales, accepting trial. The high-level officials are like gods, forcing him to be exposed to the sunlight and watch the noble adults on the round table raise their hands to vote. What makes him feel most humiliated is that they want Naruto to love them like a dog. As long as the 9 tails is in Naruto's body, Naruto is equivalent to the 9 tails. But the system's pending tasks have been completed by nearly 1/5, which means that one day, even if the 9 tails is separated from Naruto, he can still use the power of the 9 tails. He is waiting for that day to come. The 9 tails is free, and he is free too. As for how the high-level officials will go crazy after losing the tailed beast, it has nothing to do with him. One day, the gods will fall from the tower and become monsters. Before that, he will always look up to them, watch them, and one day drag them into the sunlight like dead dogs. How many days have you been hungry? Just speak properly. One day. Teiwa raised his head and smiled with a little contempt. Really? Naruto glanced at her and pointed at Teiwa, saying, your transformation technique has become ineffective due to hunger. Hey! Teiwia was stunned for a second, then raised her hand and touched her face, and her pupils suddenly dilated. You have seen my true face, so I can only ask you to die. Hearing this, Naruto yawned, took out enough food from the sealed space, and ignored Teiwia's words. What good will it do you to kill me? Are you scared? You can't beat me, forget it, I will raise the whole building to the ground later, and you will have nowhere to hide. Then for the sake of these food, I will kill you next time. Teiwia muttered. I'm leaving, see you next time, don't die in my hands. What nonsense are you talking about? Teiwia took a bite of bread and stared at Naruto. You are, I will definitely kill you next time. Naruto didn't say anything and left directly with Flying Thunder God. This guy is really weird, stupid, and rich. In the dark, Teiwia tore open another bag of bread and complained. I've never eaten it before, new taste. As usual, Naruto returned to his new home, which was a little strange, and fell asleep on the sofa in the spacious living room for a while, perhaps because he had traveled too many places in one day. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. He hurriedly went out with his bag on his back. Naruto had nothing to prepare, so he closed the door. All the things that can be used are stored in the seal space. There are some money and clothes in the bag, nothing else. Jiraiya has a seal scroll, which can store items by summoning toads, so there is no need to bring too many things. It will take about 3 days to travel. Naruto, who was sitting in the store and taking a break with tea, suddenly heard a ding in his mind, and the familiar mechanical synthesized sound sounded again after a long time. The panel popped up. Option 1, find Tsunade and let her return to the village to inherit the position of the 5th generation Hokage. Reward, Tail Seal, no injury version. Note, Jinchuriki will not die because of the deprivation of the tailed beast. Option 2, find Tsunade and prevent her from returning to the village to inherit the position of the 5th generation Hokage. Reward, Wind Style. Shuriken, maximum level. Naruto took a sip of tea in silence, looked at Jiraiya who was drinking opposite and said. If Princess Tsunade doesn't go back to inherit the 5th Hokage, you, the lecherous sage, will be recalled by the top management. That's right. Jiraiya was a little drunk, and reluctantly withdrew his eyes from the waitress, but I can't be a Hokage, who would do such a boring job. Then you, the lecherous sage, work hard and find Princess Tsunade as soon as possible. Hey! Jiraiya stood up and looked at Naruto drunkenly, you should pay attention to your own affairs. If Tsunade recognizes you. So you like Princess Tsunade? This, you what are you talking about, kid? Jiraiya said something and scratched his head. Don't like it. That's not true. Jiraiya was drunk and said to himself, Tsunade has always been beautiful. Then you, the lecherous sage, must convince Princess Tsunade to return to the village to inherit the 5th Hokage. Why do I say that? I'm afraid of being beaten. Jiraiya, you kid. Since you are both one of the 3 ninjas, you should be friends from childhood to adulthood. Naruto was serious and persuading, no one knows Princess Tsunade better than you, the lecherous sage, right? You kid, you're right. Jiraiya grinned, sat down and poured himself a glass of wine. Find Tsunade, so you won't be caught and taken back to be Hokage. Naruto's words were like the whispers of a devil, luring people into the abyss. Without words, he had to lie. Chapter 83. Too introverted, so he drew his sword. The next day, Jiraiya woke up from the alcohol, and the room in the hotel was full of sunlight. The window of the room was opened early, and the place where Naruto's bed was empty, probably because he went out to play. In the empty room, Jiraiya leaned against the head of the bed with a calm face. What you fear will come true. I can't remember when I last met Tsunade. The village is still the same village, but they are old. The moment I closed my eyes, all the scenes of the death of the people I care about flashed through my mind. It should have been a legendary life. The master and the apprentice were both Hokage, and all the disciples were excellent ninjas. But they are all dead. If I had it again, I might have stopped Orochimaru from going astray, no longer being rejected by Tsunade, and protecting the master and the disciples. Find a way to change the ninja world and cultivate the son of prophecy. Perhaps such a life is perfect and can be compared with the great achievements of the previous Hokage. It's a pity that everything in the past is like ashes, blown away by the wind. Now I can also look back on the past while drunk, enjoy myself in my dreams, and chat to comfort myself. It is hard to write more about Jiraiya's heroic story. This failed life. Bang! The door was opened from the outside, and Naruto came in with lunch and shouted. Hey, lecherous sage, are you awake? It's time to eat. Jiraiya looked at Naruto putting the lunch box on the table, and his expression changed immediately, smiling with a little relief. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. No wonder you can kidnap the daughter of the Yamanaka family. Watch your words, lecherous sage. Naruto opened the lunch box, stood on the table in front of the window and took out the food one by one. You were drunk yesterday, let's eat first. I didn't say anything weird yesterday, did I? Jiraiya got up, put on slippers and prepared to wash up. The simple room only had an ordinary bathroom and 2 ordinary double beds. A table, a stool, and a balcony, nothing else. The yellowed wallpaper and the dried exterior walls all exude the word cheap from inside to outside. It's not that the two of them are poor, but Jiraiya insisted that the life of a ninja should be hard and simple, so they resolutely chose this hotel next to the love shop. Yesterday, you were drunk, and you insisted on going to the love shop next door. I can't stop you, so I can only let you go. What? Jiraiya quickly opened his wallet, and then his expression became more horrified. Why do I have an extra 3,000 taels? Well, Naruto stretched out his hand and scratched his neck, smiling and saying nothing. Tell me. I got 3,000 taels from it. Naruto's words made Jiraiya's eyes dim instantly. Actually, the total is 6,000 taels. Jiraiya suddenly lay on the bed motionless with dull eyes like a deflated ball. Seeing this, Naruto comforted him. Lewd immortal, it's no big deal. 6,000 taels for a push is still a good deal. Push? What do you mean? Jiraiya suddenly sat up from the bed. You insist on going to the love shop. I was pushed in the mouth. Naruto began to eat by himself, and said while eating, you know, I'm a bit introverted. I'm not good at reasoning with people, so I just put the knife on the man's neck. Introverted? Jiraiya was stunned. You are introverted and robbed 6,000 ryo? This kid doesn't even know what the 3 ninja rings are. However, after confirming that he didn't exchange the 3,000 ryo for his body, Jiraiya felt at ease again. He counted the 3,000 ryo and waved to Naruto. Kid, I'll keep your 3,000 ryo for you. No. Naruto opened Jiraiya's hand and said, eat quickly, we have to hurry after eating. You are really a little kid. Jiraiya withdrew his hand in dismay, but there was a hint of smile on his face. Looking at the guy holding the bowl with a smile on his face, it seemed as if he was saying that if you have no conscience, you will earn more. Jiraiya couldn't help laughing. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and the breeze was blowing. After continuing on the road, Jiraiya proposed the idea of accepting Naruto as his disciple. Naruto didn't say anything and agreed directly. But when Jiraiya mentioned that he wanted to practice with him for a long time, Naruto directly refused. He couldn't live such a hard life with Jiraiya outside for a long time. Jiraiya was a playboy, but Naruto was not. After leaving home, Naruto began to miss the sofa and big bed, where he could sleep until he woke up naturally every day. Although Konoha didn't treat him well, it couldn't do anything to him. If he didn't sell things to him, he would take them. As long as he paid. If he doesn't give money, it won't count as robbery. If he really doesn't give, he will just beat him up. If he doesn't wear a forehead protector, he is not a ninja, and the higher UPS won't care about him. He will do whatever he wants. Anyway, he is not short of money now, he just wants to be happy. He doesn't want to practice, he just wants to lie down. Even if he wastes his life, he can complete the tasks given by the system and become stronger slowly. Finally, Jiraiya was helpless and proposed to practice Raise Nan while looking for Tsunade. Naruto thought that he would be idle when he was not on the road anyway, so he simply agreed. It's just that practicing is not that easy, and Naruto is not as hardworking as Jiraiya imagined. Fortunately, his attitude towards practicing ninjutsu is still correct, and Jiraiya turned a blind eye to let Naruto pass. At night, the two entered Tansho Street. There must be a trick to Raise Nan, right? Naruto asked. You have to figure this out by yourself, don't always be so nagging. Jiraiya said impatiently. The busy streets were brightly lit, with many shops, wine shops, and gambling houses. Jiraiya walked in front, looking around, looking for a nearby shop. Why do you have to learn ninjutsu yourself when you have experience? It's easy to go astray, right? Naruto said with some dissatisfaction, this is a complete waste of life. What do you know, kid? Only the ninjutsu you learn yourself is your own. Jiraiya muttered, obviously absent-minded. Just as Naruto was about to complain, he found Jiraiya walking quickly in one direction, avoiding the crowds and heading to a secluded place. At the door of a tavern with good business, Jiraiya stopped a woman and two women. From a distance, the blonde woman in a blue robe had a particularly eye-catching figure. Without time to look closely, Naruto observed that Jiraiya's eyes gradually moved down, and his eyebrows jumped slightly, with a bad premonition in his heart. A gust of night wind blew by, and a beautiful straight punch knocked Jiraiya away without warning. Tsunade's eyes were sharp and extremely oppressive. Kid, are you with him? I don't know him. Chapter 84 Tsunade, seeking follow-up reading. Inside the Bale Tavern. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Naruto stood up and apologized sincerely, looking determined to reflect on himself. Surprisingly, Tsunade was not angry, at least not upset because Naruto lied. She just looked at Naruto deeply, which made his scalp numb. It was as if she had seen him before, and her eyes were as complicated as an algebra problem. She poured the wine skillfully with her wrist, and the clear wine fell into the cup. After taking a sip, before putting down the cup, Tsunade spoke. I already know about the third generation. The conversation between Tsunade and Jiraiya was extremely solemn. Naruto ate silently. After eating, he went to the counter to pay the bill and went out to stroll. This matter was not something he could interfere with, and there was no point in sitting there and listening. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, who was not wearing a forehead protector outside the window, with a complicated look, and no one knew what she was thinking. No more playing. She threw the cards on the table, upset. It's been so long, you are still so willful, Tsunade. Jiraiya also glanced out the window, not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if you don't play cards, but now the village needs you to be the fifth Hokage. If you refuse, that kid probably. Jiraiya, don't play such childish tricks. Tsunade poured herself a glass of wine. Who cares about that nine-tailed kid? The matter of rope tree, Jiraiya said while taking a bite of food. Don't mention rope tree. Tsunade's eyes were sharp. I have nothing to lose. It's too stupid to risk my life for the village. I'm surprised you have such an idea. Jiraiya said. It's human nature. Tsunade continued to drink, her voice lazy and her body mature. Orochimaru is crazy, the third generation is dead, and you are old. As for the third generation's death at the hands of Orochimaru, I'm not surprised at all. Orochimaru has no feelings, but the third generation still has fantasies about him. After all, he is the most proud disciple. Jiraiya smiled self-deprecatingly. No one wants that position. Tsunade was a little drunk, slapped her palm on the table, and changed the subject. What about the kid you brought? The son of the fourth generation. Jiraiya took a glass of wine. It looks like rope tree, doesn't it? I told you not to mention rope tree again. Tsunade was a little annoyed. Don't mention it. Naruto was originally kept in the village under the supervision of the third Hokage and the Anbu. I went back some time ago. Jiraiya's voice became serious. The Nine Tails was released by Naruto. Tsunade paused for a moment and didn't say anything. This matter is somewhat related to Uchiha Itachi, but it's hard to say now that the situation is unclear. Jiraiya said, I originally thought that Naruto would grow up to have a personality like the fourth Hokage, but now. Tsunade, at our age, there is really nothing to lose. Some things are powerless, but some things can be changed. Tsunade held the kettle filled with wine and stared at Jiraiya for a long time. After a long time, Tsunade stood up and staggered out the door. The lights on Tensho Street were bright. Tsunade didn't need to do anything, just standing there was enough to attract the attention of the crowd. She was slightly drunk in a green robe, with a beautiful face that was not inferior to a 20-year-old girl, a thin waist and a big body, and the whole person exuded the temperament of a mature queen. Tsunade's eyes were slightly narrowed as if she was looking for something, and her naturally cute expression made people feel the contrast. Passers-by were stunned and bumped into the power lines. Rod, holding her nose in pain. Although the unattainable image was gone, no one dared to approach this woman with an 8-head body and a chest circumference of 126.7. The night wind blew. Tsunade jumped onto the roof and saw Naruto practicing the raise nan with one hand. The raise nan rotated slowly but steadily. Naruto was not impatient, as if he was playing with a new toy. Anan quietly sat there, staring at the raise nan with an expressionless face. It rotates too slowly, and it has no lethality at all. Tsunade commented carelessly, her voice drunken. Practicing requires patience. Naruto threw away Jiraiya's words, looked up and saw that it was Tsunade, and immediately changed his attitude to respect. Is that the ninjutsu that Jiraiya taught you? Tsunade turned her eyes away from Naruto. I guess so. Naruto stood up and saluted Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, will you return to the village to serve as the 5th Hokage? Oh. Tsunade did not answer directly, but leaned forward slightly, with a slightly drunken face and a playful expression. Do you really want me to serve as the 5th Hokage? Yes. Naruto said frankly, if Tsunade-sama refuses to become Hokage, I will probably be imprisoned. Why should I help you? Tsunade smiled and patted Naruto's shoulder with one hand. Tsunade-sama, I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but I am not guilty. Naruto said, I had no choice before, and now I just want to be a normal person. And I didn't offend you, you don't have to. How do you know you didn't offend me before? Naruto. What if I refuse? She asked. Then I will find a way myself. Naruto spoke the truth with a sincere tone, no one wants to become a monster. At this point, Naruto paused and smiled. I don't care what the top advisors think, but it's time for Konoha to prepare for losing the Nine Tails. The village has forced the Jinchuriki into this state, it's really a failure. Tsunade took her hand back and muttered, it's not impossible to go back, but I have to think about it for a few days. Naruto looked at Tsunade and said okay. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. He was always respectful to Tsunade whom he met for the first time. Naruto didn't think that she would recognize his empty will of fire, because he didn't have it at all. Sincerity is the ultimate skill, and what he said just now is the truth. Even if Tsunade doesn't serve as the 5th generation, with Jiraiya, it won't be Danzo's turn to take the position. For Naruto, whether Tsunade will serve as the 5th generation is only related to the seal of the tail. As for what Tsunade will choose, whether to kill Orochimaru alone or return to the village neatly, we can only take it one step at a time. Sometimes preconceived ideas impressions will only do harm. There is no point in thinking too much. Let's just continue practicing the Raise Nan. The next day, Naruto slept in the guest house all day. It was dark when he got up. Jiraiya was not there, but Naruto didn't care. After washing up, he went downstairs to find something to eat. The 3,000 taels earned by Jiraiya had not been spent yet. It was enough for him to eat sukiyaki, tempura, and ramen all he could. After strolling around for a while, Naruto, who was about to go back to the hotel with snacks, was suddenly attracted by something. It was a black shadow, or more precisely, a black shadow huddled in the tall gatehouse of Tansho Street, with the words Tansho Street hanging on it. The same plaque. The shadow was sitting there, and the big green robe rustling in the night wind looked familiar. Chapter 85, Start the showdown in advance. Oops, it must be Tsunade. Naruto thought it was not good, as if he saw something he shouldn't see, and quickly turned his eyes away and turned away. You little brat! Ignoring me! The shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The ground broke like an eggshell, and a gap of more than 1 meter appeared. Tsunade bent her knees and looked up, staring at Naruto with unfriendly eyes. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Naruto showed his extremely flexible moral bottom line. It didn't matter if he didn't know what was wrong, he just apologized first. What a dog sister, dog-smashing aunt. You wanted to run when you saw me just now, right? Tsunade stepped on her high heels, kicked the stone beside her gracefully, and walked in front of Naruto with a clatter. She squinted her eyes from above, bent over and leaned forward. That my eyesight is not very good. Naruto hurriedly threw the pot away and immediately offered the food in his hand. Tsunade-sama, please accept this gift. Hearing him say this, Tsunade's gloomy face improved a little, and she lifted her hair and said. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything either, so you're welcome. Naruto smiled falsely, which was considered as volunteering. Anyway, it was brought to Jiraiya, maybe he had already eaten, but where else could he go if he didn't persuade Tsunade in the middle of the night? There were no pedestrians on the road, and the lights were dim. There were a few people standing in front of the doors of the shops with lights on the street, looking over here curiously, but they didn't dare to get close. It's really a bummer to meet you, a little kid, in the middle of the night. Tsunade acted like a bully, completely ignoring the stiff expression on Naruto's face. Yes, Please return to the village to succeed the 5th generation Hokage. Naruto said helplessly. Is this the attitude of begging? Tsunade asked. If Lady Tsunade really doesn't want to go back, forget it. It's okay. If I really can't stand it, I will run away. Naruto yawned. Actually, you don't have to consider me. You are really brave to openly say the idea of defecting in front of the 5th generation. 5th generation? Naruto asked doubtfully. Although I am still considering it, as long as I go back, I will definitely be the 5th generation, so in a sense, I am the 5th generation for the time being. Is this what the older women say? It's really cunning. Naruto had a dead fish eye. No, to be precise, this is completely a substitution of concepts. Before returning to the village, you were just one of the 3 ninjas, not the 5th generation Hokage. Although that sentence is very confusing, I know that it is not a simple matter to get you to return to the village. Don't guess a woman's mind casually. It's funny that you, a little kid, said such serious words seriously. Tsunade used some strength to poke Naruto's forehead. It hurts. Naruto took a breath and covered his forehead. It hurts. Naruto took a breath and covered his forehead. Tsunade showed a relaxed smile on her face. After eating all the tempura sukiyaki, she stuffed the package back to Naruto. Thank you for treating me to food. Naruto's face twitched. It was considered an invitation. I didn't know how to answer, so I just didn't answer. Kid, if you release the 9 tails Jinchuriki completely, you will die, right? Tsunade asked. Yes. Naruto said, and then added, maybe not, who knows about this kind of thing, what others say is not very reliable, you have to try it yourself. It's really aren't you afraid of death? There's nothing to be afraid of. If you think about the dark and dilapidated life of a prisoner in the future, what's the difference between it and death? Naruto spread his hands and said. Your hatred for the village is really terrible. Tsunade said. It's not hatred. No normal person likes that village. If you want the Jinchuriki to protect the village, you have to pay the corresponding attitude. Naruto's face was not good. I don't really care. I'll become a Jinchuriki for no reason. Maybe I won't be free for the rest of my life and will be a weapon until I die. If that's the case, I can barely tolerate it. Isn't your tolerance limit a bit too broad? Tsunade complained. But there has to be compensation, right? If you keep restricting Jinchuriki, this ninja can't last a day. Naruto frowned and said, if there's no benefit, then I'll lie down. You're really resentful. Tsunade was not angry. She smiled and pinched Naruto's face. Instead, she felt that the truth made her feel more comfortable. It's abnormal to hide it. Are you showing me your hand? Tsunade narrowed her eyes and looked at Naruto. You are not a simple kid. You are beyond your age. You are not the 5th generation now. If you don't plan to return to the village, it doesn't matter if I say a few more words, right? Naruto changed the address of you to you this time. Tsunade noticed this detail and smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. What if I become the 5th generation? Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair. The height difference between the two was not obvious. In a year or 2, Naruto would definitely be taller than Tsunade. If Tsunade-sama becomes the 5th generation, then if I support him with my life, I should have some privileges, right? Naruto asked with a grin. Maybe. Tsunade said as if teasing a child, her red lips slightly parted, if you can convince me to go back, I can help you deal with trouble in the future. It's a deal then. Looking at Naruto's departing back, Tsunade's smile slowly faded. The dim Tansho street was reflected in her golden eyes. She knew that Orochimaru was lying to her. The dead could not be resurrected at all. What was resurrected was just a corpse. But she still wanted to do something stupid, even if it was the last fantasy. If Orochimaru was still alive, she would keep wanting to resurrect Rope Tree and Dan. Only when Orochimaru died could she stop thinking about it. This was not the only way, but it was the best way. While Orochimaru's arms were injured, she approached him without anyone and killed him. On the roof, Naruto squatted in the dark and planned to spend the night to avoid being knocked out by Tsunade in the middle of the night. The idea of killing Orochimaru with bare hands is not mature at all. Let's talk about it. Orochimaru, who can't be taken away by the god of death, can't be killed by Tsunade who is afraid of blood. Not to mention that Tsunade is afraid of blood now, it is even more difficult to exert any combat power. This is almost a gamble with life. If Tsunade doesn't kill Orochimaru with one blow after getting close to Orochimaru by taking the opportunity of treatment, then she is afraid of Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Naruto sighed and murmured. Hold on a little longer, there is only one Kabuto beside Orochimaru, as long as we can get the seal of the tail, we will be free. Chapter 86, A Little Expert in Breaking Defense, please read it later. Fortunately, he slept enough during the day, so he didn't feel tired after squatting for most of the night. Hiding quietly in the dark, Naruto dared not breathe. It was not until the middle of the night when he heard a quarrel from the hotel next door that he suddenly opened his eyes. Relying on his more skilled skills than Lao Wang, Naruto slid down the sloping roof skillfully. When approaching the edge of the roof, Naruto slid down the wall silently like a puddle of water. Chakra tightly adhered to the wall, trying to minimize the sound. After climbing over the balcony between the two buildings, Naruto swung and hung on the window of another hotel. There is no such thing as everything going smoothly in this world. It was just a long-planned plan. He had determined the infiltration route when he was strolling around the day before. Quietly opening the window, Naruto turned over and entered the room. The lights were on in the room, but there was no sound. Tsunade's personal secretary Shizuan fainted on the tatami, and the frozen ant was lying in black stockings. Kato Shizuan, the niece of Kato Dan, known as Konoha's little Minato. Her uncle Kato Dan flirted with Tsunade but was not able to enjoy it. He died on the battlefield of World War II in the ninja world. I don't know if it was some ninja's bad taste or deliberate revenge. The attack was very cruel and targeted. The warm man Kato Dan's entire kidney was hit out. It was indeed a beauty robbery. Fortunately, Shizuan is an honest person. She was kidnapped by Tsunade when she was young and moved around in various casinos and raised pigs as a maid. Years of training have long made her fully able to accept anything. Naruto shook the frozen black silk ant, but there was no movement. A basin of cold water poured on her face. Shizuan suddenly opened her eyes, sat up straight from the tatami and recognized Naruto at a glance. She didn't care how Naruto got in, and hurriedly grabbed Naruto's hand and said anxiously. Quick! Where is Lord Jiraiya? Lady Tsunade went to find Orochimaru alone. He is here. In a nearby tavern, Jiraiya was sleeping soundly on the table. Shizuan and Naruto looked at each other. Naruto went forward and pushed the sleeping Jiraiya. Shizuan put her finger in the wine glass and put a drop of wine on the tip of her nose and smelled it. It looks like he won't wake up for a while. Naruto said. It's the drug prepared by Lady Tsunade. Shizuan frowned. At this point, we can only do what's necessary. Watching Shizuan grit her teeth and take out the scalpel, Naruto was shocked. Lord Shizuan, this will be fatal, right? It's just bleeding. He will wake up faster. It's too late to make an antidote. Shizuan said anxiously, Lord Tsunade is in danger now. If we can't get there. Naruto was persuaded, stepped aside and nodded. Please increase the force. After a while, Jiraiya woke up with a weak face, looking around palely. Shizuan, it's you. How could I fall asleep here? I was drinking with Tsunade. Naruto was silent on the side. After Tsunade parted with him, she went to give Jiraiya drugs. It was still dark at this time. Theoretically, if you rush over now, you may still be in time. Shizuan didn't have time to say more, just said to go first, and the rest will be discussed on the way. Jiraiya was so weak that he drank the medicine given by Tsunade, and was forced to bleed by Shizuan to start up. On the way, his face was pale and frightening. Hey, lecherous sage, your face is so pale. Shut up, kid. Lecherous sage, you are bleeding. It's just a minor injury. Jiraiya stopped halfway through his words, panting and holding the tree. You go first and leave a mark on the road. Jiraiya panted and said, I don't have much chakra in my body, and I can't help at all. Hold on, wait for me to come. Shizuan frowned, hesitated for a while, and gritted her teeth to agree. No need. After a long time, Shizuan held the pig in her arms and finally found Tsunade's trail with her keen sense of smell. Just in front. A violent rumble sounded not far away. Naruto could tell the direction without Shizuan's explanation. The nearby plains were full of deep pits caused by Tsunade's battle. Tsunade-sama. Shizuan rushed to save the situation, shot poison needles from her wrist, and repelled Kabuto Yakushi who was about to attack Tsunade. Tsunade's body was stained with blood, and at this moment she was sitting on the ground trembling with fear. Hemophobia. Such a troublesome disease, and she came out to learn how to fight. While complaining, Naruto followed Shizuan and pulled out a knife from the sealed space. He was not used to using kunao, and he still preferred the longer the better. The samurai of the Iron Country wields a knife, and if the speed is fast enough, it can interrupt the ninja seal. Naruto is not that fast for the time being, but he can still interfere with the seal. Then he drew his sword and followed the rhythm of the poison needle shot by Shizuan without saying a word. There was no chance for Kabuto Yakushi to breathe. When he attacked, his sword was like a crescent moon, and it was blocked by Kabuto Yakushi with a kunao. His other hand was swirling with green chakra, which seemed to be the chakra scalpel technique. This is an advanced medical ninjutsu, which uses chakra to turn into a scalpel to cut muscles and blood vessels without blood. Fortunately, in battle, even the most skilled medical ninjas cannot cut deeper wounds. The sharper the knife, the thinner it is and the easier it is to break, so you need to be more careful and concentrate. But Naruto will not give Kabuto Yakushi this opportunity. Strictly speaking, this is a blunt knife that can only cut the surface muscle groups of the human body to make them lose their ability to move. Nine-tailed fox. Naruto saw Kabuto Yakushi's playful and ferocious face through the gap of his raised arm, and the round lens was slightly reflective. During the Chunin exam, Kabuto Yakushi wanted to get close to Team 7, but was disrupted by Naruto. The intelligence specialist, Kabuto Yakushi, naturally knew Naruto's past and deliberately called him the Nine Tails to provoke Naruto. But he would never have thought that Naruto, the sixth child, also knew Kabuto Yakushi's details, and both of them had bad intentions. Kabuto Yakushi was originally an orphan, and was later adopted by the Konoha orphanage. It was just because he was born with myopia, and Konoha had no money to buy glasses for an orphan. And the glasses on his face were given to him by the orphanage director and his most important relative, Nono Yakushi. Until later, that gentlewoman died miserably in Kabuto Yakushi's hands. What's more distressing is that Nono Yakushi didn't recognize Kabuto Yakushi in the end. The only thing he cherished most was the glasses. Naruto had no conscience, and he would not miss such a great opportunity. During the stalemate, Naruto's expression gradually became disdainful, and his teasing was better than Kabuto Yakushi. "Your glasses are so ugly, no." Almost instantly, Kabuto Yakushi completely broke down, and the past that he didn't want to remember in his heart surged out of his mind. Go to hell. The green chakra scalpel rose at this moment, and Kabuto Yakushi was almost crazy. Chapter 87, He's been rained on, so he's good at breaking other people's umbrellas. Watching Kabuto Yakushi break down his defense, Naruto pulled back, bent his legs and jumped back 3 times. Kabuto Yakushi was successfully angered by Naruto to the point of almost losing his mind. He once had a gentle light in his life, and Nono Yakushi was more of a mother to him. But he didn't know that Nono Yakushi was the former first intelligence officer of the Root, a top existence known as the Wandering Shrine Maiden, and became the orphanage director after leaving the Root organization. And Kabuto Yakushi was too outstanding, so he was spotted by the ninja world named Kage Danzo when he was very young and was abducted into the Root organization. Nono Yakushi couldn't see Kabuto, and could only learn about Kabuto's current situation through photos. Danzo seized this bug and started to make trouble. By slowly replacing the photo of Kabuto Yakushi, he gradually erased Nono's memory of the real Kabuto Yakushi. In the end, Nono completely regarded another person as Kabuto Yakushi and forgot the real Kabuto Yakushi. So when she received the task of assassinating Kabuto Yakushi, there was no ripple in her heart. She didn't recognize him anymore, and Kabuto Yakushi didn't know that the person who assassinated him was Nono, so he killed him back. He was originally an orphan who had lost his memory. It was Nono who gave him a name, gentleness, and self, but Nono did not recognize him before he died. The last person in the world who remembered his existence died, and he also lost his true self. Nono doesn't remember you at all. It's ironic. Your existence itself is meaningless. No one will care whether you are dead or alive. While dodging, Naruto tried to talk back with a face full of disdain, stabbing Kabuto Yakushi in the heart. There was no idea of leading people to be good, and every sentence was silent and critical. You shut up. The face of Kabuto Yakushi was grim, and the chakra scalpel in his hand gathered into a short whip, approaching Naruto frantically. You have nothing and nowhere to go. Naruto was still attacking, his steps became more flexible, and his movements of drawing the sword and slashing became more fluent. Kabuto Yakushi had almost lost his rules, and he couldn't wait to kill Naruto. His mind collapsed and he chased him frantically. You shut up! The air passed by the chakra scalpel was a little warm, and Naruto didn't dare to take it lightly. If he was hit like this, his tendons and ligaments might be cut off. Kabuto Yakushi was too fast, so Naruto simply gave up the seal. He dodged backwards step by step, constantly stimulating Kabuto Yakushi's nerves. Jiraiya hadn't arrived yet, Tsunade had already lost her fighting power, and Jingyan couldn't deal with Orochimaru again. If you can't find yourself, just take it from others. Yakushi Kabuto rolled over and threw a chakra chainsaw-like thing at Naruto. What a joke, then go ahead and take it. Naruto chopped the chainsaw with a knife, and the two of them got close again, gritting their teeth and grinning in the gap between their heads. On the other side, Shizune had already fought with Orochimaru to protect Tsunade. Naruto silently prayed in his heart that the lecherous sage would come to the rescue quickly, while missing the rescue master Kazi. You, a well-known person, will not understand how desperate a completely blank person like me is. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were devouring people. Naruto Uzumaki. He breathed heavily like a wild animal. Do you know what it feels like to kill yourself with your own hands? I am nothing. The name is a mark, the glasses are a prop, you are right. From the beginning I was nothing, nothing. Hat. Naruto's face was equally ferocious. What disgusting words are you saying? If it's meaningless, just go and die. Do you think I will sympathize with you? I will kill you immediately and spit on your grave. What truth do you think you understand here? If you have something to say, save it for Nono. Nono is dead, who can Kabuto Yakushi tell? He didn't know how Naruto knew these things, but at this moment Kabuto Yakushi had no time to think, and his anger had overwhelmed his reason. Naruto was killing like crazy, completely inhuman, and didn't care about the consequences. If you can't get it, destroy it, and redeem it. Who is more pitiful between life and death? Only the living are qualified to spit on the graves of their enemies. Kabuto Yakushi's life was completely stolen by Danzo in a despicable way. Before Nono died, he still believed that Kabuto Yakushi was still living safely in Konoha. Death is the norm, and tragedy is also the norm. But the world is not fake, the body temperature of the lover is real, and Naruto just wants to lie down. So, he said the most vicious words to Kabuto Yakushi. Have you ever thought about why it wasn't you who died that day? With a bang, Kabuto Yakushi howled and collapsed completely. Shut up! I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Uzumaki Naruto. Come on. Naruto's neck veins bulged, and he showed no weakness. The lava escape instantly covered the blade. Why did Nono raise such a thing as you? It was too dirty. Naruto once again showed the most brilliant quality in the ninja duel, the flexible moral bottom line. Children who have been caught in the rain are best at breaking other people's umbrellas. He knew too well what could instantly defeat people's hearts, and too well what could completely defeat a person's beliefs. The handle of the knife was stained with fire, and Naruto rushed towards Kabuto Yakushi like a young cheetah, and the molten magma completely burned the blade red. Kabuto Yakushi's chakra scalpel made a harsh sound and rushed straight to Naruto's heart. But Naruto's fighting instinct was amazingly sharp, and the whole world seemed to slow down in an instant. The sound of the wind, the buzzing sound of the poison needle penetrating the air, and the chakra scalpel were infinitely magnified in his eyes. The leg strength burst out infinitely at this moment, causing Naruto to shake wildly like a dead leaf floating in the wind. Like a movie tape, a black and white picture flashed by with a sizzling sound. The high-speed shaking made Naruto miraculously avoid the chakra scalpel, and he had already reached into Kabuto Yakushi's side. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and melted it. Kabuto Yakushi's pupils suddenly expanded, and a melting knife cut his right ribs. Fortunately, he activated Yin Yoshangmi in time. Before the right side was attacked, mobilize cells in advance for healing. In this way, the cells that are constantly being destroyed and the cells that are constantly healing are intertwined crazily, and it looks like they are healing quickly after being injured. This ninjutsu is similar to Tsunade's 100 healings technique, and it can be regarded as an exquisite ninjutsu. At the same time, the knife in Naruto's hand could not withstand the high temperature and broke. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes were stern, and a grim smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and the chakra scalpel increased wildly. In an instant, Naruto casually threw away the broken ninja sword in his hand. While Kabuto Yakushi almost doubted whether he was blind, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A brand new ninja sword. Chapter 88. The sword is very good, Now it is mine, please read it later. Naruto's eyes were covered with a layer of haze, and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. The naive Kabuto Yakushi knew nothing about real rich people. For just a few dollars for a ninja sword, of course he would buy 100 at a time. How could he only buy one? Kabuto Yakushi was stunned. This is outrageous. But Naruto didn't care about that. Ping Ai was also a high-level ninjutsu worth practicing. While Kabuto Yakushi didn't have time to react, he used the lava-release upper blade to chop diagonally. He also wanted to stab Kabuto Yakushi's heart with a knife. He would not be soft-hearted to the enemy no matter what. But if Kabuto Yakushi dodges, the blade may get stuck in his ribs and can't be pulled out, and his face may be covered with blood. Naruto gave up this idea instantly and chose to chop diagonally. As long as Kabuto Yakushi was severely injured again, he would almost lose his ability to fight. He could finish him off if he was not dead. The young body was like the most swift cheetah dot in the blink of an eye, the blade was coated with melted liquid, and the scorching blade chopped at the ribs of Kabuto Yakushi as fast and fierce as the sunlight in the daytime. Drip, drip. Kabuto Yakushi jumped out of the thick smoke in a panic, holding his ribs, and blood was all over the ground. He had to take a blood recovery pill to replenish the large amount of blood lost in the battle. The battle lasted only a moment, and Kabuto Yakushi himself was at the level of a senior ninja. Although he was not as good as Kakashi Might Guy, he was young and had great potential. The talent of an ordinary person was fully reflected in Kabuto Yakushi, and it should have been easy to deal with a little ghost. But fighting is about killing with one blow, and the timing is important. Naruto took the initiative, dodged Kabuto Yakushi's attack at high speed, and rushed into Kabuto Yakushi's arms very boldly. More importantly, Kabuto Yakushi never figured out where Naruto got the new sword from. This time he was in trouble, his body was getting slower and slower, and he couldn't continue fighting. Dark red molten magma was flowing on the blade, and the ninja sword held by Naruto was exposed to gold. The terrifying heat continued to radiate outward, and the ninja sword was about to break. The battle between the two took only 2 minutes from start to finish. From slashing each other to spitting trash words, the outcome of the battle was decided in just 2 minutes. Naruto chose the dirtiest means and fought the fastest. It was impossible to kill Kabuto Yakushi immediately. Shizune on the other side was almost unable to bear it. Orochimaru would not die, and he also had the means to treat Kabuto Yakushi. But Shizune and Tsunade were really dead, and it was not worth it to entangle with Kabuto Yakushi. When he realized that he could not kill them with one blow, he turned around and chose to injure them severely. With a scream, Shizune was kicked away by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who lost both hands, was still fierce, like a madman who was not afraid of death. He really had nothing to fear. Immortal things without emotions had almost no weaknesses. Shizune fell on the grass, blood oozing from her body. Orochimaru ignored her, spewed out a snake from his mouth, and the snake spit out a sword from its mouth, and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto was almost covered with goosebumps, but he could only bite the bullet. The slippery snake left Naruto almost no time to think, and the nine tails chakra surrounded his body. The calf muscles were tense at this moment, and he shot out like the most agile rabbit. Nine tails approval 19.8%. The knife in his hand broke immediately when it touched Orochimaru's snake sword, and the Kusanagi sword was invincible. Naruto dodged and retreated. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, and rushed straight to Tsunade, who was afraid of blood. Tsunade completely lost her ability to fight after seeing the blood, and sat on the grass trembling all over, as if she had completely changed, and the whole person was dominated by great fear. Cowardly and helpless, like a frightened child. If Naruto didn't know that Tsunade was afraid of blood, he would definitely think she was acting himself. But from the state of Kabuto Yakushi, who was mentally shocked by his few words, it was not surprising that Tsunade looked like this. Instantly, it was too late for Naruto to defend himself. He retreated, but Orochimaru went towards Tsunade. Flying Thunder God, second stage. The kunai was thrown so fast that it pierced the air and made a sharp cry. Jiraiya finally arrived, and his voice sounded a little weak. Fire style. Flame bomb. The Flying Thunder God kunai arrived first, and Orochimaru did not expect that the Flying Thunder God of the fourth generation would appear again. He was shocked by Naruto, who suddenly changed his position and threw Tsunade to the ground. The Kusanagi sword did not pierce Tsunade, but it pierced Naruto. The intense pain suddenly made him realize that it was the Kusanagi sword that pierced him, a divine weapon that could not be bought with money. The intense shock made Naruto unable to hold back, and he spit a mouthful of blood on Tsunade's chest. Jiraiya's fire bomb arrived the next second, forcing Orochimaru, who was about to draw his sword, to retreat dozens of feet. Ah! Tsunade was frightened by Naruto's mouthful of blood and screamed. The scene of her brother Rope Tree and Dan's death flashed through her mind. In the desperate rainy night, the blood could not be stopped no matter what she did. Naruto. Jiraiya's pupils dilated slightly, but he was blocked by Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto jumped back to Orochimaru's side, and it seemed that his injuries had recovered a little. As for whether he has come out of the shadow of the mental damage of cursing his mother, it is unknown. Tsunade watched Naruto fall into her arms, her pupils dilated sharply at the blood, and she screamed. Her spirit collapsed for a time, her body trembled, and her face was filled with fear and helplessness. In an instant, the seriously injured Naruto suddenly raised his bloody hand and wiped it on Tsunade's face without warning. Tsunade was stunned. Naruto coughed violently twice and used all his strength to lean towards Tsunade's ear. The scene of saying last words was so familiar that Tsunade almost collapsed. However, Naruto's hand fell from his face to Tsunade's neck. He pulled Tsunade over with all his strength, and said with a weak face. Tsunade. Sir, I didn't ask you for anything. Stop it. Stop it. Tsunade cried out in despair, tears falling one by one. Why did you do this? How could you be so stupid? Naruto's breathing became more rapid, and he held Tsunade tightly, his eyeballs almost bulging out, like an old man who was about to die of illness, shouting hoarsely in his throat. Quickly draw the sword, draw it out. Now it is mine. Tsunade was stunned, staring at Naruto blankly. The tears flowed from her eye sockets, down her jade-like cheeks, and dripped into Naruto's eyes from the tip of her chin, and she burst into tears. Naruto didn't know why Tsunade was crying, but he knew he couldn't lose the Kusanagi sword. He wanted to yell again, draw the sword quickly. If I don't draw my sword, it will soon be snatched away by Orochimaru. The sword is good, it's mine now. The kite will eventually fall, but we don't need an end. You will always stay in my world after going around in circles. Tsunade hugged Naruto and cried loudly. Naruto opened his mouth slightly, his eyes were dull, and he said silently. Draw the sword quickly. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. Chapter 89. Where's the sword? Tsunade hugged him and cried hysterically. Naruto's consciousness became more and more blurred, and his eyelids became heavier. With the 9 tails, the life-extending treasure, he was not worried about dying. But he couldn't speak now, and he was so anxious. Draw the sword. Damn it. Naruto fainted from the pain, and it was already night when he woke up again. The tail seal was successfully released. His chest ached slightly, and the ceiling looked unfamiliar. This was neither a hospital nor Konoha. He opened his eyes completely and found Shizuan sleeping at the head of the bed. This was still a hotel. He sat up silently, turned his head left and right, and touched his chest again. The Kusanagi sword was nowhere to be found. Shizuan was awakened by Jing, and rubbed his eyes and sat up, only to find that Naruto had woken up, but his face was extremely pale, as if he had lost his wife. Naruto, are you awake? Shizuan walked up and touched his forehead with a cool hand. Please don't move, it will take some time for the wound to heal. Master Shizuan, where is the sword? Naruto asked with no hope in life. Sword. A big sword. Naruto gestured on his chest twice, the big sword stuck in my chest. The ageless black silk ant Shizuan reacted instantly, with a gentle maid-like professional smile on her face, and said. Sorry, it was put away by Lady Tsunade. What? How could she? Naruto stopped wanting to do something so humorous. Lady Shizuan, Lady Tsunade must be teasing me, right? She will definitely return the sword to me, right? This. Shizuan showed an embarrassed smile on her face. Seeing this, Naruto's face fell instantly. Where's the sword? Naruto caught Tsunade in the tavern. What sword? Tsunade was drunk, pouting, her clothes half exposed. What are you talking about, kid? Sword. The sword on my chest. Naruto was anxious, and he didn't even want to look at Naoko, and he was almost face to face with Tsunade. Wake up, old woman. Instantly, the air around them dropped to freezing point. Tsunade's face was fierce, her eyes glowed red. What did you call me? Hokage-sama. Naruto said straight, and put himself in position for a second, but soon he couldn't hold it anymore. Where's the sword? Where's my big sword? That kind of thing is too dangerous. Tsunade said drunkenly, how could I give it to an unreliable kid like you? Hey? What? Naruto didn't understand at all, and sat down opposite Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, who blocked the sword for you? Well, this. Don't avoid the question, damn it. It's you. Tsunade frowned and bit her finger, looking extremely unwilling. What? Naruto didn't understand at all, and sat down opposite Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, who blocked the sword for you? This. Don't avoid the question, damn it. It's you. Tsunade frowned and bit her finger, looking extremely unwilling. What do you mean by count it as? It was me. Naruto's face was full of resentment. I blocked the sword for you at that time, and the sword pierced my chest, right here. Naruto kept talking, recreating the situation at that time. It can be seen that he really wanted the Kusanagi sword. Well, I was like this at that time. Naruto retracted his hand that was stretched to his chest and muttered, anyway, you have to give it to me. The sword pierced my body, so it's mine. It's not impossible to give it back to you. Tsunade drank another glass, her face flushed. It depends on your performance in the future. Naruto's face was grey, and he was convinced by Tsunade's equally low moral bottom line. Both of them are not good people, and their hearts and minds add up to more than 1,000. But he can't do anything with Tsunade now. In a sense, Tsunade is now the 5th generation Hokage and his direct female boss. He is just an ordinary tailed beast Jinchuriki, and he will have to rely on Tsunade to protect him in the high-level meeting in the near future. In other words, Naruto will have to listen to this bad woman in the future. Although he is a little unhappy, he can only let Tsunade bully him now. He is so angry that he wonders when the Jinchuriki will stand up. When the progress of draining the 9 tails is 100%, he will perform the seal of releasing the tail. Then let this old woman hold the Kusanagi sword and beg him to find the 9 tails back. However, only a fool would care who took the 9 tails away. Here you go. Tsunade suddenly forced a warm object into Naruto's hand, and drank a glass of wine. What is it? Naruto scratched his head and looked confused. The palm of his hand unfolded a metal pendant necklace, the original owner of which was the 1st generation of Hokage, and it was also Tsunade's most cherished thing. Where does the milk smell come from? Naruto shrugged. Just as he was about to smell it, Tsunade punched him on the table in anger. Do you want to die? Kid. It hurts. It hurts. I'm dying. The wound is torn. Naruto screamed in the tavern, and Tsunade covered his mouth again in an instant, and then hugged him to her chest. Why are you shouting? Tsunade was a little annoyed, and said in a low voice, believe it or not, I will open your wound and heal it. Naruto didn't dare to say anything. He knew that this woman could really do such a thing. In fact, older single strong women are very scary. Tsunade was also a little drunk. Looking at the wine jugs on the table, Naruto had no doubt that Tsunade had been drinking alone from morning till now. Come on. You have a drink too. Tsunade was drunk, and a glass of wine was directly thrown into Naruto's face. No, 3 ninja rules, I'm a Cough cough. What's the matter, a little bit won't hurt. Tsunade drunkenly poured wine into Naruto's mouth. Don't be so rigid, the wine tastes good. I'll do it myself, do it myself. Naruto hurriedly begged for mercy. Tsunade was a pure alcoholic, and if she was really forced to drink, she might choke to death. Ha, how much can you drink, little brat? Tsunade laughed drunkenly, and pressed Naruto in her arms with her backhand, and wanted to pour wine. Naruto wanted to come again, and the whole person was suffocated, and he almost suffocated. The fragrance in his chest mixed with the smell of alcohol. Finally, it all turned into vomit. Ugh! Naruto squatted outside the tavern and vomited wildly. It was dark outside. The streets were crowded with people, and the lights were flowing like a stream. Tsunade stood aside and laughed and watched the fun. She leaned over and patted Naruto on the back with a bright smile. You are too weak, kid. Ugh! Naruto didn't drink but vomited in Tsunade's arms. He looked up with a pale face and grabbed Tsunade's wrist. Being tormented by the 5th Hokage, Naruto might be the only one in Konoha. Grabbing Tsunade's wrist, Naruto asked unwillingly. Where's the sword? Chapter 90 The Scum Who Opened the Door with a Knife, please read it later. Tsunade was stunned, squatted beside him, and said with a smile. It depends on your performance in the future. Didn't you say that you would support me to be the 5th Hokage? Now I accept it, and you have to keep your promise. Hearing this, Naruto let go of Tsunade's wrist and struggled to stand up. The lights in the shops on both sides of the Tansho Street night market radiated like silk threads, and a little bit of dim yellow hit Naruto's feet. When the night wind blew, he seemed to sober up a little. It's too much. How can the Hokage do such a thing? It's okay. Tsunade laughed. As she said that, she also stood up, and the big blue robe with the word gambling printed on it fluttered gently in the night wind. I'm sober now, it's time to go back. That Naruto coughed and said, Lady Tsunade is saying goodbye to the memories of the past, right? Although I don't quite understand, I think it's painful to just keep the bad memories there, whether you want them or not. You little brat. Tsunade chuckled and tapped Naruto on the head. No matter how painful the past memories are, you can't just let them go. If you let go of the past, you'll have nothing on your hands. Naruto was tactful and didn't continue the topic. If someone covered their wounds and didn't let others see them, forcibly approaching and prying open that person's hands was not caring, but stabbing them again. Tsunade-sama is already the 5th Hokage, and the affairs of the village are still very busy. Naruto said something human, the end of an era is also the beginning of another era. Ah! Tsunade responded with a voice that was a little desolate, the village is the hard work of my grandfather, and the responsibility of protecting the village will be passed on to future generations. The ninja world is not peaceful, with frequent wars, and countless people have died of freezing and starvation. Naruto said, the word world is really not easy. The way is what people want, and the world is every blade of grass and every tree in the village. You are talking about these again? Tsunade suddenly laughed, rubbed Naruto's face and asked, you are thoughtful, what have you thought of? I didn't think of anything. Although I hope Tsunade-sama can succeed the 5th generation, I don't want to be Hokage at all. Naruto murmured. I just want Lady Tsunade to say a few more words for me at the high-level meeting, so that I won't be deprived of my freedom. Don't worry, those old guys can do anything to you. Tsunade increased the strength of her hand, I will protect you, and deprivation of freedom will not happen. You tell me everything, I am very happy. The power of the tailed beast is too strong, and there are actually few people in the village who can speak to me. Naruto said, I am also very happy to work for Lady Tsunade. Then do your best. Tsunade smiled, leaned down and kissed Naruto on the side of his face, I will return the sword to you. It took almost a month. Tsunade really did what she said, and honestly returned to Konoha to succeed the 5th Hokage. On the day of returning to the village, Naruto was sandwiched between Tsunade, with Jiraiya on the left and the 5th Hokage Tsunade on the right. The legendary 3 ninjas returned, which immediately caused a sensation. As the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, the legendary medical ninja, and the future 5th Hokage, who wouldn't want to see her? The streets of Konoha were crowded, which was what the 2 Konoha advisors wanted. Tsunade spread the news before returning to the village. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, one of the 3 ninjas, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and a powerful medical ninja. If Tsunade doesn't become Hokage, how can she be qualified to sit on that chair? Even if Danzo bites his teeth to pieces, he can't take the position of Hokage from Tsunade. This is what people want. Everyone believes that the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage will bring hope to the village. And Naruto, this ominous person, was paraded by Tsunade. From the gate of Konoha to the street of Konoha, and then from the street of Konoha to the Hokage building. Under the high platform of the Hokage building, a group of ninjas and villagers gathered and looked up at the newly appointed 5th generation. Naruto wanted to run, but was dragged back by Tsunade. Where are you going? Tsunade frowned and lifted his ear and said, stand here and wait for the ceremony to end. You can go wherever you want. I'm not the Hokage, why should I? Sorry, the wind is too strong, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Tsunade's face was livid, and a pair of terrifying red eyes almost crushed Naruto with a punch. Sorry, swear allegiance to Tsunade-sama. Naruto stood up and said. You are so sweet. Tsunade's attitude instantly made Naruto feel like spring breeze, and he smiled and put on the hat symbolizing Hokage in the breeze. Behind him were the 2 advisors and Jiraiya, and the 3 generations of pro people all stood on Tsunade's side and solemnly attended the Hokage succession ceremony. including the three families of Ino, Shika, and Jo, the Hyuga clan and the Aberme Inyazuka clan, and the captain of the Anbu. Naruto yawned and stood closest to Tsunade, listening to Tsunade announce that she would manage the Konoha ninja village from now on amid the cheers of the crowd. The process was really boring, but the villagers' cheers were indeed mixed with their vision for the future. Tsunade's return was like a shot of adrenaline for Konoha after the attack. The way is what people want, and the world is every tree and grass. Some people just stand there and do nothing, and people will love her like crazy. Tsunade is such a person. She gambled all her life and lost all her life. From the past to now, she has lost everything in her life. But, as long as she wins once in her life, it will be enough. Naruto looked at the strong woman waving in the cheers with his peripheral vision, and his emotions suddenly became complicated. After returning home, Naruto washed silently, wrapped in a bath towel and lay naked on the sofa in a daze. I was on a mission for a month, and I didn't know what to do after I came back. Sure enough, I still have to continue my previous life. If there is a mission, I will do it, and if there is no mission, I will just lie down. The high-level meeting will be cancelled in 9 out of 10 cases, so I don't need to care about it anymore. Looking at the white ceiling, for some reason, Naruto suddenly wanted to drink a sip of cocoa. It was probably because he hadn't had it for too long. In fact, he didn't like cocoa, but he wanted to know. What was the difference between the cocoa made by Ino and the one he made by hand? When I was idle, I tended to have random thoughts. Sure enough, I wasn't idle enough. Dong, dong, dong. The knock on the door was very abrupt, and Naruto subconsciously turned over and drew his sword. After a long pause, he shook his head violently, thinking that he was really being bewitched by Uchiha Itachi. This was Konoha with good security, and there was no need to be so cautious. Click, the door opened. Ino was wearing a thin shirt, and her style was casual, probably because she didn't have to go on a mission. Her soft and slightly curly blonde hair was casually tied up, looking intellectual and cute. It seemed that something was applied on her lips, exuding a moist luster and looking pink and soft, and the skin on her neck was incredibly beautiful. The moment he opened the door, he smelled a faint fragrance emanating from her body. She looked at Naruto, who was only wrapped in a white bath towel, blinked her eyes and asked, "What are you doing with the knife?" Chapter 91 Aprons are also great. I was scared by Uchiha Itachi. Naruto told the truth, made a smooth knife flower, slowly put away the knife with a sound of jing, and let the knife slide into the scabbard. "Here, mother gave it to you." Ino took out a bag of food from behind, her face a little unnatural. "If you don't like it, don't talk nonsense. Last time you said you liked it, mother took it seriously. When she heard that you were back, she insisted that I send it to you. I didn't lie, thank my aunt for me." He hung the knife on the wall of the entrance, turned around and said lazily, "I'm going to put on some clothes, sit casually." Ino pursed her lips slightly, showing a dissatisfied look, and then put her hands behind her back and stepped lightly into the entrance. Holding the shoe cabinet on the wall, she began to take off her shoes, revealing her white jade ankles, and her jade feet stepped steadily on the floor. Naruto changed his clothes and walked out of the room. He didn't look at Ino at all, and went to the kitchen to boil water, yawning. The apartment Naruto moved into this time was much more spacious than the old and dilapidated apartment, and the decoration was much more exquisite than the previous house. All the furniture and appliances were also fully equipped according to the top specifications. Just back. Ino leaned against the kitchen door, watching Naruto tiredly open the refrigerator and prepare to cook. Large patches of sunlight came in from the sunny floor-to-ceiling windows. It fell forward, into the clean and tidy living room, over the sofa, and onto Ino's straight legs. The calves were white and smooth, and the tight and tender curves of the legs were visible. Naruto turned on the switch of the kettle with a click, leaned on the marble counter in the kitchen, glanced at Ino, and finally fixed his eyes on her legs. Ino's face twitched, and her originally correct smile gradually became unbearable. "Where are you looking at?" "Legs." Naruto yawned and said. Originally, Naruto thought that Ino would show a contemptuous look when looking at filth, and then sneer at him. Ino's face showed a blushing expression, and she looked completely confused. "You are not thinking about anything strange in your mind, are you?" "Absolutely not." Naruto denied it. "Although I don't mind being treated as a fantasy object." Ino laughed dryly, her eyes wandering around. "Generally speaking, boys at this age should start to become perverted. Although she said such shocking words, her face was still red. It was not difficult to see that Ino was just trying her best to endure shyness and deliberately showing off. I don't understand what you are saying at all. Naruto's eyes lost their luster and pointed at Ino's clothes and asked. But what's the matter with your dress? Dress? What dress? Ino blinked quickly, with a very cute expression on her face, and answered the question irrelevantly, what are you eating for lunch? Is it still omelette rice? Hey! I ate it last time, so I suggest you change your taste this time. Hey! And, that! Ino turned around and fell on the sofa silently without saying anything. Strange. Naruto stared at the ingredients, then looked at Ino lying on the sofa. He felt that he should not be standing in the kitchen, but lying on the sofa. Ino. Hearing the voice coming from his ear, Ino was stunned for a moment, and suddenly raised his head to meet a pair of dead fish eyes. The distance between the tips of their noses was only about the length of a finger, and their eyes met. Ah! Ino screamed, and then her face turned completely red. She buried her face in the sofa and begged in a muffled voice, "Don't ask, please don't ask. Don't ask." Naruto lay on the sofa on the other side, and the whole person seemed to be completely dried salted fish, and said weakly. Ino, I'll leave the cooking to you. I was seriously injured outside, and there was a hole in my chest. It's not fully healed yet. Hearing this, Ino was stunned, got up and crawled over nervously. Staring at Naruto's closed eyes, her drooping golden hair fluttered on Naruto's face, which was a little itchy. Naruto opened his eyes and looked into each other's eyes again. Ino's face gradually turned red, almost spreading all the way to her neck. The hot breath sprayed on his face. She stood up a little embarrassedly, looked to the other side, and hurriedly lifted her hair behind her ears. I want to see the wound. Naruto didn't want to cook, so he lifted his clothes without hesitation. The hideous wound on his chest was exposed. Fortunately, it had scarred and was almost healed, but it looked scary. How did it happen? Ino was really startled. She touched the scar lightly and asked carefully, "Does it hurt?" "If you ask that, it hurts." "How can you say that?" Ino's attention was all on the scar. Naruto's eyelids were heavy, and he just wanted to sleep with his eyes half closed. He didn't notice that Ino was almost sitting on Naruto. The cool summer breeze swept through the window, and the next moment, Naruto fell asleep on the sofa. Ino just lay on top of him, her pupils slightly dilated. Although there was no contact, her heart began to beat violently for no reason. It was like a thick cloud about to fall, but it could not block the scorching sun. She stood up and walked to the kitchen silently, almost doubting whether her brain was broken. Ah! Go to hell! Soul! Bang! The kitchen knife chopped on the chopping board, and Naruto fell asleep on the sofa near the balcony, and the wind chimes swayed. Ino leaned against the kitchen door, lowered her head and bit her lips in a daze. The cicadas in midsummer were still noisy, but they could no longer enter the girl's ears. Naruto was completely asleep, and his consciousness sank into the sealed space. The mountain-sized Nine-Tails huddled in the red fence to watch the DVD player. When he saw Naruto coming, he didn't even blink. "What are you doing here?" "I fell asleep and came in." Naruto sighed, "Why? Don't you welcome me?" The Nine-Tails didn't say anything, just made a very humane gesture. "Hey Tui!" Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight from the sofa. His consciousness was driven out of the sealed space by the Nine-Tails. That time, Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu was eaten by the Nine-Tails, and it was not until he escaped back to the sealed space that he was safe. Last time, the Nine-Tails forced the dying Naruto to live again, which was considered to be a great kindness. Awake! Ino's voice came from the kitchen. After a while, Ino, wearing a light blue apron, came out of the kitchen with a steaming stone pot. Her hair was different from usual, and it was scattered on her shoulders. "What are you looking at? Go wash your hands and eat when you wake up." Ino stood in front of the dining table without knowing it, looking at Naruto in confusion, biting a rubber band in her mouth. Hand reaching back to the head, he skillfully tied up the scattered golden hair into a bunch. Naruto suspected that he had traveled through time again. Did he divide his wife this time? "Madam, please respect yourself." "Hey? You are not thinking about strange things, are you?" Ino frowned and asked. Chapter 92. Sure enough, seeking follow-up reading. "I swear in the name of the Sunin, absolutely not." Naruto's face was serious, and he sacrificed the reputation of the Sunin without hesitation to save his apron fetish. In this situation, the cute girl cooked by herself, and he should be grateful. But Ino walked in front of him wearing an apron, even if he couldn't control his random thoughts, but... Sure enough, the apron is also great. With a splash, Naruto's hands were completely immersed in the clear water pouring down from the faucet, but his eyes seemed absent-minded. Ino has been a little strange recently, but she does look good in an apron. If it is a comparison between a maid outfit and an apron, it can only be said that each has its own characteristics. The girl with a decent appearance and flawless skin is pleasing to the eye. Damn it, I still have to thank the angel for coming with a grateful heart. Ino frowned as she watched Naruto walk out of the kitchen as if nothing had happened. She always felt that this man was suddenly weird. Why did his obscene eyes suddenly become pious, as if he was looking at a shrine maiden? On the dining table. Delicious. Naruto praised without reservation, the fried eggs have a honey flavor, and the soup is also delicious. Hearing Naruto's words, Ino's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was extremely satisfied. Then, as if she remembered something, she suddenly asked. Where did the wound on your body come from? Oh, that I blocked it for Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade? Ino suddenly became nervous. She remembered Princess Tsunade whom she saw on the stands outside the Hokage building in the morning, and saw Naruto standing next to Tsunade, looking listless. At the inauguration ceremony of the 5th Hokage, generally speaking, only high-level advisors and elders can stand behind the 5th Hokage. However, when it comes to Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Ino still has some yearning. Tsunade-sama must be very charming, right? No. Naruto's expression became resentful. That woman doesn't look like a Hokage at all. She has a bad temper and doesn't keep her word. She completely relies on her status as a woman to shirk responsibility. In short, it's hard to imagine what that kind of person would look like as a Hokage. Ah. Ino was a little confused. Although she didn't know what happened, but... Naruto, don't say bad things about Tsunade-sama. If it weren't for Tsunade-sama, the village wouldn't have stabilized so quickly. Looking at Ino's earnest look, Naruto curled his lips and responded with a no. Really, you guys should listen to what I say. Okay. The sunset was dim. The two walked side by side on the streets of Konoha, looking inconspicuous among the crowd going home after class. Actually, you don't have to send me home. Ino glanced at Naruto carefully with her peripheral vision, and quickly retracted it. No, I just wanted to go out for a walk. I heard that starting from tomorrow, the village's backlog of tasks will begin to be sent out. After a break, it will become busy again. Ino sighed and said. Be careful. Naruto said absent-mindedly, his eyes wandering among the lively crowd. It seems that after Tsunade returned to the village, the low-pressure atmosphere hovering over Konoha dissipated instantly. The destroyed buildings were also repaired, and more people came out of their grief. After the Konoha collapse operation, Naruto lost an old house, but the loss was minimal to him. It was the loss of the Kusanagi sword that made him more distressed, but it was reasonable that Orochimaru's weapon was not so easy to hand over to him, so he could only find an opportunity to get it later. By the way, Temari's 3-star fan is still in the sealed space. Now the relationship between Sand Village and Konoha should have eased. Should I return the thing? What are you thinking about? Ino frowned, her face puffed up slightly, and she leaned into Naruto's side with some dissatisfaction. It's very impolite to be distracted when talking to someone. Sorry, I was thinking about the maid outfit. Can you come again? Quickly give up this idea before I completely destroy you. Death in the physical sense. Ino. What? We're here. Naruto pointed to the Yamanaka flower shop not far away. Unknowingly, the two of them were standing on the street in front of the Yamanaka flower shop. Oh. Ino took 2 steps forward and was about to say goodbye. But Naruto frowned and asked suddenly. Ino, if you accidentally take something from a girl with a bad temper, how can you girls return it? Girls? Ino's face turned strange. What did you take from Sakura? It's not Sakura. There's no point for Naruto to keep the fan, he has to return it sooner or later anyway. If it comes to the point of negotiating with Konoha's high-level officials, Tsunade will be very angry. It's not Sakura. Sure enough, there is another woman outside. Although Ino felt a little wronged, she still patiently thought of a way for him. If the relationship is very tense, you can find a third person to hand it over without meeting in person. Third person? Naruto recalled carefully that the Chunin exam ended at the first round, and Temari did not fight with Shikamaru at all, so there was no acquaintance. If it was Gaara, he did beat him up, and he didn't know if the personality correction fist worked. If he approached rashly now, it would be too dangerous, and he might beat him up again. Now Gaara's status is different from before, no longer the genin of Sand Village. The Kazekage is dead, and Gaara, as the Jinchuriki and the prince, will naturally succeed to the throne. If he beats the new generation of Kazekage, it might be a diplomatic dispute. Kankuro's personality is too sinister, and Sasuke broke his figurine. Now if he goes there, he might have to fight with the little prince of Sand Village again. It's a headache, there are too many grievances, and things become more difficult once Konoha and Sand Village establish diplomatic relations. Forget it, let's wait for the Konoha high level to come to the door. Anyway, those old guys can't do anything to him now. With Jiraiya and Tsunade here, any proposal about him must be approved by them before it can take effect. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately relaxed. Getting more for less work, getting something for nothing, and pissing off those old guys is the right way. Forget it, let's ignore this matter for now. Naruto said, you go back first, remember to be safe when you go on a mission. Oh. Ino walked a few steps towards the Yamanaka flower shop, and thought of what Naruto had just said about that girl, and turned back angrily. What's wrong? What else do you want? Ah. Ino stretched out her hand and twisted his waist heavily. Without giving Naruto a chance to explain, Ino said angrily. Greedy pervert. Actually that's not. Chapter 93 Daily Life of Team 7. The next day, Naruto was urgently summoned by Kakashi early in the morning, and the Team 7 team regrouped to prepare for the mission. Under the big green tree where they had agreed to meet, Sasuke was the first to arrive. He had a cold face and strange eyes, as if he was troubled by something. The moment he saw Naruto, he just snorted and turned his head away without saying anything. Naruto didn't feel anything. He found a place on the grass to sit and rest, with a peaceful look. Sasuke, I advise you to sit down and wait. Kakashi will definitely find an ugly reason to be late. Sasuke glanced at Naruto expressionlessly when he heard it. Idiot. 10 minutes later, Sasuke sat on the grass obediently. 20 minutes later, the two were separated by a distance, lying neatly like two corpses. Sorry. I'm late. Harano Sakura ran over in a panic, her short pink hair kept rising and falling, and she bowed and apologized with her eyes closed. A group of patients suddenly came to the hospital, and I was left to help. He opened his eyes and suddenly saw the two people lying on the ground. 10 minutes later, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were all lying on the grass. Naruto tilted his head slightly, and just met Sakura's eyes, and they couldn't help but smile at each other awkwardly. Sakura still looked the same, with her short hair tied casually, looking much more capable. Her exposed arms were slender and white, her chest was slightly bulging, and her smile was confident and gentle. Sakura seemed to have grown a lot in the medical department, and she had lost her previous childishness and panic. Naruto, you seem to have grown a little taller. I think so. Naruto touched the top of his head with his hand, maybe it's because of eating vegetables, my appetite has obviously increased. But, Sakura, your skin seems to have become better. Hey? Is there such a thing? Yeah, if you don't believe me, ask Sasuke. Boring. Well, you all came early, and it seems that you are not late. Kakashi suddenly appeared on the tree, scaring the three people below. Teacher Kakashi, do you want to check what time it is now? Sakura said helplessly. It's you who's late. Naruto complained. 35 minutes. Sasuke looked disdainful. Kakashi jumped down from the tree, smiled casually, stared at a dead fish eye, touched the back of his head and said. Just now a black cat ran past me, so This mission is over here, I have to go back to the Hokage building to submit a mission report. Kakashi said lazily, the performance of the three is not bad, Sakura is making rapid progress. Anyway, let's disband, there should be a new mission tomorrow. Recently, after the 5th generation took office, all the accumulated tasks must be completed, and the situation of other classes is similar to ours. Yes. The three people's answers dragged out for a long time, and then they all laughed. Kakashi scratched his head and laughed. Team 7 was the first ninja class he had ever led, and it might be the last one. Before leaving, Kakashi's peripheral vision quickly passed over Sasuke. In this mission, Sasuke's behavior was a little abnormal, too anxious. The four of them dispersed in their respective directions. Sakura had to go back to the medical department, Sasuke practiced, Kakashi reported, and Naruto went home to lie down. The main street of Konoha. After wandering aimlessly, he entered the abandoned building with ease. But after looking around, he found that the building was already empty. It seems that he is no longer hiding here, and all traces of him here have disappeared completely. At dusk, the last ray of light was swallowed up. Instantly, the abandoned building was dark. Naruto stood in that corner and watched for a while, guessing that Teiwa had probably met up with the other three members of the Sound Four. Sasuke's eyes were not right in the morning, and he might have defected. Go downstairs and leave. Find a place to fill your stomach, and you really don't want to cook by yourself. You still have to do the mission tomorrow, so you'd better go to bed early and get up early. The next day, Naruto arrived at the meeting place on time, but received a temporary notice from Kakashi. The mission was cancelled. Why was it cancelled? Naruto asked. I don't know. Sakura said helplessly. Teacher Kakashi only said that the mission was cancelled. It seemed that there was something important, so he asked me to remember to inform you, and then he left without saying anything. It might be a more dangerous S-level mission. Then let's disband. Naruto yawned and waved his hand, saying, it just so happened that I woke up in the middle of the night and didn't sleep well, so I went back to make up for it. Okay. Sasuke turned and left. Sakura, goodbye. Naruto pretended to leave, but was pulled by Sakura. Naruto, can you do me a favor? She said. Konoha Hospital, corridor. The white walls reflected a large halo of light, and the strong smell of disinfectant lingered on the tip of the nose. The corridor was wet, and it was obvious that it had just been mopped. At the ends of both ends, there were reminders such as be careful of slipping. I'm really sorry, the medical department is too busy. Sakura looked guilty. If I have to rush the mission tomorrow, I may be late again. It's just organizing the data table, it's a small matter. Naruto glanced at the stack of papers on the office table. He wanted to say that maybe he didn't have to carry out the mission tomorrow. Although the team led by the senior ninja without the guidance also needs to accept simple C-level missions, if the team is short of members, it will not be able to carry out the mission. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura said a little stiffly. Sakura, come on. A head popped up at the end of the department corridor, and the ninja in the medical department uniform waved anxiously, come and help. Yes, senior. Sakura hurried over, her white legs flashed past, and she turned back and shouted to Naruto, I'll treat you to barbecue when I'm done. Oh. He walked into the empty office, pulled out a chair and began to organize the documents one by one. These were all left during the collapse of Konoha, and there were too many patients to fill in the information. It wasn't tiring to sort it out, but the procedures were a bit complicated, which Sakura had told him in advance. Naruto handled it according to the established procedures, and time passed in a flash. At noon, Sakura walked into the office with a lazy stretch and a crackling sound, and sat down opposite Naruto with a tired face. She took a large stack of information and started to sort it out together. The work in the medical department is really too busy, I'm really sorry to bother you. Sakura said with a little guilt, I wanted to call Ino, but she went on a mission today. When Naruto heard Sakura mention Ino, he couldn't help but think of the scene the night before, and he couldn't help but look helpless. If I had known, I wouldn't have mentioned Temari's matter, and I didn't explain it clearly in the end. Ino went back to the store angrily, and the matter was left unresolved. Chapter 94 Sasuke Defection. The office soon became quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of paper pages turning. Occasionally, the two would stop to drink water in tacit understanding, and no one talked and didn't feel awkward. One morning was not enough to finish all the work. 10 minutes before the end of the get-off work, the two stopped what they were doing and discussed which barbecue restaurant to go to for dinner. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant near the Akimichi clan's residence. It's a little far from here, but we can still eat there. Sakura said while lying on the table. That's fine. Naruto leaned back in his chair casually, looking up at the ceiling and said casually, let's call Sasuke along? He doesn't have any mission anyway. Sakura suddenly fell silent for a moment and said. Let's forget it. Sasuke seems to be in a bad mood recently. He had a big fight with Kakashi teacher in the hospital some time ago. Is that so? Naruto said lazily, it's probably because of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke wants to kill him too much. It has become an obsession. Uchiha Itachi. Sakura heard the amount of information contained in Naruto's words and asked, I only know some vague reasons. Why did Sasuke have to? Blood feud. Naruto seemed to be talking about something ordinary, but he didn't tell the whole truth. He didn't need to explain anything more and involve himself in countless troubles. Uchiha Itachi is already terrifying, and then there is Orochimaru. The two are more perverted and crazy than each other. If Sakura is willing to jump, she can jump. Anyway, Naruto doesn't want to touch this quagmire at all. After the blood moon, Uchiha Sasuke lives for revenge. Sasuke watched his family being killed by Uchiha Itachi and Tsukuyomi, and he could only cowardly question his cold-blooded brother over and over again. Even though he survived, Uchiha Sasuke never walked out of that bloody night. In the familiar family residence, Uchiha Itachi cruelly took away everything he had. Some people are alive, but there is a dead child living in their hearts. Why is this happening? Sakura's voice was trembling. Sasuke never mentioned it to us. It doesn't matter whether he mentions it or not. Naruto pulled out his chair and stood up, staring at Sakura, and drank a sip of water slowly. Sakura, there are some things you can't interfere with. I hope Sasuke can take revenge easily and happily. If it were me, I would definitely try my best to kill Uchiha Itachi. Through the glass, Naruto's cold eyes in the depths of his blue pupils met with Sakura's eyes, and the latter shuddered fiercely in her seat. After a day's work, Naruto went home and lay down. The barbecue at noon was unusually silent. Sakura was a little absent-minded, but Naruto ate happily. Everyone in Team 7 noticed Sasuke's abnormality, and Naruto did not hide it, so he could only express his position in advance. Sasuke's revenge, he agreed with both hands. Uchiha Itachi's sense of oppression was too strong. He gave Sasuke unlimited water, and to others he was simply a killing god. So far, Naruto still has lingering fears about opening the door. Among the battle-hardened ninjas, only the senior cage-level ninjas like the Sunin are capable of threatening Uchiha Itachi. With a bang, Naruto fell into the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. Woke up the next day. The mission could not be completed as Team 7 was short of members and Uchiha Sasuke was missing. Tsunade was furious. It happened that all the Jonin had gone on a mission, and the remaining Anbu was short of manpower. If the root organization was not called, the only option was to use Konoha Genin. In desperation, Tsunade decided to summon Shikamaru, Neji, and Naruto, who had not yet gone on a mission, to the Hokage's office and appointed Shikamaru, the dog-headed military strategist, to lead the team. Without much nonsense, she just said that she would do everything she could to get the person back. Hokage, we still need more people. Shikamaru said bluntly, if it's just the three of us, it's not enough to complete the mission. You can pick the ninjas who haven't been on the mission yet, and report the list before leaving. Tsunade said after a moment of silence, hurry up, and don't let Uchiha Sasuke escape from the border of the Land of Fire. Yes. Shikamaru responded and hurried away, and Neji followed. Naruto turned around and wanted to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Tsunade. Naruto, stay for a while. Hearing this, Naruto stopped and turned to look at Tsunade. Looking at that white jade face, he remembered the sword on his chest, and his face fell immediately. I'm very busy. Don't give me any other tasks besides chasing Sasuke. Tsunade's face suddenly darkened, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she lifted Naruto's collar and said fiercely with her face close to his. I'm telling you to be careful, kid. Give me back the sword. Naruto glared back, not showing any weakness. If you don't, I don't know if I can come back alive. What did you say? Tsunade stretched out her hand and kneaded Naruto's face into a piece of plasticine. Who do you think you are? Bargaining with the Hokage, do you want to die? It hurts, it hurts. Naruto, who was ravaged by Tsunade, still spoke stubbornly. Without the sword, then Tsunade-sama, prepare to give me flowers. Who cares about the life and death of a genin like you? Tsunade became more and more angry as she thought about it. If you keep being picky, I'll send you back to the ninja school. Well. Do you have anything else to say? You spit on my face. Naruto said. Get out. With a bang, Naruto was thrown far away by Tsunade, and the Kusanagi sword pierced his side with a ding. Seeing that he had obtained the Kusanagi sword, Naruto suddenly changed his expression and carefully drew out the sword as if he was hugging his wife. Then he looked at Tsunade with a serious face, and his posture suddenly straightened up. Yes. I will definitely not die. Get out. Yes, Lord Hokage. Naruto stopped when he saw that he had gained a lot, took the equipment that Tsunade had exploded, grabbed it, closed the door and ran downstairs. Upstairs, Tsunade was getting more and more angry, and her chest was heaving. She grabbed the chair in her hand and threw it downstairs. The sound of glass shattering sounded, and there was a scream downstairs, and Naruto's screams also sounded immediately. Ah! Who is throwing objects from a high altitude? Hearing Naruto's shouting downstairs, Tsunade impatiently leaned half of her body out of the window. Naruto below was silent when he saw this, and ran away without saying a word. As soon as Naruto left, Sakura found Tsunade and begged her to join the operation to retrieve Sasuke. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and refused directly on the grounds that medical ninjas would not participate in high-risk operations. She told her that she had arranged people to retrieve Sasuke and there was no need to worry. On the other side, Naruto put the Kusanagi sword into the sealed space, prepared some equipment simply, and immediately embarked on a pursuit journey with the team led by Shikamaru. In the intervals of rushing through the forest, Naruto suddenly thought of Teiwa and the other 3 sound ninjas. If they dared to attack after eating his ice cream, he would beat them up if he caught them. Chapter 95 Ah, no, I didn't. Sasuke is so proud that the genius of the Hyuga clan is here too. During the raid, Naruto muttered. Hat. Neji glanced at him coldly and said nothing. During the Chunin exam, Naruto gave up and did not fight with the 12 little strong men, but Team 7 it is no secret that the Sand Village Jinchuriki was defeated. Naruto, stop talking. Inyazuka Kaiba grinned and said maliciously, you can't beat him again. Yes, yes, you are the one who eats Akamaru's dog food. Naruto said yes and continued to attack. You probably have lost the ability to communicate with humans, right? If Akamaru gets married, you are still a single loser. Damn it. Do you want to fight? Inyazuka Kaiba was broken. Naruto, don't say anything, we are all companions. Koji squinted his eyes, smiled and turned his head back to smooth things over. Okay. Why do you listen to Koji so much? Damn it. Koji eats potato chips and barbecue, but not dog food. Naruto snorted, looked at Inyazuka Kaiba with contempt, and said silently. Damn it. Can dog food be eaten? Xiao Li asked curiously at the back of the team. Okay, okay, stop arguing. Captain Shikamaru opened his dead fish eyes and said with a headache, the mission is important. If we fail, we will be criticized when we go back. The existing clues do not show that Sasuke was kidnapped. Sasuke may be. Shikamaru's eyes became serious, and he glanced at Naruto beside him, and spoke carefully in the silence of everyone. It's defection. That kind of thing has little to do with us. Naruto was the first to break the silence, just bring Sasuke back, as for other things, we don't have to worry about it. No one spoke, even the most active Inyazuka Kaiba quieted down. Although they were noisy, they had deep feelings for their teammates. If they asked themselves, they would definitely not be able to bear it if their teammates defected. Naruto could bear it, and he didn't feel anything at all. He recognized the friendship of his companions. People are emotional and social animals. But when it comes to the interests of the village, it has nothing to do with him. It's not that he despises the village, but Konoha is not worth his life. It's okay to make normal efforts, but forget about life. He doesn't want to be the so-called savior. It's like, if the village has never given him an umbrella, then he will simply run naked in the rain in the village, happy to disgust others. In his cognition, the village is like a large game guild. He joins the guild and pays benefits or labor, and the corresponding village should return him corresponding resources. Perhaps because of the obsession with becoming a regular employee when he traveled through time, Naruto has always been a worker with a violent temper. More importantly, he does not need the resources provided by the village, the system is enough. In other words, he is just an ordinary ninja enjoying the convenience brought by the village. Apart from doing tasks and defending the village, he will not do anything. Unless there are enough benefits. On this basis, Naruto clarified his responsibilities and obligations. Treat companions sincerely, enjoy life, be friendly to others, and be a pure good person. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto spoke again. Actually, I'm very sad that Sasuke actually did such a thing. I must bring Sasuke back. This time, the password was correct. Shikamaru, Koji, and Lee all spoke to comfort him, automatically ignoring Naruto's previous rebellious statement, and just thought that he was really pretending to be calm. In fact, Naruto should be very painful inside. In fact, in Naruto's heart, Sasuke is just a proud colleague. It's a bit embarrassing to say that he traveled through time late and didn't have such a deep bond with Sasuke. I'm fine. Naruto said the truth in his heart. Seeing this, Shikamaru and Koji didn't say anything anymore, and they just kept on going. About half a day later, Ninkai was the first to find the target, opened his Byakugan, and accurately located the enemy's position. It's not without reason that the Hyuga clan's ninjas are popular, and their advantages in pursuit operations are indeed obvious. 4 people, 1 sealed barrel, Sasuke should be in the barrel. Don't act rashly, listen to my command. Shikamaru thought for a moment. I will control those people. Naruto, Lee, Koji, and Neji will each stare at one person, and Kaiba will be quick to take Sasuke. Try to make them seriously injured, and then we will retreat. Everyone understood the action plan. In addition to Kaiba and Yazuka, the 4 people each picked an opponent. Based on the absolute defensive advantage, Neji chose Kidomaru, and Koji chose the fat man Jirobo for the sake of body size. In the end, only Sakon, Yukon, and Teiwa were left for Lee and Naruto. Naruto said to Lee earnestly. You choose first. Lee chose Sakon and Yukon without hesitation, and Naruto sighed and chose Teiwa helplessly. At least leave me one who can fight. He pretended to complain. It's okay, you let me this time, I don't want to fight with female ninjas. Xiao Li comforted Naruto and said seriously, I'll treat you to ramen when we get back. Okay. Naruto didn't miss a single meal and agreed neatly. Last time, he got an option of Flying Thunder God from Xiao Li, and he always remembered it. Xiao Li can treat him to ramen or dried radish. Hearing this, Xiao Li turned around and gave Naruto a thumbs up, revealing a straight white tooth. Alright, that's enough. Shikamaru was disgusted by the interaction of the 2 people's burning youth, and interrupted, get ready to get closer, I'll do it immediately after I succeed. Understood. Everyone responded. Shadow binding technique. Shikamaru's ninjutsu suddenly started, and the narrow and slender shadow moved along the tree trunk. In the near future, when approaching the 4 people's feet, the pale Kimimaro fell from the sky. With a bang, the ground was shattered directly. The slender shadow was affected and became ineffective. Shikamaru and others had to dodge and let the wave destroy the ground and leave a long earth ridge. The large-scale dense smoke and dust spread in all directions, and the few people except Neji lost their vision instantly. Retreat! Neji shouted the most concise instructions. Including Shikamaru, the few people did not dare to neglect and jumped back suddenly. The vision was blocked by the smoke and dust, and Neji made this judgment completely reasonable. Naruto did have a wind escape ninjutsu, but it was a wind blade. If it was a large-scale wind escape ninjutsu like Temari, maybe he would have just passed it with a fan. The 6 people of Konoha quickly jumped out of the smoke and dust encirclement. When the smoke and dust dissipated, only Kimimaro was left there, watching them faintly. Damn it! We can't let them run away like this. Shikamaru shouted, I'll stay, Naruto, you guys go chase them. Chapter 96. He said, I'm a good kid, please read later. Before Shikamaru finished speaking, Naruto pulled out a long sword from somewhere, and jumped directly in front of Kimimaro, saying in a serious tone that he had never spoken before. I'll stop that guy, you guys go chase him. Naruto, you. It's okay, I'll be there in a while. Naruto interrupted directly, you guys go quickly. Kimimaro had a blank expression on his face, without the slightest hesitation, and opened the curse seal with a horizontal hand. The whole person was covered with bones, like a demon crawling out of hell. Shikamaru was horrified, but he also knew in his heart that it would be too late if he didn't leave now. Let's go. Shikamaru took the lead and left. The other 4 followed, forming 4 curved moving trajectories and quickly jumped away. Logically speaking, no matter how terrifying Kimimaro is, he can't stop 4 people in front of Naruto at the same time. This is also the knowledge that the ninja school has long taught, escaping from the track during the battle. Corpse Vein Tsubaki Dance. Kimimaro's speed suddenly increased, and the bone knives on his arms suddenly appeared, rushing towards the 5 people who were about to escape. Naruto didn't indulge him, and clapped his hands and directly launched the ninjutsu Vajra blockade with the system. The thick golden iron chain rose from the ground, blocking every direction of Kimimura's pursuit. Like a vine with eyes, it continuously locked Kimimaro all over the place. This is a sealing technique used to lock the 9 tails, and it is completely a waste of talent to use it against Kimimaro. What was that just now? Koji and his 5 companions successfully got rid of Kimimaro, but they were still frightened. Will Naruto be in danger? Who knows? Inuzuka Kaiba's face became more solemn. It should be Naruto. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about us. The 5 people chased in the direction where the sound 4 left, and Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said, Naruto should be able to handle it. Speed up and make sure to keep Sasuke. On the other side, Kimimaro, who was trapped in the encirclement of the diamond blockade, realized that he might not be able to break free from these chains. After a short thought, he suddenly entered the second state of the curse seal and activated the corpse vein and early fern dance. Dense bones began to grow from the ground, and the number seemed to be more than the chains of the diamond blockade. Almost instantly, the originally dense forest was suddenly covered with white bones covered with spikes, like a forest of white bones. Naruto knew Kimimuro's terrifying strength very well, and he never thought of fighting him from the beginning. He started with a big move and prepared to let Kimimaro passively consume chakra. The early warbler dance is the most powerful ninjutsu that Kimimaro can use in the second state of the curse seal, but it undoubtedly makes his terminally ill body go to destruction faster. Kimimaro, like Bai, is willing to sacrifice everything for his master. Kimimaro, covered with thorns, was lifted up from the bones, like a monarch born on the throne of bones. With a cold face, his right hand turned into a huge bone spear, and he stabbed Naruto, who was imprisoned by the sky-high forest of bones, without a trace of emotion. Before the mission, Kimimaro was in a state close to a corpse. Now he is just forcibly burning the last of his life and dedicating the last value to Orochimaru. Nine-tailed fox's approval 19.8%. In the bone forest, dark red chakra shot up into the sky, instantly shattering the bone forest of 100 meters around. Melting escape. Naruto did not transform into a tailed beast, but just opened 2 tails forcibly, maintaining most of his sanity. Supported by a large amount of 9-tailed fox's chakra, the molten magma instantly covered the entire bone forest ground, completely preventing the bones from growing further. The strongest bone spear that Kimimaro stabbed at Naruto broke layer by layer and collapsed inch by inch the moment it touched the 9-tailed fox's coat. Being harder than iron does not mean it is absolutely strong, it just has not encountered a stronger force. Naruto has no conscience, and he can throw out the 9-tailed fox to block the gun at a critical moment. Who told it to eat his and take his? That's how it works. But that was a life-saving trick that had to be used when facing the more dangerous Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. Facing a Kimimaro, he did not have to use the 9-tailed fox to fight. The strongest bone spear was broken, and Kimimaro's life was completely over. His body could not move at all. The molten magma sea was all around him, and there was only the 1-meter-wide bone forest was like an isolated island in the sea of magma. Kimimaro, who was lifted up, lowered his head and looked like he was dying. Kimimaro. You know my name. Kimimaro did not look up. He could no longer control any part of his body. The heart beat slower and slower, and his breathing became weaker and weaker. Ah, you are going to die. Naruto looked indifferent. What a pity, Orochimaru should value you very much. I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of dying worthlessly. Kimimaro's voice was emotionless, as if he had no feeling for the pain of death. If my death can bring value to Lord Orochimaru, it is worth it. What a fanatical and terrible believer. Naruto sighed and shed the 9 tails chakra. Lord Orochimaru walks in front and always turns back to confirm whether I am keeping up. If I fall behind, Lord Orochimaru will stop until I appear again. Kimimaro's voice finally had a hint of emotional fluctuations. I have no meaning in life, I am just a thief. I just secretly shared the meaning of Orochimaru's life. That's good. Naruto said perfunctorily, like an old hunter waiting for the dangerous prey to die. He didn't want to put himself in danger, he had enough time, he didn't care whether Sasuke would be taken away. So he was like an evil god, constantly tempting Kimimaro to talk, accelerating his death. What's your name? Kimimaro asked. Inuzuka Kaiba. Naruto reported Kaiba's name without hesitation, although he knew there was nothing to hide from a dying person. But if he is reborn, don't look for him. Inyazuka Kaiba. Kimimaro muttered this name, and Kimimaro, who was obviously unable to move, actually raised his head. Naruto, who was not far away, could even hear the sound of bones breaking, but did not find any trace of pain on Kimimaro's sickly pale face. He hid it well, or he was happy at the moment. Because Kimimaro was smiling. Thank you, you reminded me of happy things. I'm going to die soon, I'm very happy, because. The voice of the boy with bone spurs all over his body became weaker and weaker, almost inaudible. Not far away, Naruto drew out the Kusanagi sword, his blue eyes were as deep as the sea. He didn't understand emotions. He wanted to wait for Kimimaro to die before finishing him off. The god of death would treat every child who didn't finish him off equally and drag him into hell. Naruto was sober and cruel, but he still heard the last words Kimimaro said. The blood-stained lips opened and closed slightly, as if humming. Lord Orochimaru said, I'm a good child. Chapter 97. I don't recognize your attack power. After finishing off, Naruto picked and chose among the bones, found a better-looking bone and threw it into the sealed space. What a trouble! After saying that, Naruto ran away immediately. When he caught up with Neji, he saw Kidomaru had a big arrow piercing his shoulder. Hiss! Naruto took a breath of cold air, and it hurt just to see it. Dead. Neji, lying on the ground, covered his shoulder with a painful expression, gritted his teeth and asked. Yes, dead. Naruto pulled the Kusanagi sword out of Kidomaru's heart, and then stabbed him again, dead. All dead. Neji looked up at the sky between the trees and asked Kimimaro. Dead. Naruto carried Neji on his back, this pursuit plan will probably be terminated. Even you are injured, and the rest of the people will not be much better. You are very strong. Thank you, this is not a compliment. Naruto was still sharp-tongued. If Neji was thrown in this wilderness, he would be dead in less than half a day. Naruto himself was not sure whether Tsunade had called for backup, and he didn't know whether the backup could arrive in time, so he could only take Neji to catch up with the others. By the way, call off this mission, and do nothing temporarily. If they face opponents stronger than themselves one by one, the result will be either mutual destruction or death. If these young lords of Konoha get into trouble at the same time, it is estimated that Tsunade will be directly held accountable by the top leaders. Whether it is the Nara clan, Inyazuka clan, or Akimichi clan, they are all close to the Hokage. For them, as long as they are the direct descendants of the third generation, it doesn't matter who is the Hokage. But if Tsunade is not in power, his future life will not be much better. Damn, Danzo is here to take the blame. After a frantic rush. Ningji, check the location. Naruto walked along the mark, we have walked so far, they should be nearby. Ningji rolled his eyes while enduring the pain. With a vision like an eagle, he passed through the mountains and finally landed in a deeper forest. Koji is over there. In an unknown open space on the east side of the Konoha forest. Koji was kicked away by the cursed Jirobo and fell heavily to the ground. Before entering the cursed state, Jirobo was a cautious person. Once he entered the cursed state, he immediately turned into a Zon person and always output trash talk in the battle. Commonly known as the Zon meat tank. You are indeed an abandoned waste. Die, scum. Jirobo stepped on Koji's chest. A fat pig like you has no value in living. It seems that your companions have given up on you a long time ago, poor fat pig. Said Jirobo picked up the potato chips left by Koji Akimichi and put the last one into his mouth. You useless person, you don't have enough potato chips, you can only die. But don't worry, after killing you, I will eat all those scum companions who abandoned you. Shinji was completely speechless, and the chakra stored in his body was almost exhausted. He believed in his companions, and at this moment, he had already held the belief that he would die, and decided to die with Jirobo in front of him. He fell to the ground dying, facing Jirobo who kept talking and insulting him, and took out the red pill that would go berserk and die completely after eating it with his last bit of strength. At the moment when Koji Akimichi was about to put the red pill into his mouth, a familiar and somewhat annoying voice sounded over the forest. Don't eat it, it's not a big deal. Naruto jumped down from the top of the giant tree with Neji on his back, and the moment he landed, he suddenly grabbed Koji's wrist and forcibly interrupted Koji's frenzy of taking the pill. With a lava escape, he directly forced the tank Jirobo back dozens of meters. Naruto. Koji turned back suddenly, and Ninji. He saw the blood hole on Hyagoniji's left shoulder that had been simply treated, and he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. His eyes narrowed slightly and he tried to be serious, but there was no momentum at all. How could you? How could it be? He must have just happened to pass by. Naruto threw Nisi to Akimichi Koji like a school bag. Come on, I'll leave Nisi to you. Hyagoniji glared at Naruto, but was ignored. Koji caught Nisi like a ball, and saw that Naruto wanted to deal with Jirobo alone, but he was still shocked when he glanced at Jirobo who had entered the second curse seal. The guy's whole body was as hard as a piece of iron, his sparse hair was like steel nails, and his hands were like steel claws. Naruto, you have to be careful of that guy. Naruto didn't reply, and walked straight towards Jirobo not far away. Looking at Naruto approaching slowly, Jirobo laughed wildly, but unfortunately, his facial muscles were too fat, which made his laughter look hideous. If I can't beat the fat pig, what's the point of finding a piece of trash? Why don't you talk? A waste's companion is also a waste, right? Or? Naruto didn't say a word, and approached Jirobo step by step. He completely turned a deaf ear to Jirobo's low-level venomous tongue. When it came to breaking the defense, Galen Benlun hadn't made a move yet. But he didn't have time to play the defense-breaking game with Jirobo slowly. He directly opened the 4-symbol seal and pulled out the Kusanagi sword from an unexpected place. You can all come together, anyway, you are all a bunch of waste. Jirobo was stunned in the middle of his words, dumbfounded. Damn it! Don't pull your sword from that place. You are disgusting me on purpose, right? With a roar, Jiro slapped the ground with both hands, and boulders flew in all directions, and a huge stone slab rose up and flew backwards in the direction of Naruto. In less than 2 seconds, the stone slab was cut off instantly. The rocks were cut like tofu under the blade of Kusanagi's sword, and the earth and gravel flew all over the sky. Naruto covered Kusanagi's sword with lava release, stopped 10 meters in front of Jirobo, and said in a flat tone. Stop yelling, stunted freak. Orochimaru doesn't like ugly children. Taking out the rag silently, Naruto wiped off the blood of Jirobo on the blade with an expressionless face. Koji watched Jirobo being cut by Naruto like cutting melons and vegetables in seconds, and his little eyes blinked several times without coming back to his senses. It's too fantasy, what is he holding in his hand? Naruto, you Akimichi Koji said you for a long time before he uttered, you're so annoying. Koji is not good at talking, and he is still a little flower in a greenhouse. In terms of venomous tongue, he is still not as good as the noble office animal Naruto, and his attack power needs to be strengthened. Naruto put away the Kusanagi sword, patted Koji on the shoulder, and said meaningfully. I, Uzumaki Naruto, don't really approve of your verbal attack power. The 3 of them followed the marks left by Shikamaru, Lee, and Kaiba without delay, and rescued the seriously injured Inuzuka Kaiba, Akamaru, and Lee from the large rift on the ground. After killing Sakon and Yukon cleanly, Naruto set out again to find Shikamaru and terminate the mission. Chapter 98 Sell your soul to me, please read. There were a total of 6 Konoha Xiaoqiangs on this mission. In addition to Naruto and Shikamaru, 3 were injured and 1 was running out of chakra. According to the process, the mission should be terminated. Uchiha Sasuke is important, but the lives of the 6 Konoha Xiaoqiangs are also important. In the future, they will be the front end of Konoha and the best growing buds in the mouth of the 3rd generation. It is reasonable that the mission should be terminated. Drag Shikamaru back, no matter if he agrees or not. Naruto said as he hurried on his way, there are still 2 people left on the other side, and Sasuke's strength is also terrifying. Anyway, I can't beat him. If we have to chase him, we will all die here. The 4 of them were silent for a moment, and Koji, carrying the injured Inuzuka Kaiba, took the lead in speaking in favor of Naruto's proposal. I think what Naruto said makes sense. Xiao Li thought for a moment, then gave up thinking. Me too. Inuzuka Kaiba and Hyagoniji seriously injured, no right to speak, the motion was passed perfectly with a score of 3-0. If Shikamaru had other opinions, it would be 5-1. There's movement ahead. The half-dead Inuzuka Kaiba said in a muffled voice. With a hole in his chest, Niji opened his Byakugan again and looked in the direction pointed by Inuzuka Kaiba. His vision skipped over the green trees in the forest and fixed on the forest in the northeast. That's close to the border of Konoha. Hyagoniji said, a little further ahead is the Fire Country forest. People can't find it if they go in. There is an open long strip of plain between the Konoha forest and the Fire Country. To the west is the seaside, and not far away is the valley of the end. I'll go over and take a look. Naruto said after a moment of silence, you guys. Halfway through his words, Niji felt himself flying again, drawing a beautiful curve in the air like a small school bag thrown away after school at the ninja school on Friday. With a bang, he was caught steadily by Xiao Li, who had recovered some strength. Naruto left gracefully amidst Niji's first broken defense curse, leaving behind a hateful back figure who deserved to be killed. On the other side, Shikamaru was forced to retreat and hide by Teiwa, who activated the second state of the curse seal. At the moment when he was about to have a chance to turn the tables, Sasuke broke out of the barrel and fired a fire escape at Shikamaru. In desperation, Shikamaru had to retreat again. Shikamaru retreated back to the woods, and Sasuke ran away without looking back. Teiwa was angry, gritted her teeth and played the flute, just as she was about to kill Shikamaru in one go. The bright sword broke through the wind, as if there was a whistling wind in the distance, shooting like thunder and piercing like lightning. With a muffled sound, the Kusanagi sword was heavily nailed to the tree. Teiwa was startled when she saw the sword. At first glance, she thought it was Orochimaru himself. Until someone appeared coquettishly and landed between Shikamaru and Teiwa. Shikamaru, stop it! The dead leaves on the ground were blown up, and wet mud splashed. Naruto stared at Teiwa, who had entered the second state of the curse seal, and said with his back to Shikamaru. Koji and the others are injured. There is no point in chasing them. Damn it, it has come to this point. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, how are Koji and the others? In the back, I'll get there first. Listening to the two people chatting as if no one was around, Teiwa couldn't hold it anymore and shouted. Hey! You two bastards! Don't ignore me! Hey! Shikamaru looked past Naruto and looked at Teiwa. He suddenly became nervous and shouted, Naruto, come back quickly, that woman is very dangerous. Oh! Naruto replied perfunctorily, and glared at Teiwa opposite him. Tisk! Teiwa in the distance looked unhappy and rolled his eyes. Holding the flute in his hand, he shouted. Damn it, go to hell, you and me. You all must die in my hands. Shikamaru's pupils dilated, and the feeling of being dominated by fear surged into his heart again. He suddenly remembered Teiwa's terrifying illusion and shouted again. Naruto, come back soon, be careful of her flute. Okay. Naruto said okay, but his body did not move. Shikamaru, you go first. As he said that, Naruto threw something at Teiwa. It was not fast, and it looked like a white stick-like object. Teiwa frowned and reached out to take the object. It was a white bone spur, and it was as soft as jade in his hand. Just a glance, Teiwa's arrogance disappeared instantly. It was Kimimura's bone. Teiwa's scalp tingled. After thinking for half a second, she gave up thinking. Almost completely out of instinct, Teiu turned around and ran without a trace of hesitation. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment. What did you lose? Nothing. Naruto didn't want to explain to Shikamaru, and left a sentence, you wait here for them, and retreat quickly after the reunion. You know I can go back by myself. Then, Naruto pulled away and chased. Hey! Shikamaru was still a little confused, and his chakra was almost exhausted. Naruto, don't go. Come back first. I want to bring Sasuke back. The rest of Naruto's voice echoed in the woods. In the woods, Shikamaru stood on the tree trunk with injuries, and instinctively felt something was wrong. But at this moment, fatigue surged up, and when he thought of Naruto's words that Koji and the others were injured. In an instant, he was surrounded by powerlessness and couldn't say anything. Koji and Xiao Li slowly caught up with the seriously injured Niji and Inuzuka Kaiba, and landed beside Shikamaru. Naruto didn't care which direction Sasuke went, and chased Teiwa relentlessly. He couldn't beat Uchiha Itachi, and he hoped that Uchiha Itachi would die soon every day. Now he even had a shadow on opening the door. His pain was far greater than Denji's, so how could he stop Sasuke from taking revenge? Are you crazy? You're chasing me to death instead of Uchiha Sasuke. Kill you. Rubbish. Teiwa jumped and ran away in a different direction from Sasuke, with contempt and impatience written all over her face. Then don't run. Naruto caught up with Teiwa, and shook the Kusanagi sword in his hand and threw it out directly, cutting several giant trees in half, and the fallen giant trees blocked Teiwa's way. The latter was furious and simply stopped. The two stood on the tree trunk at a distance of 20 meters, confronting each other. In the second state of the curse seal, Taewya absorbed natural energy and became a fairy. His appearance had changed greatly from usual, with dark red long hair, black skin, dark eyes and devil-like horns on his head. I might as well kill you right here, you bastard, you bastard. Garbage. Taewya took out the flute. Sasuke has escaped, and I killed 4 of the sound 5. Naruto put away the Kusanagi sword, his eyes fell on the stunned Taewya's face, and his voice became more and more bewitching. Orochimaru no longer needs you, Taewya. Impossible. Taewya heard that the 4 people died in his hands, and his voice was unconsciously a little flustered. My loyalty to Lord Orochimaru. Name a price. Naruto interrupted Taewya, and the dagger was revealed. Sell me your soul. Chapter 99 Infinite Debt, 1/10 extra for the leader Jackie. What are you talking about from the beginning? Go to hell. Taewya didn't believe Naruto's nonsense at all. I'm serious. Naruto's tone returned to normal again. If you go back now, you will probably end up in a corner and eat dust. The sound 5 no longer exist. Then, what is the meaning of your existence? Taewya clenched her fists. Impossible, you must be lying to me again. Damn it. Naruto paused and said with his hands spread out. I don't need to lie to you, Orochimaru has many good children, and you are not missing one. Do you really want to go back? Or have you thought about the consequences of going back a long time ago? Stop talking. Taewya punched the tree with a fist, smashing a hole. No matter what you say, I can't betray Lord Orochimaru. With the flute in his hand, Taewya's eyes were murderous. Kill you, and I can go back. Hearing this, Naruto paused slightly and said, Oh. No one is going to ask you, bastard. Taewya was a little overwhelmed. I couldn't beat him, and I couldn't run away. Is this guy a little crazy? No, I have to get rid of him. If I keep listening, my will be shaken. What is that guy talking about? Forget it, forget it. He's just a genin. For the sake of red bean bread, just scare him away. How much are you going to spend? Seeing Naruto's puzzled face, Taewya's mouth flashed a hint of pride, as if he had grasped some weakness. Oh? Are you backing off when you hear about money? What do you mean by selling my soul? Roar, roar, roar. Taewya deliberately said, my soul is very expensive. What did Orochimaru give you? I can give you 2. Naruto said, sell your soul to me, and I'll pay 3 times the price. I just want money. Taewya said. Naruto was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and asked with gritted teeth as if he had made up his mind. How much do you want to sell your soul? This question directly confused Taewya. Yes, how much? Taewya, who was full of wisdom in her little head and mainly used strategic fighting style, quickly estimated a price that Naruto could not afford. She thought that she would find a reason to scare off this lunatic first, and then find a way to escape. Since Uchiha Sasuke had already escaped, even if she was the only one left in the Sound 5, it would be considered a mission accomplished. She was Orochimaru's subordinate, so how could she have time to play house with that bastard? 1,000 no, 10,000 taels. Naruto didn't say a word, and a stack of 10,000 taels of banknotes bloomed in his palm like a flower. Where did you get the money from? Taewya was dumbfounded. After a moment of panic, she said with all her might. I regret it. Who would sell their soul for a mere 10,000 taels? How naive. I meant 30,000 taels. Damn it. Naruto raised his other hand, and the banknotes bloomed like flowers again. Ah. I mean 50,000 taels. A handful of banknotes appeared in Naruto's hand. Taewya was petrified in an instant, and was stunned for a long time, with her lips moving. 100,000 taels. The banknotes in Naruto's hand became thicker and thicker, far exceeding 100,000 taels. He simply threw the banknotes into the woods. When he threw halfway, Taewya finally couldn't help it. Get out! Taewya squatted on the tree trunk, with a violent expression on her face. She began to regret accepting Naruto's feeding at the beginning, and felt sorry for herself why she suddenly understood the meaning of money. If she hadn't been so idle to stand there waiting for him for that barbecue, and hadn't spent that month together, eating and drinking with Naruto everywhere, perhaps. This is simply a trap set by the evil god, setting her up step by step. But she ate so much that she couldn't forget the food. She originally planned to go back and get some money to buy food, but why did this person talk like that? Maybe she can't go back, she won't be valuable to Lord Orochimaru anymore, and the destination of useless chess pieces is probably the garbage dump. But there are countless foods in that guy's place. Naruto is still throwing coins, without any hesitation. Don't throw it away. Don't throw it away. Teiwaya couldn't stand it anymore. Standing on the tree trunk, the curse seal on her body faded, and she squatted down and hugged her knees and cried. Why did you tell me that it wasn't my money? I can't spend it all. You threw so much, I can't pick it all up. Woohoo! You don't seem to have any idea about money. Naruto suddenly thought of something and stopped throwing coins. Do you know how much 10 million taels is? Get out of here! Teiwaya cried, her temper was as prickly as a wild cat. Naruto didn't get angry, he jumped over and landed on the root where Teiwaya was standing on the tree trunk. Standing in front of her, looking down at Teiwaya calmly, he asked again. 100,000 taels, sell your soul to me, how about that? Stop talking. I'll kill you if you say that again. Woohoo, my money. Teiwaya, Orochimaru doesn't need you as a child. Naruto's eyes were emotionless, his gaze fell on Teiwaya's curled up body. Sell your soul to me, and you're my only debtor. Do you know what this means? Naruto looked completely unhurried, as if he was using food to lure a solitary and irritable black cat. Unlimited debt. Teiwaya was stunned for a while, then slowly raised her head and looked at Naruto. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her red hair was shoulder length. She didn't show her hostility anymore, nor did she cry, but just stared at him for a long time before asking. What does that mean? It means literally. Naruto said condescendingly, sell your soul and faith to me, in addition to 100,000 taels, you will also get the right to lend unlimited debts. Can I not pay it back? Teiwaya was stunned. Unfortunately, no. Naruto narrowed his eyes and showed a sinister villain smile. Debt means obligation, and I get the right to control your life. The higher the debt, the greater your obligation, and the higher the right I can control. For example, if you owe me 100 taels, wash an apple for me. Teiwaya seemed to understand, sitting on the tree trunk, looking up at Naruto with a look of contempt. I won't do it. Yes, a debt of 100 taels allows you to refuse any request you don't want to execute. Naruto said, 100 taels can be refused, 10,000 taels can be refused appropriately, 100,000 taels must obey general requirements, 10 million taels. At this point, Naruto leaned over and got very close to Teiwaya's face. He stared at Teiwaya's pupils, squinted his eyes and smiled. I'm looking forward to the moment when I can completely dominate your life. Are you an evil god? Teiwaya leaned back slightly, subconsciously avoiding Naruto's gaze. Chapter 100 The Value of Dominating Life, 2/10 for the leader Jackie. What is that? The god believed in by the church in the country of Soup, luring unsuspecting living people to perform sacrifices in order to seek immortality. Teiwaya explained. If you say it is, then it is. Naruto stood up, I don't mind. But I'm not interested in other people's souls. You are the first debtor and you will be the only one. You. Who wants to enter into a debt relationship with you? Teiwaya turned her head away. Naruto was very patient, his hand was always stretched in the air. She gritted her teeth, glanced at Naruto, thought about what she had just said, and finally held back her anger. She thought to herself that as long as she took the money within a certain debt limit and walked away, it would be fine. Anyway, just reject the excessive request directly, get the last sum of money first and then run. That guy is so angry, the world is so big, he can't catch me anyway. Naruto is sure that Teiwaya will not reject his proposal, this is the best solution from the standpoint of both of them. Orochimaru no longer needs her, and will not remember her. Anyway, Sasuke has successfully defected, and Orochimaru will not care whether 4 of the 5 experimental sound ninjas died or 5. Even if Teiu did not go back, Orochimaru would not spend time looking for her, Sasage is the white moonlight in his heart. 100,000 taels to buy her soul and faith is just a copper coin for Naruto. Money has no meaning to him. If necessary, he can raise the price, but it is obvious that Teiwaya does not seem to have much concept of money. Then let's get to know each other again. Naruto extended his hand expressionlessly, I am the owner of your soul, your only creditor, Uzumaki Naruto. A tender little white hand was carefully placed in Naruto's palm as if testing it, and was finally held tightly. Naruto didn't seem surprised, and calmly grabbed Teiwia's hand and pulled her up. Did you find it? Who told you to throw it so scatter? You bastard! Be more respectful, I am your debtor now. Naruto straightened up from the pile of dead leaves with some dissatisfaction and stopped picking up the money. Just now, he was so cool to throw the coins, and it was so painful to bend down to pick up the money. I don't. I have sold my soul to you, and I don't owe you money now. Teiwia said righteously. The money you have in your hand is far more than 100,000 taels. Naruto glanced at her. The sun was low, shining through the sparse dead leaves in the forest, reflecting the shape of light in the smoke and dust scattered everywhere. The two were not far apart, and their calves were completely submerged in the half-meter-high dead leaves. The banknotes were scattered on the dead leaves, and the two had to work hard to pick up the money in the dead leaves. If it exceeds the amount, it will be considered a loan. Teiwia puffed up his chest and said righteously, anyway, I signed the debt agreement, so I'll take it. If you have a debt, you should be nicer to your creditor. As he said that, Naruto stopped picking up the money and went to the dead leaves. Slowly approaching Teiwia in the pile of leaves. What are you going to do? Are you scared? Naruto did not answer directly, but asked back. Who is scared, bastard? Teiwia clenched her fists and said with all her might, what can you do? After all, you are just a kid who is a little younger than me. Your legs seem to be shaking. You are a bastard with a head full of garbage. Teiwia cursed. Oh. Naruto moved in front of Teiwia, and the two were in the thick pile of dead leaves, with their noses almost touching each other. Teiwia turned her head away, with only disgust on her face. Until the moment Naruto handed the nearly 100,000 taels of banknotes he picked up to Teiwia, she actually blushed. Damn it, how much do you love money? Naruto complained. What do you care? Teiwia snatched the money and stuffed it into her arms. I have nowhere to go, isn't it natural to like money? If I don't have money to buy food, I can only rely on robbing, and it will easily cause unnecessary trouble if the ninja village finds out. You are unexpectedly smart. Naruto did not hesitate to praise him. This is a simple truth. How much do you underestimate me? Teiwia said it with a disapproving tone, but he was unexpectedly pleased. Although it's true that I'm really smart. If you accept a debt, you should assume the obligation. Naruto stared at Teiwia's pupils. You are actually afraid too, right? So what are you afraid of? You have no experience in this area, right? So you are afraid that I will kiss you suddenly. Hey? What are you talking about? Teiwia was still stubborn. I started fighting when I was 6 years old, and I have killed more people than you have eaten ramen. I don't care about that kind of thing at all. It's terrible. Naruto said perfunctorily, and then changed the subject. The debt is already 200,000. Looking at Naruto who was so close, Teiwia was a little panicked and shouted with her eyes closed. I don't want it. Rejection is reasonable. Naruto suddenly said, and then left Teiwia. Hey! Naruto had already gone to another direction to pick up the money, and said without looking back. You are worth far more than 200,000. You have the right to refuse. Hearing this, Teiwia was stunned. Her mind was as messy as a thread, and her brain couldn't help thinking about a question. How much is her whole life worth in that guy's eyes? The second day after the mission. Naruto woke up from the bed, and the empty room was unusually quiet. The mission failed, and Sasuke still escaped. All the members were injured, except Naruto. Due to her sensitive identity, Teiwia did not follow Naruto back to the village, but went to Tansho Street alone according to the agreement with Naruto. It was not a specific street, but a prosperous market town located in the Land of Fire, some distance away from Konoha. Whether it is accommodation or food and scenery, it has everything, and it is not much inferior to Konoha Street. The relationship between the two is a bit like raising a cat, but not quite. This is also a decision made by Naruto himself. Nothing big will happen in the 3 years after Sasuke's defection. He needs to grow up slowly, and Teiwia needs it too. Before the mission, Naruto had already rejected Jiraiya's request for training. He just wanted to lie down. He would not believe a word of the old toad unless the sun rose from the west. Besides, it was too troublesome to practice with Jiraiya, and there would not be much effect after the training. He planned to rely on the system to practice first and return to daily life. First, he would finish the progress bar of the 9 tails that had been dragging on, and strive to trigger more options within 3 years. Then he would choose a suitable time to solve the problem of the 9 tails in his body. The seal of the tail had been delegated long ago.